No, we deserve some reparations for building the country for free and being unjustly imprisoned and enslaved and beaten and pillaged and psychologically damaged. And then following that, they never took their foot off our neck with Jim Crow.
Probably the dumbest person I've ever debated in an institution gave you a doctorate.
That's what I don't understand. People who go against my talking points truly hate black people.
Didn't you write a book called Black Supremacy? You are a black nationalist.
Did you read the book?
You are an ethno-nationalist.
You didn't read the book.
And that's insane.
It's an economist who did it.
$300,000 to 40 million people, it's $12 trillion. I know you struggle with math a little bit, but it's $12 trillion.
I already said 12 trillion. Black people in America, we've been running a marathon, and everyone else has been starting at mile 20. We had to start at mile 0, and then people ahead of us, they don't want us to catch up, so they don't want us to get our reparations. You're one of those people, I understand it.
I'm a white supremacist.
Oh, no. Nope, we're not going down that one.
All right, so my first prompt is that Karmelo Anthony was not guilty of murder.
Yeah, so the reason people are talking about this case is because I think a lot of race baiters picked it up and were able to push this as this narrative that white people are being persecuted, that black people don't face punishment for their crimes, and inevitably, like, this is going to spread and cause this racist propaganda. And I think it's really dangerous if we don't get this 100% accurate, because what you're doing is you're ceding ground. Moderate or people who aren't really keeping up with this case will see this and say, that seems reasonable. I think that sentencing wasn't wrong. And if you're not saying it, if us progressives aren't saying it, people on the left, then they're going to go listen to racist people and go down that pipeline. So I want to be super clear that I do think it was murder based on the evidence, and I'd like to hear why you think it wasn't.
So according to the Texas Penal Code 19.02, murder in Texas requires intent. It says, 1, intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another person. 2, intend to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death. Or 3, cause death during the commission of another felony. So, like, robbing a bank and someone ends up, getting killed. So I think based off those definitions, you can't say that what Karmelo Anthony did was murder. His actions before, during, and after the stabbing point to an innocent person who didn't intend to kill anyone.
Sure. So I think on 1, obviously, intentionally or knowingly causing death, I think that's up in the air. I don't think you could use a preponderance of evidence to prove that. 3, obviously, he wasn't committing another felony. The knife he had on him was completely legal. I think it was against school rules, but that's not a felony. But on 2, so intends to cause serious bodily injury and intentionally or knowingly commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. I think this is without a doubt, if you're escalating force using something that can kill someone, that's a knife. That is going to be intentionally causing serious bodily injury. That is intent to cause something that is clearly dangerous to a human. And even if you thought, a knife isn't that dangerous, you can't use ignorance to how dangerous a knife could be to say that wouldn't cause harm. The same as if he shot him. Shooting, isn't always going to kill you, but that's not, he could be ignorant of that, but that doesn't matter. The jury just has to show, he intended to cause something that could do serious bodily harm.
So by definition and based off the data, based off the studies, I don't know how anyone, even if we brought a medical doctor in here, based on percentage-wise, when we look at statistics, I don't know that you can say that stabbing someone is clearly dangerous to human life. It's clearly going to cause bodily injury, but based on data, it's not clearly dangerous to human life. And I'll cite 3 studies. So we have 3 studies from PubMed here, all right? They did a study in Malawi where they had 2,352 stab victims. Only 3.2% of those stab victims died. They did a study in North London, 645 victims. 0.8% of those stab victims died. They did a 17-year study with 1,961 victims of interior abdominal stab wounds. Less than 2%, 1.9% of those victims died. These are all on PubMed. So victims who get stabbed are
more than likely not to die.
More than likely not to die. So if you brought a medical doctor in here, they would say, well, what are the chances of them dying? And they're going to say, well, less than 95% chance of this person dying.
Sure, those are the aggregate stats. But you're familiar with the shooting PubMed stats, right?
Yes.
How many people die from gunshot wounds?
33%.
Yeah, so it's over 60% of people survive gunshot wounds, but that is not an argument that gunshot wounds are not lethal force, that are not something that would cause the 19.0 or 902 statute 2. That's still major bodily harm. that could cause death. And that's all you need to prove. You don't need to show that he knew it would cause death. You don't need to show that in his head he was like, this will kill him, because you can't read his mind. All you need to show is stabbings are lethal force. Stabbings are major bodily harm. Any stab could be, sever an artery, have you bleed out. Any stab in the heart, that could kill him. It doesn't matter if he wanted to kill him. I think you and I would agree he probably didn't want to, right? He didn't keep stabbing him. He ran away. He was trying to get out of that situation. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that he escalated with lethal force.
It does matter, because if we agree that he didn't intend to kill him, then by definition it's not murder. So we look at his actions before, during, and after. He wasn't trying to come across anyone. He wasn't trying to be combative with anyone. He was sitting in a dugout. It was raining. He was told to move from the dugout. He left from the dugout. He left directly from the dugout, walked and entered the stadium on the same side where the dugout is. I can show it to you if you don't believe me.
No, I believe you.
And then he didn't walk far from when he entered. He was invited into the tent, according to Whitney testimony by Eddie Pera. He sat there. He was in the tent for at least 6 minutes, according to all of the documentation, at least 6 minutes from when I reviewed the camera footage, at least 6 minutes until the Metcalf brothers entered the tent without confrontation. When they entered the tent, then a confrontation occurred. He doesn't have to leave. You can stand your ground. It's like if one of you told me right now to leave this room, and I said, no, this is not your space. You have no authority over me.
Sure.
To make me leave.
But that wouldn't give you the right to stab me if I said to leave and you didn't leave.
But if you put your hands on me, I have the right to defend myself.
Not with lethal force. That's a unnecessary escalation.
Yeah, but you have to prove I intended to use lethal
to
kill you.
Stabbing and shooting, things like this, are considered lethal force, just regardless. Even if you don't think it is, you can't use your ignorance to plead that, I didn't know. It's a reasonable, objective standard of what is lethal force. So that is stabbing, that is shooting. And so the PubMed stats don't really factor into that, because, yeah, sure, a lot of people survive stabbings, but that's still lethal force. If you punched me, punching can kill someone, but punching isn't objectively considered by the reasonable standard to be lethal force, unless you have a history of killing people with punches, or you're like an MMA fighter. Most people would say, yeah, a bar fight that results in an accidental death is not going to end up killing someone for the most part. But stabbing is, shooting is, any other thing where you're hitting someone with a car. These are things that fall under that section 2, which would be intent to cause serious bodily injury. That's what using a knife is.
Yeah, so comparing shooting to stabbing is a logical fallacy, because there's a significant difference of over 25% in the mortality rate. So we could stop using the shootings.
What percentage would you be like, okay, well, now it's reasonable? Because what you have a proprietary definition of reasonable right now. Like most juries, this is just how this works in the legal system. Stabbing is lethal force, especially when the opponent hasn't even punched you yet, right? Like this is not a defense of your life. The self-defense is undermined when you could have left and didn't do this. So when he's like, hey, touch me and see what happens, this is him escalating something that was provoked by them. Don't get me wrong, but that's still him escalating the situation. So what would that line have to be for you? Would it be, 60% of people die from this, 70% of people die from this, right? Like you could say, how many heart stabs result in deaths? And that is where he stabbed him. Now, I don't think he did that on purpose, but he did stab him in the heart. So you'd have to look at those statistics and then say, well, 60% of people stabbed in the heart might die.
No, they don't.
Oh yeah.
So
how many
let's look
people
at that.
stabbed in the heart?
Among patients reaching the hospital with stab wounds involving the heart, the mortality rate is approximately 11.5%.
Okay.
So, and then again, you would have to intend that he intended to stab him in the heart and not just the chest area, where the numbers dropped drastically to 7.7%.
But think about that, 11%.
Because you said
right?
one thing. You said that self-defense leaves the claim leaves when you could have left and you didn't leave. Well, that's not true, because Texas has a stand your ground law. I don't have to leave, especially somewhere where I'm not told to leave by someone in authority. If you're not the business owner, if you're not an employee, he was told to leave a place by another teenager after he was invited there by other teenagers. He didn't have to leave. If there would have been an adult who told him to leave, then you can make that argument. But a kid telling him to leave and he chose not to leave, and then the kid put his hands on him first and then he defended himself, and you said, oh, well, punching someone, or I haven't punched someone yet, that doesn't mean it's fearful for your life. I teach martial arts. That's an attack. If I grab you, that's an attack. Grabbing you, we know what comes next: punches, kicks, knees, who knows what's coming next, elbows. So you stop the attack before it progresses. And that's what he did. And we know he was sorry, because he immediately dropped the knife. He stabbed him one time. He ran. What did he do? What did he ask the cop? He
said, is he okay, right?
Yes, he asked the cop, is he okay? What did he tell the coach when he walked back over to check on Austin Metcalf? They walked back near the tent. What did he tell the coach?
I don't remember this one.
He told the coach he's not going to die.
Okay.
All this proves that he thought he wasn't going to die. He didn't intend for him to die. What 17-year-old kid do you know is checking up on someone, asking this while you're in handcuffs? is he going to be okay?
Yeah. Well, I think you and I agree on this, right? Like, I don't think he had any intent in his brain that he was going to kill this person, but that's just not how the law works. If you use lethal force, and knife is lethal force, that's why you brought up this stat, 11% of stab wounds to the heart are lethal, right? This is not actually evidence in your favor, because people trying to stab someone in the heart usually are trying to kill them, right? This is not something that you accidentally do a lot. I think Austin, didn't get stabbed on purpose in the heart. I think it was like a, hey, I'm stabbing you, and he ran away immediately, right? But that doesn't really matter. The purpose is people try to kill people by stabbing them in the heart, and it doesn't even often kill them, right? They often survive. So you just have to prove that this is lethal force, and that's what a knife is. You don't have to show that, oh, most people don't die from stabbing, most people don't die from shooting. That doesn't mean shooting isn't lethal force. And if you use lethal force, that's all you need to show is he intended to cause him bodily harm. That's it.
Yeah, but we have to look at the nuances and the variables of it. It's a difference between shooting someone one time and stabbing someone one time. I bet you if you look at data for people who got stabbed over 25 times, I bet you're significantly higher than people who got stabbed one time.
No, but a lot of people survive.
If you look at victims who got shot 12 times versus victims who got shot one time, that matters. You can't say, oh, lethal force was just used. According to the definition, you have to prove intent. The burden of proof is on the state, not the citizen, to prove intention.
The burden of proof is to intent to cause bodily harm, and stabbing once is all you need, because that is lethal force. One stab can kill you, as we've seen here.
It's not intent to cause bodily harm. The full penal code law states intent to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. That's both.
Stabbing is an act clearly dangerous to human life. That's, according to juries, according to courts, this is a reasonable standard of dangerous to human life.
With the intention, though.
Yeah, to cause that harm. But you can't use the ignorant. You can't say, oh, well, he didn't know. Carmelo didn't know this would cause bodily harm. That's not enough.
You can use it.
It's not.
You literally can.
That's not. Just because I don't know that the gun will kill you does not mean that you can say, oh, well, he didn't know guns killed people. You can't use ignorance of the law to say that it's okay to do it.
But they do use it all the time. So it's like someone's cognitive state is always brought into question when they enter court.
It matters.
That's how we get people who are deemed not fit to stand trial because of their cognitive issues. They could be
this matters.
Deemed insane or something like that, so it matters.
Sure,
if I can prove you did not intend, if I can in fact prove you did not intend to, you did not know it would kill the person, then you're not going to get the same time as someone where I prove you intend to kill the person.
Well, maybe we can find agreement there, because I don't think he should have gotten 35 years, right? Because it was on them, even if it is still a murder charge, and I think that would still pass, you can reduce that sentence, right? And you're aware that there's like this 2 to 20 years for a crime of passion. I think this was a crime of passion, right? This was like a split-second decision. Although he did escalate a situation, he could have left. Escalating that situation when people are surrounding you, telling you to leave when you didn't provoke them, and you're like, I'm just trying to get away from that. All that evidence you just used to say he checked if he was okay, he ran away, he came back to check on him. This shows me that he probably didn't try to kill him. It was probably a split-second decision to try to like get out of that situation, right? I think that there's a reasonable argument to say that you could reduce that sentence, and I do think he was overcharged. But would you say that that's unfair, or do you think he should have gone completely guilty, or completely scot-free?
Well, my argument is that he wasn't guilty of murder, so I think we agree. I think that they could have gave him a lesser sentence, and they could have factored in the evidence that shows he did not intend to kill. He went to the track meet as a regular teenage boy. He had a multi-purpose tool, which I can show anyone here the tool if they don't agree. The tool had a glass cutter on it, a glass breaker on it. It had a
4-inch blade,
a device that way you can cut spline on small pieces of rope. In his book bag, he had crossword puzzles, he had keys, he had snacks. This is a kid who was going to a track meet to compete. This kid had a 3.7 GPA. He was a captain on his football team, had leadership qualities, was a good
no
kid.
Priors, right?
No priors, nothing.
Stable
we could
household.
cut her clean. And American society says, oh, black culture, you got YNs, you got kids that do negative things, bad things. This kid is exactly the opposite. And you got people cheering that this kid got 35 years when he could have been in society being productive instead of wasting taxpayer dollars on a kid who didn't intend to murder someone. Yeah. We know the evidence shows that. So a lesser charge, I can agree to that, but not murder.
Well, okay, then we might agree, because I agree with all that. He had no priors. He almost definitely did not go here to kill someone. If he had this knife on him, either he was using it as a tool, or some people just have a knife for like self-defense, right? And that's like how he perceived he used it. I bet in his heart of hearts, he thought that was self-defense, right? That makes sense to me. Unfortunately, Texas doesn't have manslaughter in this way as a secondary charge. It's you are charged with murder, but the sentencing is then reduced to the second degree felony. So it's still called murder, but at the end, then they have to, with a preponderance of evidence, show that this was a crime of passion. It seems that they failed to do that, even though that you and I probably agree it probably was that. That's when he wouldn't have gotten the 2 to 20 years, but he still would have been charged with murder, even if he got that lesser charge or lesser sentence.
Yeah, but they could have included the lesser charges, and then they could have sentenced him to a lesser charge like they've done in various other cases. and then he could have ended up with a 2 to 5 year sentence, and then I wouldn't be here making this argument.
So no, what I'm saying is, if he got the 2 to 20 years, he would still have been charged with murder. It just would have been second-degree felony charge, or sentencing for a charge of murder.
You could get charged with murder and not found guilty of murder. You could get found guilty. You get charged with murder and other lesser charges, and then the jury can decide whether it was murder or a lesser charge.
The lesser sentencing, 2 to 20 years, is still a murder charge. That's what I'm saying. That's how it works in Texas.
No, they could give him a manslaughter charge. They could give him aggravated assault. One of those charges. They could have put one of those charges in the books.
What I'm saying is a crime of passion, stabbing with this second statute with intent to cause bodily harm, which is murder, still is that sentencing of 2 to 20 years, which you might call manslaughter, but this is still called murder. So either way, he gets charged with murder.
No, they have other. Are you saying they don't have like manslaughter as a charge?
I believe not in this county. Not the way it works. It is in the same way that you might call manslaughter second-degree murder. This is what it is. It's murder with a sentencing of a second-degree felony.
Yeah. So you're saying they don't have lesser
sentencing? Yeah, they do.
No, not sentencing. They don't have charges, like lesser charges.
They have different charges, but but what he did would be murder with a second-degree felony sentence for a charge of murder.
No, what he did would not be murder at all, based on definition.
Based on the second statute, it would be.
No,
I mean, I know you disagree, but this is how this would have happened. If you and I agree he should have gotten a 2 to 20 year sentence, that would have come from charging him with this second statute and then sentencing him for 2 to 20 years, because the defense would have had to prove that it was a crime of passion.
Fair enough. So based on the second definition, prove to me, based on his actions, that he intended to kill him. He intended to cause the death.
Well, if you don't agree that a knife is lethal force, then you have a proprietary definition of lethal force.
No, a knife can be used to cause lethal force. It's a lethal weapon, so it's a gun. Yeah. But prove to me, based on his actions and the evidence, he intended to kill him.
Well, he had a knife and he used it. That's using lethal force.
But having it, no, that's not the definition. You want me to read it?
I think you're misunderstanding the definition.
No. Intend to cause. I'm just going to read what it says. Right. Intend to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death. Yeah, now, prove to me he intended and he knew he would kill him. He knew he would cause his death.
Right. So this is not how the courts work. You can never read someone's mind. You have to go on what happened here. He had the knife in his bag. He knew his hand was on it. He said, "I'm going to use this." He didn't say it was a knife, but he knew he had his hand on the knife, and then he used it on a person. This is using lethal force with intent.
Where's the intent? Where's the intent?
When it came out of his hand and went into his chest.
Where's the intent to cause death?
Well, maybe I can help a translation error. If he had if he was standing here and he swung a knife, not I don't know, hanging out, having fun, and he swung it being funny, and it happened to stab somebody, that would be like an accidental. But if I actually take a knife and I direct it towards you as if I'm going to stab you, that is the intent portion of it. Maybe that helps. I don't know.
A little bit. I mean, also you can. There's cases that I've looked at where you can show that it was an intent to kill, where people are slashed multiple places because he's just kind of wildly flailing, and it's a lot harder to show intent when it's like, okay, I'm just trying to get you off of me and get away. But it's when you're shoving it into someone's chest, unfortunately, it's going to prove intent a lot easier.
No, see, so for me, the intent would be if he stabbed them multiple times. And also, if you look at the video clip, Austin is standing.
Why the multiple times though?
Because multiple times you're more likely to die the more times you get stabbed.
Sure, but all it has to be is serious bodily injury.
Did you see the video?
Yeah, it's a little zoomed out though.
So in the video, and I zoomed in on it, studied it several times, right? In the video, he's standing over him, and he's significantly bigger. He has 40 pounds on him, according to their max prep. So if you look at the same thing, the max preps has Karmelo Anthony listed as 5'11", 160, and they have Austin Metcalf listed as 6 feet 200.
Yeah, it's a big weight difference. Yeah.
So, and he's standing over him, and he grabs him and pushes down. All he quickly does is this, and gets out of it. It's so quick, I can read it to you. He stabs him. He gets grabbed at 9:38, 9 minutes and 38 on the victim, according to the F1 444 video brought into the North End point of the stadium video. Mm-hmm. He gets grabbed at 9:38. He's already out of the tent at 9:40.
Sure.
Like 9 minutes and 2 seconds.
How fast you stab someone doesn't make it lethal force or not. That doesn't matter.
We're going to intentions.
Yeah,
that goes to show that it was a quick reaction.
If you shoot someone quickly, that's still lethal force. If you stab someone quickly, this is still lethal force.
A bullet is very far different than a knife.
It is, but unfortunately, both are lethal force.
Yeah, but that's a logical fallacy in the percentage of death. it's far more dangerous if I use a gun than if I use a knife.
Yeah, and it's far more dangerous a knife than it is, a fist. But a fist is usually not lethal force unless you have what do they register your hands if you're in martial arts or something crazy. They don't do that. That's a myth.
No, I'm a fourth degree black belt. They don't do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I won't get in a fight just in case anyway. But either way, the point is that this is what is considered lethal force by courts. But we're going to loop on this a lot. But I think maybe I want to see if you agree with this. If we don't cede that, the idea that he probably should have gotten charged with something, by saying he's not guilty of murder, you're kind of spreading this message of he's completely innocent, because there was this narrative to try to paint him as innocent, right? Mm-hmm. They had a lot of GoFundMes for his bail. There are a lot of people that said the jury was unfair, and that might have been true, right? There were no black people on the jury, but there was a lot of people being filmed outside saying, he should go free. Well, we're not allowed to defend ourselves. And I think when you do this, what we're doing is we're driving people into these racist narratives where they're like, well, this guy's at least saying that he did something wrong. And so if you and me can't say, yeah, this kid should have gone to jail for something, then they all go to those people as well, at least they're telling the truth. And then they get this racist, white supremacist narrative where they're trying to paint black people as this, I don't know, what you were talking about, where it's they're bad kids, they're raised in this bad neighborhood, and they're, that's why they go around and they just stab people willy-nilly and they get off free, even though he was charged probably more than you, and I think he should be. So would you at least agree that if we can't at least admit that something bad happened here, we are letting those people run away with the narrative?
Well, something bad happens when a teenager dies, regardless of the matter. Something bad happens. I don't think Karmelo Anthony behaved perfectly, but perfectly doesn't warrant the sentence. In a perfect world, he would have had the maturity level of a 35-year-old and the emotional constancy of someone who's 35 years old. And be like, you know what? I'm going to just walk away from the situation. They're telling me to leave the tent. Even though I feel like I'm being bullied, I'm just going to walk away right now. But because he didn't behave perfectly, it doesn't warrant the sentence. It doesn't warrant what happened. It doesn't prove intent. It doesn't prove murder. So what I would say to that, you also have to factor in stature. So again, if someone was in here and they grabbed me and that person is, say, 6'8", 300 pounds, I'm not going to fight you. I'm a fourth degree black belt. I've been doing martial arts for 20 years. I'm not fighting that person. They would more than likely get stabbed. So my whole thing is, as a martial arts instructor, as someone who teaches self-defense, I teach all my students, don't ever touch someone first. Don't ever do that. Don't ever hit someone. People could talk. People can threaten. If someone invades your space or they're threatening the life of you or someone else, or they touch you, you have the right to defend yourself. And you could defend yourself very harshly. Because I know if you touch me, that's why I hope no one ever touches me. Because if I don't have a weapon on me, you still may end up dead. I find, I don't know where my mind will go if you touch me and assault me. That's why I'm luckily I've never had to use it, and I don't use it. I let people talk. So I've had people who are drunk yeah, man, I'll kick your butt and all of that. I laugh. Yeah. You sure will.
Last kind of quick minute, and then we'll move into closers, okay?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, so if, I guess you obviously say these aren't comparable, but had Anthony pulled a gun out and shot him, because don't get me wrong, I think you and I agree, he was pretty fucking scared. He's surrounded by these giant football playing teenagers. There's probably a good argument that these kids were racist, given the fact of what his dad has said after the fact with the whole, racial watermelon felon, I think he said, which is okay, this guy probably didn't raise the best kids. Would that somehow justify that, using that lethal force?
If he would have had a gun on him, first he would have been committing a crime, so he would be causing death in the commission of a felony. You can't have a gun. No one, unless if you're not law enforcement, it is illegal in America to have a gun on
a school
high school campus.
Okay, well, let's just assume it wasn't. I'm saying in the same situation, let's say it's in a place where you had a concealed carry permit, right?
Well, he can at 17.
Okay, hypothetically, let's say he did. Would this be justified? Let's say it was legal to have the gun, but would it be justifiable for him to pull that gun out and shoot him because that guy said, you need to leave? He said no, stood his ground, and shot this guy.
Where? For example, because Florida, yes, is perfectly
Let's say
legal.
It's still in Texas.
So we could look at the stand your ground law. I have the data, if we have time to look through the similarities between Texas stand your ground and Florida stand your ground, because Texas has a stand your ground law. But just in that case, if we're just going to look at high school kids, I don't think if someone puts your hand on you in that type of setting, I don't think you should shoot them. No.
Sure. And so
that would be a crime.
Why is that? Gun. Why is that? Say 20% difference in fatalities?
It's over 25%.
No. So 25% for the gun. You said 5% for the stabs. Why is that 20% difference enough? Is that's all it takes for okay, this is too much force now? Okay. Wait, you're saying that would be?
Yeah. It's a gun. Right. They're not. It's a logical fallacy in the mortality rate.
I'm trying to see like where do you draw the line where apparently 25% fatalities from gunshot wounds is enough, but 5% from stabbings isn't. But even though both of these...
You're talking about what, high school kids?
No, I'm just talking about whether or not it's lethal force, right? Both of these have an over 70% fatality rate, but you say no.
They have an over 70%?
Excuse me, a 70% survival rate, right? Both of these things. But because there's a 20% discrepancy between the shootings and the stabbings are not lethal force.
Not 20%. It's over 25% difference.
25% from the shootings, 5% you said from the stabbings.
No. So 33% die from gunshot wounds.
Okay, excuse me, 28%.
And 7.7% die from stabbings.
Okay, 26%.
Okay.
So this 26% discrepancy is enough to say, well, gunshots are lethal force, but stabbings aren't.
No, they both can be lethal force.
Right.
Yes.
Right. So the survival rate doesn't matter.
No, the survival rate does matter, but they both are lethal force.
Okay.
Like they both are lethal weapons.
Right. So lethal force can cause bodily harm that can result in death, and that's why it's murder from that second statute.
I have to intend to murder you.
Yes, by using the lethal force.
Yes. You're not proving it. Like, that's what I'm saying. His actions before, during, and after doesn't prove he intended to kill him. He didn't intend to cause the death. He intended to get him off him. That's what it proves.
All you have to prove is that he intended to cause bodily harm, serious bodily harm that can result in death, which is stabbing.
No, clearly dangerous to human life.
Stabbing is clearly dangerous to human life.
No.
Yeah, I think we're mixing up intention. So intention would be like the action of like picking up a knife and projecting it towards you.
It says intent to cause serious bodily injury. You can't prove he intended to cause serious bodily injury.
He intended to stab him. That's a serious bodily injury.
No, it's not.
Why not?
He intended to put a knife on him. That doesn't mean he intended to cause serious bodily injury.
Okay, so the way this works is what is considered a objective reasonable standard. Objective reasonable standard is stabbing someone is a serious bodily injury. Just because, unless you missed, then it's like, okay, maybe he intended to and missed, but you would have to show that, oh, that's why he only grazed his toe or like, nicked him in the shoulder and not stabbed him in the chest. That is serious bodily injury. So and it clearly was because he died.
So how do we know he didn't intend to cut him?
Well, we don't. That's why you have to prove that he didn't.
We are starting to loop, gentlemen, and out of respect for everybody's time, let's go ahead and give some closers. So if you want to give a quick closer, and then I'll give it back to Dr. James.
I appreciate the conversation. I think you're a little confused on that second statute, but regardless, I think we agree he should not have been sentenced to 35 years. I think if you look at all the circumstances, this was a scared kid who got a little out of hand. If he was more mature, maybe he wouldn't have escalated, but he does not deserve to have his whole life ruined for 35 years. You'd probably go, I think 2 to 5, and like maybe with some plea deal. And I think it's important for both of us to acknowledge, like, this is a bad thing that he did. He does deserve some punishment. It sucks that this has been racialized, and it sucks that this is in the context of like the black community getting, just smeared all over the time for every Black Lives Matter case. And so I get the reaction that people have, and I just think we have to be cool and level-headed, look at the objective evidence, and not cede that ground to racist right-wingers who are trying to turn this into like a race-baiting case. But I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. So, we agree he should. The 35 years for murder is just not right. Again, to me, intention to cause serious bodily injury and commit an act clearly dangerous to human life. His actions before, during, and after don't prove that. They prove that he intended to defend himself. Again, when you pull a knife and you react quickly in a split second, which what this was, you can say that this person, maybe they intended to cut him, maybe intended to, graze him, whatever, scare him. But the action was so quick that he had that type of reaction. So I don't think anyone can prove based on the evidence that he intended to cause the death of Austin Metcalf. And that's where my claim comes from.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands, get up, and walk away. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
Dr. James, I think the conversation that you and Soy had, it highlights a lot of the same things that I have, but maybe we can get this down through like deduction to, I guess, kind of prove where me and my buddy are coming from on why it seems to be the case he did intentionally do this. So we both agree knives are deadly weapons, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, by virtue of being a deadly weapon, right, a deadly weapon causes serious bodily injury and are clearly dangerous to human life, right?
They can do that, yes.
Right. Now, if I tend to use that especially in its most common method. So, for example, like I could have like a gun, and maybe I want to like hit you with it. Maybe it won't kill you, but like there's a difference between if I hit you with it versus if I shoot you with it. The way you use it clearly matters, whether or not are you using it in a deadly format. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the way you use it.
Now, if I stab somebody, which I believe you said the percent was about like 5% of killing somebody via stabbings.
Yes.
Isn't 5% when we're risking a human life? Isn't that of great significant damage to a person?
No, because 95%, that means 95% chance they're going to live.
So
I wouldn't say that's great significance, no.
So if you were to like potentially walk into like a room and there's a 5% chance of you dying, there's not a great significant chance of you dying.
What's the reward of me walking in the room?
The reward of you walking in the you just go in. Doesn't matter.
See, in life we deal with risk versus reward. If there's a chance of me dying going in the room, then there has to be a reason I'm going into it.
Now, for the hypothetical, it doesn't matter because the only variable that we're isolating for is it a danger to your life to a significant degree? That's the only variable we're isolating for.
Yeah, but we don't take unnecessary risk. If there's a 1% chance, if there's a 0.01% chance of me dying doing something and I'm doing it for no reason, I wouldn't do that either because there's still a chance.
Yeah, but there's one thing for it to be a chance. For example, there's a chance that when we drive, we may get into a car crash and die, and that'd be tragic, and it happens to people every day.
Yeah.
However, there's also a difference between when you stab somebody and now you've got a 5% chance of someone dying because of that. So with that in mind, it's 5%. Like, if there was a 5% chance that you could get into like a car crash and then die every time you drove, you probably would never drive, right?
Well, I think it's higher than that. I think the percentage of car, I don't know the percentage. Of
it's not. I guarantee. But if it was 5%, there would be car accidents everywhere because you see dozens of cars every day.
No, I'm talking about once you're in a car accident. Like, I want to know the percentage of victims who die in car accidents. But when I drive, I'm driving for a reason. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But I'm talking about if you drive at all.
Yeah.
Every person who gets into a car crash, okay, they are first driving. That's the first prerequisite, right? Now, if there's a 5% chance that you may get into a car crash and then die just by virtue of driving somewhere, you would never drive, right?
No, I would if I have a reason to drive. If I have to drive to make a living, for example. So then that 5% would be worth the reward, the risk versus reward. It's a 5% chance of me dying, but I have to drive to provide for my family. So I would.
I mean, in theory, you could just like bike, right?
No, depending on where you work and the commute.
You can just get like a different job.
It's not that easy to always get a different job, and you see our economy right now.
So you're telling
the jobs that you can get and are affordable to you.
You're telling me that you would risk your life. Well, remember when we're driving, we have to drive to and from work. You're telling me that you're actually gambling because you're doing it twice.
Yeah.
You're doubling your chances.
Right.
You are literally having a 10% chance of you dying every time you go to work by agreeing to this hypothetical, which I think every person would disagree with.
They could disagree. To provide for my family, I would take that risk, yes.
Now, take that risk instead of like doing some other thing, right? Because the whole point of this is I'm trying to establish is when there's a 5% chance of you doing something for something as valuable as a human life, 5% is an insane amount, right? Whatever the case may be, right? I would find some other alternative to risking my life every time if there's a 5% chance I engage with whatever this hypothetical is. But you're agreeing to this. I don't understand.
You're saying, all right, so for me, 5% isn't high enough for the reward of me being able to provide for myself and my family. 5% isn't high enough. So, but if there was an option to where I could still provide for my family, and let's say an option was 1% more, the chance would happen.
Right.
Then yeah, I would take option B if it were possible. But it's not always possible, especially with like commuting to work. Some people take the train, some people take the bus because that's their only available option. Some people drive because that's their option. It's like not everyone lives close enough to work to bike or walk.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so then in this example, then let's say there's a 0.001% chance on a different hypothetical, right? So you get your 5%, and then for a different one, maybe you bike every day instead. You would obviously pick the bike because you don't want to risk a 5% chance because that is an insane amount, right?
You're saying it's possible for me to bike to work.
Sure, yeah. There's
if
an
it's
alternative.
possible, if it's close enough where I am not jeopardizing my quality of life, I can get to work on time, leave on time, then yeah, bike.
Now, when we look at this situation, Karmelo had the choice of reaching in and then stabbing Austin or not stabbing Austin. What do you think is most likely to not yield in a death?
Not putting the multi-purpose tool that could be used as a lethal weapon on the person at all will be more likely for that person to survive.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So the knife, we've agreed it's a deadly weapon. Deadly weapons can cause serious bodily injury and are clearly a risk in virtue of them being a deadly weapon. And we also know that when Austin was approaching Karmelo, he was already reaching into it, right?
Excuse me?
He was already reaching into his bag when Austin was approaching Karmelo. This is correct, yes?
When he was approaching him?
Yeah. When Austin was approaching Karmelo.
Well, when he was talking to him, they said, I think witness testimony, before he even like grabbed him, his hand was like already in the bag.
Right. So he already had the intent.
Intent to what?
Have the deadly weapon to use it, or to at least be ready for it. But yes,
he intended to use it.
Yeah, by virtue of having it ready.
No, I don't think he intended to use it if no one would have touched him.
Now, when we are talking about our risk to life, we already agreed that if we are going to do some action that could result in the death of a person, right? What is the risk factor of Karmelo being a serious bodily injury to Austin such that it warrants a 5% chance to Austin's death?
Karmelo being a seriously bodily injury to Austin, the risk of Karmelo, or?
Yeah, I may have misspoken. What I'm saying is, what the proportionate force? It's in proportionate force. That's what I'm trying to establish.
You're saying the risk that Austin posed to Karmelo?
Yes.
But we don't know that. We don't know. We just know he's significantly bigger.
Okay. Now, when, for example, when Alex Preddy was killed, I think we probably agreed that was a bad use of force by ICE. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Oh, okay.
Is that the lady who was?
He was a man. This was in Minnesota, and it relates. It was a abuse of force by the police.
Oh, yeah.
Now the guy had touched the police officer, right? And then a bunch of awful things happened. He was jumped by other ICE officers, and then they basically did an execution of him, right? It was an absurd use of force. And he did touch the ICE officer, though. He did. But the use of force was not proportionate. And that's what I'm trying to say is the case here. Now, just because someone approaches you and may be intimidating doesn't necessitate you doing a 5% chance of taking their life.
Yeah, those are not comparable. Those are totally different cases to compare with the use of force. You want to try another?
I mean, they both have the situation where you have an inappropriate use of force, right? Like, what are the chances of Karmelo, his life being at jeopardy or him being at serious bodily injury compared to the stabbing of Austin?
What are the chances of Karmelo being seriously bodily injured and the chances of the stabbing?
Yeah. What are the chances of Austin?
He's asking what the threat was towards Karmelo from Austin. Like, what was that threat risk of Austin coming at Karmelo that created the use of force to come back?
Well, we don't know that specifically, and I'm not Karmelo to know his perception of the threat. We do know that he's significantly smaller, and we know that he has epilepsy. So that also has to be factored in, because then you have to think about the cognitive, the brain and what could happen if he would have hit his head when he fell, if he would have had a seizure. Who knows how risky it is? Did you know that Karmelo Anthony had epilepsy?
I did not.
Okay, so does that change your opinion knowing that?
It does influence it.
Okay, so how does it influence it?
Well, it's another thing to factor into the situation.
So how should we factor that in now that we know that?
Well, one, we have to evaluate and think about it, and I'm not going to sit here and try to evaluate and think about it on the spot in a debate, so that probably wouldn't be very...
Do you know that epilepsy impacts cognitive ability in your thinking?
I mean, sure.
Okay, so that furthermore feeds into him not being guilty of murder, because that also impact his thinking in the situation, not thinking, not factoring in it, quickly reacting, not thinking, I'm going to kill this person. This person may die for me doing this. This is just going to get them off me. Quick, boom. Get them off me, run, move, drop the knife, go about my business. That is impacted by epilepsy. Do you know that?
To that degree, I mean, I can take that. But ultimately, he reaches into his bag while Austin is approaching. We know that it's a deadly weapon.
Not while Austin is approaching. I think that's the wrong way to frame it. Because when on the video, did you watch the video?
I haven't seen it.
Did you see them walk into the tent?
No.
So when they walk into the tent, Austin Metcalf and Hunter Metcalf, when they walk into the tent, Karmelo's sitting at the top of the tent. His bag is beside him. You can see that much. He's not reaching then. Why not?
Why is he not reaching? I don't know. I haven't seen the video.
But you haven't examined the video from which the ruled homicide took place?
I've only read reports on what's happened. I haven't seen the video. You haven't
examined the evidence?
The video, no.
What evidence have you examined?
I've read summaries of testimonies. I've read articles and summarizations.
Well, I think
this is where he entered. That's where the stabbing took place.
Yeah, Ethan.
We want to look through more of this evidence.
Your claims are coming from you're doing the use of force concept anyways. I don't even know if that would have to be tied in with watching the video per se.
Yeah.
Based on where you're going.
I think so, because if you see the video, then you see he's standing over him, which increases how someone may feel. You know what I'm saying? They said, according to the witness testimony, he said, "Touch me and you'll see," or something to that effect.
Right.
So, and his hand is already on his back in his bag.
Right.
Someone stands over him, a bigger figure, and then Austin's beside him, Hunter's in front of him. He grabs him, pushes down. That's when he reacts. You can see on the video, it's a quick reaction around the 36 second mark of it. Someone walks out of the tent, so that signals to you that the stabbing is about to occur. Austin pushes down, standing over him, pushes down, grabs him. Then you see the reaction, and him quickly, within 1.2 seconds, he's already at the top of the tent. Quickly, he drops it. He didn't chase after him to finish whatever he started.
Right.
Austin left the tent this way. He backed out of the tent, then ran diagonally the other way. So this is what I'm saying when we looking at intention, looking at the evidence, looking at the full video. On the video, you see him walk with a coach back over to the tent on the track.
Yeah.
Looking at the bleachers, saying he's not going to die. I think that's important to know for evidence. The intentions that we have to prove.
I mean, I think we're both very familiar with the 7 stages of grief, where the very first one is denial, right?
Grief or just grief. The person. So he's grieving Austin?
He's grieving maybe Austin because, you know what, maybe it was really just something that was, I mean, obviously not maybe. It was something that happened in the passion of the moment, I would most likely say, right? So I agree with what Soy was saying.
You would say what?
That it probably should be like reduced. Right? Like the sentencing time is what I'm saying.
But
the crime of passion.
The time?
Yeah. So like, I think he's got like 35 years. It probably shouldn't be 35 years. That's what I'm saying.
What would you recommend?
Well, that's relevant to the point of that I'm trying to establish right now. It's going to go into a whole different thing. But the point that I'm trying to establish, I don't even remember what I was saying since we got dropped into that.
Yeah. You're saying that you were just on the stages of grief. The first
yeah. So when he stabs him, he probably is like freaking out. You know, after that, I think anyone would be after you stab somebody and there probably was a good bit of blood after you stab someone in the chest. And then second, he probably knows if this guy does die, then my entire life is at serious jeopardy. So like, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that him saying he's not dead or he's not going to die or whatever it was, that doesn't surprise me.
Have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
I don't know how that's relevant at all to this.
I'm going to tell you. Have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
Yeah, I've seen videos.
Have you no, and in the moment, in person, have you ever seen someone get stabbed?
No.
Have you ever stabbed someone?
Nope.
I've seen people get stabbed. I've stabbed people. When you intend to stab someone, I'm not worried about grieving over them. I didn't ask, is he going to be all right? I thought good for him.
When you do stab people, though, or when you do intend to stab people, usually you reach in your bag and you say, come over here and see what happens. Right?
No, what?
You say, like, come over here, see what happens. Touch me, see what happens.
No, when I stabbed the person, it was because they touched me first. We were having an altercation.
Well,
just because
someone touches you doesn't mean you get to, do a great risk to their life. That's what I'm saying.
So you're saying, let me make sure I understand your argument correctly. You're saying in America, people should have the right to go around putting their hands on people first because they have a disagreement.
Whoever said that? I just said that you shouldn't be able to,
Are you saying that?
People should be able to touch other people just because they have a disagreement? No, I never said that.
So you disagree with people. So you disagree. Austin did something wrong by putting his hands on Karmelo first.
Of course.
Okay. So then what are the parameters for defending yourself against bigger people?
Not necessarily killing them or doing something that it's of great risk to killing them. Not necessarily, no.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand this. Mm-hmm. If a female is standing here and she's 5'7", 140 pounds. Mm-hmm. And a guy is standing here and he's 6'3", 230 pounds. Mm-hmm. And he says, I'm going to take it from you. And she says, if you touch me, you're going to see what happens. And then he grabs her and she stabs him and he dies. Should she go to prison for murder?
Wait, did Austin know that he had a weapon?
Should she go to prison for murder?
Did Austin know that he had a weapon?
I don't know if Austin knew he had a weapon.
We're introducing new variables. No, this is not analogous.
Should she go to? All right, so
right. You said she would tell him, "I will stab you."
No, she didn't. No, she said, "Touch me and see what happens." She's saying the same thing that Karmelo said. Okay. So she's standing there. She has her hand in her purse, and she says, "Touch me and see what happens." Then the guy grabs her, and she stabs him, and he ends up dying. Should she go to prison for murder?
What's the guy trying to do? I mean, we need to know the context of this whole entire thing.
He's grabbing her. So that's what I'm thinking. He just grabbed her, though. That's all we know. Just like Austin just grabbed Karmelo, he just grabbed her. Should she wait and see what happens?
If all else equal, if this is the same situation as Karmelo, no.
She shouldn't go to prison for...
she should not attempt to or do something that is of great risk to the person's life.
So
all else equal, no.
So if she does and she stabs him and then he dies, she should go to prison for murder?
Yes.
Okay. I'm fair enough with that. Ladies, protect yourself.
Mm-hmm. I
would say let's start trying to wrap up our points. If there's any bigger ones you want to make, and then we'll move into closers.
Okay. I guess the last thing I want to, this one maybe we'll get over in like 2 seconds, but if I'm intentionally, actually, you know what? No, it's not a good symmetry break. There's a hypothetical I had, but I don't think it's going to be a really analogous one upon further introspection. But I guess as a closing statement, all I'm positing is, at least with the woman example that you just gave, all I'm saying is if you swapped out Karmelo Anthony for a woman, I would still apply the exact same standard. That's what I'm saying. Otherwise, though, no, this is an absolute disproportionate use of force. He obviously had the intent to use a deadly weapon. Deadly weapons, by virtue of their name being deadly weapons, which can cause serious injury to a person, he obviously had the intention to use it by virtue of him stabbing Austin in a disproportionate use of force.
Okay. Yeah. So in closing, I would say Karmelo intended to use the multi-purpose tool, which could be used as a knife. But I don't think he intended to cause the death with the knife. I think he intended to maybe cut him, could have caused a laceration. There's no proof based on his actions before, during, and after the stabbing that he intended to kill him and cause his death, other than him being a normal high school kid with a 3.7 GPA, football captain, great kid, doing word puzzles. And this situation would have been avoided if he would have been allowed to stay in the dugout or if no one would have put their hands on him.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands and let's move it on.
Thank you.
If you learned anything from this episode or got any value at all, please share this episode with a friend. It helps us grow the channel, it helps us grow the podcast, and it means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
My second prompt is that America owes Black people reparations and land, not apologies.
All right. And Elder Josh, you go ahead and take it from here.
So in preparing for this is a topic obviously people talk about a lot. I did watch you on Jesse Lee Peters. Appreciate always being able to know about folks before it comes, so that way we can have a more engaged discussion. A quick sort of yes or no, not a gotcha, just to get us on the same page and everybody else watching this. In your book, I believe you're largely critical of the U.S. government for causing harm to the Black families. Is that true?
Critical for causing harm to, in my book, largely critical. I wouldn't say that's true.
No. Okay. Well, is it, I guess I'll probe a little. Is it your position that the United States government has helped or harmed the Black family, particularly through the I'm sure you know where I'm going with this.
Through systemic racism, they have caused harm to the black family. Correct. Yes.
All right. So one of the bullet points we'll hit on, just to get out of the front, it is fascinating to me that you will appeal to the same institution that caused so much harm to your community to try to rectify it. On the numbers, doing the math, it looks like the number you're looking for is about $22 trillion of reparations. So if you had what you were asked for spread out, I believe, across about 40 million, is that roughly correct?
No.
Okay, what is
you said 22 trillion?
Yeah, and it was based off of when you're on Jesse Lee Peters, you said 300,000 to $1 million, and I think it was 40 million that would be receiving it, so I did rough math on that.
Yeah, I said for me personally on Jesse Lee Peterson.
Okay, so you don't believe it should be equal. Do you have a rough total number?
Well, do you want me to start? I can go over like different numbers.
I apologize on that one. If it's going to go deeper, I'm just laying some points here. I'll get to the heart of it, and then I'll hand it over, my friend. Well. So there's another group that the United States government has fucked over pretty hard, and that's the Mormons. They were driven from New York all the way out to Utah. In fact, the oldest building in the state of Nevada, where we are today, is the Mormon Fort. It's the oldest. Not only is it the oldest building here, but the Mormons themselves abandoned it, and then a lot of the prosperity that went on, including with the way the railroad came into the town, was all based off of that Mormon fort. And so the broader criticism I have about your entire foundation on this is that when Mormons needed to heal from a literal extermination order in Missouri, 1838, Mormons were to be driven out by any means necessary, an actual religious state-sanctioned genocide on U.S. soil. They currently are one of the wealthiest religions in the history of humanity and occupy disproportionate representation in the U.S. intelligence community as well as all over the world. So what I'm telling you as an Ephraimite is that the way forward is Christ, and if you work together to build things, you guys don't need the institutions to make right the problems that the institution created.
You're done?
Yes, sir.
So your argument, let me make sure I understand your argument firstly. You're trying to say that Mormons in America have experienced the same amount of systemic and racial oppression as black people in America?
So what I'm saying is they faced a genocide, meaning they buried their dead with cold frostbitten hands because the United States government drove them out of where they were. And I'm not offering a moral judgment or an equivocacy on this. What I'm simply saying is that if you care about your people and you believe you've been wronged, and I agree with you, beyond all right, I think the biggest tragedy here, if we're going to look at numbers, is the complete destruction of families. I believe families are the central unit of a functioning society. Black families have been torn apart. There's not a dollar that will fix that. There's no dollar amount. We could call it $100 trillion. It doesn't repair that. That's, I believe, something sacred that's been destroyed. But since we're mere mortals here on Earth, and there is not $100 trillion waiting around to be doled out to rectify historical injustices, going shoulder to shoulder and helping each other build wealth is what's worked for the Mormons. I'm just saying, if it's helpful to you, perhaps that's a point of consideration.
Okay. So my claim is that black Americans have clearly been systemically and racially oppressed significantly more than Mormons. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think it's relevant, but I am going to disagree.
Okay. So name one Mormon slave in American history.
So literally, they were being executed based off their religion, and
Can you name a Mormon slave in American history?
No, I can't.
Were there any?
So in this moment, we're comparing now slavery to execution. That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Can we say both are bad, or do you think slavery is a better path than execution, or how would you weigh those? Well, genocide versus slavery.
Slavery was a genocide.
Okay, I could agree on that.
So when you bring up Mormons to say what Mormons are doing today and how they are successful and they didn't rely on the government, it's important to establish whether they're equal or not to the form of systemic racism and oppression that black people went through, especially when the claim is that black Americans are owed reparations of land due to slavery. Mormons didn't experience slavery in America, so they can't be logically equivalent. That's a logical fallacy, even bringing that up to say what they went through. They didn't go through slavery. Even if we just start from when America was founded in 1776 to 1865, which we know slavery went past that. It went past 1865, correct?
There's slavery right now. You don't give a shit about that.
No, that's not true, and you don't know that. So it's wrong for you to put that claim on me. Correct?
I disagree.
So you know I don't give a damn about slavery right now.
So we're spending an awful lot of time right now talking about you asking an institution, this is the prompt, you're owed reparations to go more sophisticated with it, but given we'll keep it clean. What I'm saying is your cause is just. Your pain is real. I agree with you. What you're appealing to is the same institution that fucked you to fix it. That's incoherent.
Okay, so the claim is not whether or not the United States government will give it to us. The claim is that we deserve it. Do we deserve it?
Well, it's America owes.
America owes Black Americans reparations and land.
So it's not about deserving. It just says America owes, which would be a actual, like, something needs to happen. It's not whether you deserve it or whether it's right or just. It's America owes. Like, I owe you $5. There's a reason I owe you $5, right? Doesn't matter if it's deserved or not or justified. The point is I owe you $5.
Yeah, from a standpoint of like just being how can I say reasonable, it's my stance that they're synonymous. It's the same thing. If I loan you $100 and I say, hey, you owe me $100. I deserve that $100 back. So it's like the same type of thing as the stance that I'm saying. So just for anyone in the room. But
I would disagree with that because words are very important when it comes to especially making prompts. And people read your prompts exactly as they are understood. And colloquially, we understand the word owes as in there is something due. Right, not justifiable or deserves or so on and so forth. So I would just center that in that if he's coming to the conversation with the word owes and he wants to run on the narrative of you're reaching out to the government, that the very one that, as he said, fucked you to pay you, right, for these. That's the prompt that he was giving. So it makes sense where he's going.
Perfectly fine, because I could do that one too.
Okay.
Just based off the explorations in economic history as a source, the 2024 peer-reviewed study estimated the yearly slave productive output in 1800, 57.6 million, 1810, 77.6 million, 1820, 106.7 million. I could continue. So we are owed money for, free labor that built America, but just whether or not America will give it to us, which is I think you're getting at, the same system that oppressed us, they may not give it to us, but it doesn't change the fact that we are owed it.
Well, so you're wearing an institutional title today, doctor. I'm wearing my heritage as elder. It goes 9 generations back, which means my culture has studied and reflected every Sunday and more and passed on learnings and understandings. If I recall correctly, you're an Israelite too, and if I may be so bold, from what tribe?
Judah.
Doesn't surprise me. God's chosen people, yes?
Correct.
Right. So I'm from the tribe of Ephraim. Are you familiar with the tribe of Ephraim?
Yes.
You look like you have prejudice in your heart, my Israelite brother.
Oh, does God have prejudice in his heart?
No, he does not. But you reject the message of Christ, which is that all are equal.
No, I don't reject the message of Christ, and I don't know where that was Christ's message. But I don't know if you want to go down that hole, because you could just quote Deuteronomy 7:6 for me, and we could see if God has prejudice or not.
So you're appealing to the Old Testament.
Old and new.
Right. So the New Testament, Christ fulfilled the Mosaic law.
The old law. The Mosaic
exactly.
law. Yeah,
where there were rules for slaves.
He came to.
And where it's okay, in the Bible.
He came to fulfill the law.
Correct. And what did Christ teach?
What did he teach? What are you getting at?
To love your brother. To bear one another's burdens.
Your brother. And he said he came to save who?
Everyone.
No, he didn't. The children of who?
Children of God.
Of who?
Are you going to?
It starts with an I.
Are we doing Yahweh versus
Elohim? He said he came to save the children of Israel.
Ah.
Yeah.
Just one tribe, though, is it? Just the chosen tribe, or all of them? To bring the rest of the room to it.
Yeah, but did he say he came to save people outside of Israel?
The tribe of Ephraim's job is to unite the tribes, to gather the tribes. And so it's kind of, when I was prepping for this, it was fascinating for me that I heard you raise that you were an Israelite and having this discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Because you are bearing an historical grievance for which there is a solution that it doesn't appear that you like. You seem to advocate for America to pay for reparations over perhaps accepting the message of building from that which you have. And even giving you example of a culture that, if we're debating genocide versus slavery, it's a competition where neither side is winning. However, as your brother, Israelite brother no less, I'm here sharing with you some insights that might help you heal your community. You want a check from the government. You don't want resolution.
No, I do want resolution, and I'm not dependent on the government to give us what's owed to us.
So why are you even talking about it?
Because it's owed to us. We talk about we talk about what's just. Which is this justice?
So who owes it to you? Specifically, who owes it to you?
Do you believe in equity?
No, I think it's cancer.
You don't believe in equity?
Yes, I believe it's cancer.
Who owes it to me? The government, the U.S. government, the same institution that made slavery legal owes the American people, the Black American people.
So, do you want to go back to a number?
What do you mean go back? What do you mean go back to a number?
So before this, I prepped. I listened to your words. I got to know you a bit. You said for you, 300,000 to 1 million. Mm-hmm. That's your cut of the reparations.
Okay.
Now, of course, you don't see everyone equal. So your fellow Black men that suffered the same, and sisters who suffered the same problems, they have the same bloodline issues, the same intergenerational, the same discrimination. You think, do you think you deserve more than them or less than them?
No, I just don't. The clip you're talking about where you think you got to know me, I said I was speaking for myself because I don't want to speak for everyone else. They may feel that they're owed more than the number that I'm putting on it. So I said 300 to 1 million. They may feel they're owed 2 million.
So you think so you think it's up to everyone? But do you have like a ballpark of what this would?
I don't think it's up to everyone. So there's two things we could do. And William Darity, the economist, Duke professor, he puts a criteria on it. We look at people who can prove that they had an ancestor who was a victim of slavery, and we can look at the 1870 census and we can see this. I already tracked it. I know I have an ancestor who was a slave because I have a great grandmother who was born in 1873. She died in 1984. So it made it real easy for me because my biological father he knew this person for over 50 years, and we have stories, and it was passed down. So I know how to look at her parents who were slaves.
Right.
And I know how to track it, and I've tracked it. So I know I can prove it. So I know I would qualify for it. It also has to be people who identified as Black on the census at least 12 years before any talk of reparations came about. So there's a criteria for it, and then those people will qualify for a certain amount. And it doesn't have to be a certain amount given over time. I think William Darity, he proposed that we are owed around for each person between 200 to 300,000. And it would be approximately 40 million people who would qualify. But again, they would have to prove that they have the ancestor. So it wouldn't be that number.
So there's two legs on that. I'm just going to lay out the legs. We can pick at them. Leg one is you're still talking in the neighborhood of 10 to 20 trillion dollars, which is a third or so of the entire U.S. budget, which means we're going to fuck the entire economy if we do it as check. And I'm not saying that that's what you're advocating for. And I'm even going to go as far as to say the suffering that it's meant to solve for might be worth cratering economy a bit because we have a real problem. I'm not even to say that is intrinsically a deal breaker. But where it just really completely falls off the fucking rails for me here is you're ignorant to the other side of the V. In a lawsuit and litigation, we're saying the law, we're going to use the law. The tribe of Judah likes laws. I believe you say you don't eat pork, you practice to the law. So you like the law. The law requires a responsible party, and it's incredibly lazy to say that's the United States government when these were individuals that were benefiting from it. And there's so many more contributions to the growth of the American project since the ending of slavery, not the least of which was ending slavery, that you're looking to have people who have not held slaves, who may have in their bloodline sacrificed blood to end slavery, and you want a check. You want more government gibs. That's your solution. It makes no sense.
So you said there were individuals who benefited from slavery?
Yeah, slave traders.
Yeah, and
plantation owners.
And they were able to do so. They were able to do so because the United States government, the institution, made it legal. If they hadn't made it legal, they wouldn't have been able to do it. A lot of these things went into court, and the government violated these people's rights. The U.S. Constitution said everyone was created equal. Black people weren't created equal in their eyes. They weren't treated fairly. All of the founding fathers, these presidents, George Washington, they had slaves. They treated people unfairly, took their teeth out their mouth, whipped them, beat them, raped them, forced them to fight each other, buck breaking, them in front of their family. That was legalized by the United States government. Even they so-called outlawed bringing slaves into America. And then in 1860, they were still bringing slaves into America on the Clotilda. You had Cujo Lewis, who died in 1935. You had a Matilda McCrae who died in 1941. These were people who were slaves. This isn't something that's a long time ago. Harriet Tubman died in 1913. You had Fountain Hughes, who died in 1957. This isn't long. And then they also legalized Jim Crow, segregated us, treated us unfairly, lynchings. Are you familiar with Jesse Washington, the 17-year-old who was lynched in front of a crowd of 10,000 people in Waco, Texas? He was set on fire. They castrated him. They cut off his ears. They cut off his nose. They burned him for an hour.
Yeah, and you're so
and then
stuck.
Then they cut his body up and sold it as souvenirs and created postcards. This happened several times. We go through Emmett Till. We go through all of these different things that took place. And now you're saying the government, we built this country. We contributed to this country. Black Americans, free slave labor built this country. It made banks wealthy. J.P. Morgan, all of these banks profited off of slavery. I hope you know that.
So
they made millions and billions of dollars. We're owed this money. Just because the American government, who treat us horribly, may not give it to us, it doesn't change the fact that we're owed it. And if you were arguing the other side and Mormons had the significant unfair treatment, you would be saying we're owed something. But you know it's a logical fallacy to compare any group in America to Black Americans and what we went through.
No, I'm saying that you're so stuck in the past. You cannot shake it. And fair enough, it's a horrible past. What I'm telling you is that 9 generations later, after literally there were executions of Mormons, they were literally driven from their homes. They had their property stolen. They had their children killed. These are all things that happened to the Mormons. And that's all awful too. I'm sure you'd be reasonable enough to agree with that. But what you're rejecting on its face is the notion that you've already, in fact, let's take it a step further. The United States government has decided it's okay to systemically oppress white men. Are you okay with that? I'm assuming that you like the idea of correcting this.
You're trying to change the subject. That was never.
It's the exact same thing. You're saying the government fucked you over, and I'm saying the government tried to fix it.
You're trying to change the subject.
And you don't like it because it's a good argument.
You're trying to change the subject. I'm not going to let you change it because we're talking about reparations for Black Americans. Do Black Americans, are we owed reparations?
What part of getting favorable treatment in education and in the workforce is not a form of trying to correct the past?
Favorable treatment in the workforce. Are you familiar with the job discrimination?
You're probably the dumbest person I've ever debated, and an institution gave you a doctorate.
Are you familiar with the job discrimination in America? In Long Island, New York, 2022, you had 6,700 Black people go out to be law enforcement, go out to be cops. Do you know the percentage? Only 67 were hired out of 6,700. The main cause for discriminating against them was saying they failed a psychological exam, which isn't even fact. It's a professional opinion. That's discrimination.
So why did the United States Supreme Court...
They have the sources, they have the information to where they discriminate on people based off their name. So when they see a name like Jamal Wallace, they put their resume to the bottom of the pile.
So why did Clarence Thomas
favored in the workforce?
Yes.
What sources do you have that Black people are favored in the workforce? What site? What source?
Literally, the entire foundation of a word you want me to wrap around is equity, and the United States government itself has given favorable treatment to hire. The Supreme Court of the United States of America recently overturned affirmative action because it had turned into discrimination of simply the opposite kind.
Give me a number of how, I just gave you a specific case, Long Island, New York, for people to look up.
You cherry-picked an example to ignore an entire nationwide screen.
You give me an example. You cherry-pick an example.
The United States government gave preferential treatment to, agriculture. For farm grants, and they were excluding whites. They actually lost it in court. And so they were giving preferential treatment. I'll give you another example right here in Vegas.
They lost it in court.
I'll give you another example right here in Vegas. Mm-hmm. When the great state of Nevada decided it's okay to have pot legal, they allocated licenses specifically for Blacks and minorities. Is that not a concession to try to rectify? Because that's what they're saying it is. The people offering these preferential treatment in business and academia and in employment and in government programs are saying it's to right historical injustices. Are you so delusional you don't acknowledge that?
That was a concession to right wrongs? That was some form of reparations, you said?
Is it not? Is it not an effort to correct the past?
No. You brought up marijuana, like pot institutions?
Yeah, because...
I don't even know if that's true, but even if it is, that's not a form of reparations.
You're a cantankerous fuck, and that's fine. But here's the thing. The state of Nevada said we have this extremely lucrative program.
You're not even an Ephraimite. You're an Edomite.
Well, if we're going to have that debate.
Let's maneuver into closings, gentlemen, and maybe we can pick back up on this one later. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, the core argument on reparations is being stuck in the past and rejecting the notion that there's any type of individual accountability or even gratitude for all of the efforts not just done at the academic level, at the employment level, with the government, and even with just society in general. You could walk up and down the street today in any major U.S. country, and if there was a lynching going on, people, white, black, Mexican, everyone would say this is terrible. I'm willing to admit that if there was a governor like Governor Boggs in Missouri that signed a Mormon Extermination Act today in 2026, my American brothers and sisters would stand with me and say that's wrong. And one of the things that I think is beautiful about the message of Christ isn't that we can avoid suffering or undo the past, but it gives us a path forward. His path forward was to bear one another's burdens, to tend to those that need comfort, and to work together to build Zion. You don't want Zion, you want preferential treatment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. It's not preferential treatment when you get what's owed to you. I've run off some numbers. I've cited, economist William Darity, people who spoke about this, done the research on it. Black slavery built America. Black Americans in slavery, we built America. We built the economy, picking cotton and allow it to be. So the free labor built America. It happened for, centuries, and, we got nothing for it. So it's owed to us. Everyone has gotten their just due. Native Americans, the Japanese who were in internment camps, people who had family members who were victims in 9/11. We even pay reparations to people who weren't the victims themselves. We gave Native American trust settlements to people today who they weren't alive. They're descendants of the Native Americans who experienced it. So it's only right that we get what's owed to Black Americans, especially if you follow a set criteria. That's not, just saying you're looking for a free handout. It's owed to you. But, people, you said yourself you don't believe in equity, so I don't expect you to get it. You don't believe in fairness. Black people in America, we've been running a marathon, and everyone else has been starting at mile 20. We had to start at mile 0, and then people ahead of us, they don't want us to catch up, so they don't want us to get our reparations. You're one of those people, so I understand it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands, and let's move on.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
I don't believe that America owes people reparation because of multiple reasons. For one, who's going to determine the criteria, who's going to benefit, or who's going to be the recipient of reparation? So are you familiar with who Andre Dufarme is?
No.
Okay, so he was a black slave master back in the 1860s in a slave plantation by the name of St. Gufrey. Now, he actually owned several slaves in the dozens, over 77 slaves. Now, you mentioned before that white people receive reparation, the white slave masters. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what is your definition of reparation that the white people received?
They got money.
Is that it? The details.
They got money. And they got money and land back. At one point, They had lost land and they got it back.
Okay. So what you're referring to is called the compensation emancipation, which means if someone owned slaves at that time, if you're in a specific area, there's a small amount of the slave masters, and in particular, Andre DeFord is actually one of the beneficiaries of it. So that means that you get $300 for every slave you release, every slave you let free. Now that was put into play. So that was a promise that was signed by Abraham Lincoln in 1862 for them to receive that quote unquote reparation. Mm-hmm. Okay. That was taken away. Like, are you familiar with the constitutional block of 1866?
The constitutional block of 1866?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So basically they put a block on the 14th Amendment, which means you are not allowed to receive reparation for any slaves that you free. So they put a block on it, which is exactly the same thing that Andrew Johnson did when Abraham Lincoln actually did give black people reparation. He took it away. They took it away from the white people. So you don't believe that the white people deserve reparation, even though they were promised it, but the black people deserve reparation?
I don't think you deserve anything for owning slaves and doing the right thing and letting them go. So that's a logical fallacy unless you believe black people deserve to be in slavery in the first place. Do you?
No, of course not.
So that's not a form of reparations.
Black people were the only one that was slaves. I bring up this point because one,
in America they were.
Because no, there were actually Indian slaves and there were some white slaves in Texas too.
Name one white slave in American history.
I can't name him, but you can't.
Okay then.
Can you? Do you know who Andrew Johnson is? I mean, Andrew Johnson is. Anthony Johnson is.
It's Anthony Johnson.
Yeah.
Yes, I know who he was.
Okay. Who is he?
Anthony Johnson was a man who came to America as an indentured servant. After he worked off his indentured servitude, he was set free. He ended up going to court because he had 3 people in his custody. All 3 of them were supposed to be indentured servants. He went to court. He won the right to keep one of them for a lifetime. That's Anthony Johnson.
Yeah. So 1661, the court case actually got passed. So that's the reason why he's the first legal slave master in the country.
No, he was not.
Yes, he was. On paper, he was the first legal slave master.
Hugh Gwynn was the first legal.
No.
Hugh Gwynn, fact check it. Hugh Gwynn was a white slave owner, was a slave owner who went to court and did the same thing before him. Hugh Gwynn was a slave owner, a white guy before Anthony Johnson.
Please fact check this.
Yeah,
we wait?
Pop up.
Hugh Gwynn.
But go ahead. It's going to take a little bit, but go ahead and move on until then.
All right. So consider the fact that there were about 37 to 4,000 black slave masters that owned tens of thousands of slaves back in the day. Okay. So what is the criteria who's going to receive this reparation?
So the people who are going to receive the reparations are the people who are descendants of slaves in America, not the people who own slaves. Also, when we're talking about black slave owners, are you familiar with Joseph Holloway?
Sounds familiar.
Are you familiar with the statistics on black slave owners? Are you familiar? Do you understand the fact that the majority of the people that they call black slave owners were mulattoes and they were white, they were mixed? Are you familiar with the fact that a lot of the people that they call black slave owners were buying back family members?
Oh yeah,
and they were counted as slave owners.
Yes, that's still definition of slave owners.
So you understand, if I'm buying my brother's freedom and then I'm counted as a slave owner, do you think that's fair?
Okay, I'll give you that. I'm going to have to look more into that. I will give you that right there.
So you would.
I haven't heard that statistic about most of the black people that were slave masters back then were actually considered white. I've never heard that before. And it's hard for me to believe. You said they were considered something else.
Mulattoes.
Yes. Okay, mix.
So if my father was a white slave owner, but my mother was black, and then I get freedom, and then I inherit my white father's slaves, now I'm counted as a black slave owner, even though I'm mixed. Do you think that's fair?
No, I don't.
Do you think that's credible?
No, I'm actually agreeing with you on this.
So that skews.
If this is the case, I'm agreeing with you on this.
So that skews data on black slave owners, correct?
Well, yes, but
but
that's not defeat the fact that there were a large majority of about 4,000 black slave masters back then.
And how many of them were mulattoes?
Okay, but it doesn't matter.
It does matter.
But were there black slave masters?
No,
because we're talking about the 40 million number.
You just said it doesn't matter. It does matter. If someone had a white father and a black mother, or a black father and a white mother, and then they're just counted as black to feed a narrative, that matters, correct?
Yes, it does.
You just said it doesn't matter. Why'd you say that?
I don't recall me saying it doesn't matter, but
everyone heard you. You said there were 4,000 black slave owners, and I said, how many of them were mulattoes? You said, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Does it matter when you're saying 4,000?
How many were mulattoes? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, you brought up the data. You brought up 4,000. I'm bringing you Joseph Holloway. He is the author of Black Slave Owners. There's also another person, Michael Johnson, who he wrote a book called Black Slave Masters, which talks about what I'm talking about right now, how they strategically would separate the black community. And this is how we get the whole light skin versus dark skin thing. They also were separated by gender. They would purposely make a large portion of the slave masters female. I could read that off you too. A lot of them.
I understand what you're saying.
Black women represented 68% of head of households in the North and 70% of slaveholding heads of colored households in the South. This is from Joseph E. Holloway, The Black Slave Owners.
Okay, all right. So
it's a part of their systemic racism. It's a part of them getting the black community to fight against each other. They're doing exactly what they're doing right now with feeding these false narratives. You coming in here thinking that there were 4,000 black slave owners without realizing it was systemic, and a lot of them were mixed, and a lot of them had a black dad, and there were women who were overseeing a bunch of men.
Okay, so what I'm going off of, are you familiar with Rob Wilson? Did you read his book when it comes down to when he's talking about who are actually the black slave masters? He went through an entire list of the black slave masters. You can look into this thing. So when it comes down to mulattoes, I don't know the data on that. But what I will say is that in comparison to all the mixes of race of black people, 37 to 4,000 black people, depending on the color, depending on what they're mixed with.
Excuse me?
There are 3,700 to 4,000 black slave masters.
3,700 to 4,000.
3,700 to 4,000. Okay, and he said
in total.
Yes, exactly. Okay. He said based on if they're mixed race, based on everything. So it's in between 3,700 to 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're saying in total,
yes,
including the mixed race ones.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that the majority of them were fully black. That's what he put out in his book.
Prove that.
Prove it. Bring it up. Rod Wilson.
The majority of them were fully black.
Majority of them were fully black.
So you're saying out of 4,000, more than 2,000 were fully black.
Yes.
I disagree, because Joseph Holloway and Michael Johnson go against that.
All right. Well, so does Anthony Johnson and Andre DeFarm.
Anthony Johnson, the one who came over here and wasn't free himself.
I just said Andre DeFarm too.
They go against. All right, they were fully black. They were black slave owners. There were some fully black slave owners.
Yeah, there was some black slave owners.
My argument is that the majority of them were not fully black. It was part of systemic racism to pin black people against each other and have black people overseeing other black people. And also black people who bought the freedom of their own family members were counted as slave owners. Mm-hmm. So that shows you the data is skewed, correct?
Yes.
You know that. You know that.
No, I'm giving you that.
But you know that.
Yes.
So then you know by that data the number isn't as high as they're saying.
Okay, let's just say 2,000.
Wait.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing.
I want to make sure.
I didn't think about the
for the audience. I want to make sure we get this question clear.
This is what I'm saying.
You agree that the number on black slave owners is skewed and it's less than they say, correct?
Yes, it's between 3,700 to 4,000 based on any type of black they have in them. That's what I'm saying when it comes down to Rod Wilson. Between 3,700 and 4,000 with any black in them. So that means if it's 3,700, wait, hold on. Just let me finish. He's basing it on like he just said fully black, based on if you're fully black or not. This is everybody that's between the 3,700 to 4,000 range. Mm-hmm. You making it seem like that I'm talking about 97% of them were mulattoes and only 3% were fully black. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that the data that he brought up, super intellectual person. He is saying that in between 3,700 and 4,000 black slave masters, that's some sort of black. Either that's a mulatto, that's a mixed person, but they have black in them. So it's 3,700 probably black, but the remaining of them probably mulattoes. All I'm saying is he included everybody in that list.
Thank you. That hurts your point because that's including people who had a white father
I just covered
as a slave master. That's why it hurts your point. I'm explaining why it hurts your point. That's including people who had a white father as a slave master and they inherited their father's slave owners. That's including people who were black and bought the freedom of their family members and now being counted as a slave owner. I'm not a slave owner, but I had to go through the process of legally obtaining my family member. So if I bought my freedom and now I have the money to go acquire my brother and I purchase him, I'm a slave owner? That's just ridiculous.
I'm not denying that fact that you're trying to say.
No, I'm just saying that in that number you brought up includes all of that.
No, yeah, exactly. That's no.
What's your name?
I don't think you hear me. Okay,
I want to be able to call you by your name.
Rippy.
Rippy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rippy.
So what you're saying is the numbers aren't skewed. I'm just going to repeat what you said so you guys should hear what I'm saying. You're saying the numbers are actually, engineered, basically. So when I say that 3,700 to 4,000 black slave masters, you're saying that everybody is included in that, right? Like the people that were slave masters, their white slave master, put them in charge, and now they bought their family. They're including that 3,700 to 5,000.
Correct.
What I'm saying is that the research data that they found is that the majority of those numbers were fully black.
So what's the number?
I don't remember.
Because he didn't say that number. He didn't say that. Who's the guy you talking about?
Robert Wilson.
He didn't say that.
All right. Look it up.
Because he's been fact checked by people like Joseph Holloway, Michael P. Johnson. There's books that people can read on it. There's engineered. Just the fact that it's proven that we have people who were counting people who bought the freedom of their family members. That's just ridiculous. That doesn't change the fact that, so let's say.
So they get reparations too?
So if I already said you had to have a family member who was enslaved. Mm-hmm. So if a black person can prove that they had a family member that was enslaved, should they get reparations?
If a black person can prove they have a family member enslaved, so let's say me, that I can prove that my great-great-great-great-grandmother was in slavery. Should I get reparation?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't think we owe reparations. The same reason why you don't believe that the white slave masters deserve reparation, even though they were promised it. You say we deserve reparation because we were promised it, right?
No, we deserve reparations for building the country for free and being unjustly imprisoned and enslaved and beaten and pillaged and psychologically damaged. And then following that, they never took their foot off our neck with Jim Crow, beating us, the black code laws where they would charge people with vagrancy. They put in vagrancy laws where if you were on the street, they would arrest you. Where am I going if you set me free with no home? All of that is why we deserve reparations. It continues. My father specifically grew up in the Jim Crow South. He was born in the 1930s. He grew up in the segregated South. He was treated unfairly. That directly impacts me. Directly, because that's my biological father who raised me, and he couldn't get the right to an education. He worked his whole life from 7 years old. Worked on a plantation, picked cotton, grew corn, grew tobacco. He worked, never got the right to an education. We know what the data says about people who have an education. People who have a higher education are more likely to have a higher socioeconomic status. They're more likely to perform well academically. All of that impacts people who raise children. I was raised directly from someone who was affected by systemic racism. It came that way from slavery.
How did that impact you?
Never helped us, huh?
How did that impact you in a negative way?
How did it impact me in a negative way?
Yeah.
It makes things harder.
How? How does it make your life harder?
How does it make, so for example, academically, I'm an educator.
Yeah.
If you grow up in a household with parents with a higher level of education, hold on, I got something right here. I want to. If you grow up in a household with people who have a higher level of education and they're using bigger words and higher vocabulary, you are more likely to read on a higher level of vocabulary level and do better academically. My father didn't have that, so I had to work harder. Even though I had certain gifts, I had to work harder academically because I wasn't being read to at home. I didn't have someone doing certain things with me. So that impacts you. Just because I worked harder and I have 5 degrees and I have a terminal degree and a doctorate doesn't mean I didn't have to work harder than someone who was raised in a household with 2 parents who have a doctorate. They're going to be raised with a certain level of academic rigor already in the household. Do you agree?
See what I'm getting at?
Do you agree?
Yes, of course.
So that's how it impacted
but you're pretty much framing all white people. Did you know that white people were affected by redlining as well? You keep talking about Jim Crow, but what you failed to mention, but it's the truth, man. The truth can't be funny. But
it can.
Yeah, but do you have any idea how much black people actually accumulated during Jim Crow? It wasn't up to the Civil Rights Act when actually everything started to go downhill. Okay, and I know you know all this stuff. You know how they built, you know about the Reconstruction era. You know how they built Black Wall Street. You know how they rebuilt Black Wall Street and created more black billionaires. You know, millionaires. You know that there were black buses, black bus bus companies. You know there are black banks. You know there are black mortgages. So when it comes down to all the systemic racism that we occurred, why are we doing so much better back then? We're actually on pace, according to Thomas Sowell. You can read this inside this. I know you know about Thomas Sowell, the conflict of vision. Okay.
How do you know I know that?
Because you seem like you have somewhat of a brain.
Oh, I thought you saw it in the Jesse Lee Peterson interview. I talked about it.
No.
So, yeah.
No, I'm just assuming that you know Thomas Sowell because you know a little bit about who Anthony Johnson is. Where was I going with that?
You were just talking about how we was doing better during Jim Crow.
Yes. So we were on track doing better. Okay, we were married. We have families. We focus on the nuclear family. We actually focus on when you earn something, you value something. All right. So during that time after the Reconstruction era, there and Franklin D. Roosevelt welfare state, they have dumped over $20 trillion into the black community. And ever since they've done everything started to go downhill. And you even admit this yourself. More government assistance destroys the black community. Okay, because once you start being married to the government, everything in the black community went completely downhill. And you want to give them more because the 2 highest groups of people on a poverty scale are the Indians and the black people. And we receive the most government assistance. Why should we get even more?
We receive the most government assistance per capita, but not overall.
Yeah, well, per capita, that's what counts.
Yeah.
That's what's more important.
What counts is the fact that that's something that's instituted to everyone. Why are people who never went through, you agree that no one in American history has experienced the level of systemic racism and oppression as black people. You agree?
Well, yeah. Well, the history of America since America was actually founded. Yeah, I agree.
So why should people who didn't experience the same level of systemic oppression and racism get the same resources?
Exactly. Why should people who never experienced that type of systemic oppression that's in their mind receive any type of reparation?
Are you saying?
I'm saying, why should I get anything? I didn't experience anything. The people who get reparation are the ones that are direct descendants and the people that went through it. Like people had to say that the Jews actually received reparation over here right after World War II, but these were the direct descendants and the people that actually went through it. Why do we have to go back 9 generations for us to realize that
So
more government assistance doesn't work?
why should American people pay for reparations for people in other countries with stuff we had nothing to do with? So with
I'm not
World War
justifying
II,
it.
with World War II, the Marshall Plan, our tax dollars helped restore Europe. Why we gave them money. We weren't responsible for that. Why did we do that?
I'm not justifying that.
But we've done it. That's what I'm saying. So America
But
has
that has
done
nothing to do with anything.
It does, because America has given money to people where the federal government, the United States of America institution, wasn't responsible for it. We're talking about something they was responsible for. They also gave money to people who weren't direct descendants. They honor Native American trust to people who weren't the direct descendants. They didn't impact it. So why did they do it for Native Americans?
Why did they do it? Give them money?
Yeah, they gave people who weren't direct descendants money.
Okay.
So why is it that when it comes to black people, we can't get it? Because we're not direct descendants, but they do it to other people.
And you see the result.
What result?
What are the reasons? I just said that the 2 highest groups on the poverty scale are the black community and the Indian community. You see the results. So what is the point?
Well,
what is the
have we
point of
saw
wanting
the
to destroy the black community even more with more government assistance? I'm not for that.
Have we saw the results of black people getting reparations? No, because we never got it.
Yes, we have. We saw the result of
results.
receiving $22 trillion and dumped to the black community via welfare state.
My
and
family was never on welfare.
Okay, congratulations.
So
you
no.
won out of 44 million. Okay,
My family was never on welfare.
congratulations.
So
That's
you're talking
amazing.
about something where that is given to every community. I'm talking about equity. I'm talking about laying out the equalizing the playing field for what was done to us. We were put behind the starting line. Correct?
That talking point doesn't do anything.
does.
All it does is stop people from going for the opportunity because they're too busy focused on the obstacles. It doesn't do anything. You keep telling people that you have to work 3 times as hard to get to where a white person is. But I'm telling you, as a personal example of myself who was homeless 10 years ago, I just made it happen. And I never placed myself in an environment where I'll say I'm black, so it's going to have to work twice as hard. I just worked hard. Why don't you tell people this instead of talking about the type of oppressed past that we've actually been through that you never experienced? You don't know anybody personally that experienced. I know you say it's your dad, but I'm kind of hesitant about that.
My dad didn't experience systemic racism in Jim Crow South.
I don't know. I don't want to talk about the family. I don't want to talk about this. All I'm saying is
No, so
there's
wait.
nobody here that received any type of oppression other than black people receiving oppression from the Democrat Party. But the type of oppression that they're talking about, we do not receive. There's no such thing as systemic racism.
So the black community is experienced oppression from the Democratic Party?
Of course, but that's
Systemically? So you agree with me? We've been systemically oppressed? Because that don't work with me. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm not a Republican.
I know, man. That was just a joke.
No, it wasn't a joke.
Yeah, well,
you were serious.
Of course, no. The Democrat Party has messed up the black community. I'm not denying that.
Uh-huh.
But what I'm saying is that there's no institution to put in place to hold black people back like they did during Jim Crow.
That's not
There's
true.
no what institution. And remember, not every disparity indicates racism.
I could tell you. So we talking about systems, right?
Yeah.
So the educational system, the judicial system, policing, jobs. They have systemic practices where they treat black people unfairly. I'll give you a specific system with the education system.
Please.
And
So
before you go, I just want to say, kind of get to your quicker points, and then we're gonna.
So it was revealed in a study in 2015. McGraw-Hill textbooks, McGraw-Hill McGraw-Hill textbooks was teaching. These textbooks were disseminated across America. They were teaching black youth and all youth in America. They identified the transatlantic slave trade as a great migration. Do you see how that's detrimental and systemically oppressive? Or do you think that's a fair description of the transatlantic slave trade?
Well, I just can't take your word for it. So
I just
don't
gave
know.
the source.
So
if
I look into it, and then I would actually agree with you.
If that's true, is that detrimental and systemically oppressive?
I agree, but do
then.
you believe that?
Shall I continue? Because I could give more sources. I could give more examples. But you're saying if that's true, then that's systemically oppressive. Because you said there are none. But if our kids are learning about the enslavement of our people, how they were, they're not learning that they were murdered, transferred over here. The majority of them dying on a transfer, sleeping, defecating on each other, menstrual cycles, urination. All of that is not included, but just saying it was a migration. Like, oh, they went from one place to another. If they don't learn that, you agree that that's
talking about one
systemically
example.
oppressive.
We can't speak in
That's
theories,
not one-
okay?
that's not
We
a
can't
theory
speak
if
in
it
theory.
happened.
When I'm saying, okay, in that case, maybe
2015.
affirmative action is actually systemic racism.
Huh?
So maybe affirmative action considered systemic racism.
You said maybe. I'll give you another one.
How is it not? What happened with the Asian? They're the ones who filed that lawsuit against Harvard.
In 2015, in a Florida police station, they were shooting at the mugshots of black citizens.
Okay.
Is that systemically racist?
No.
Shooting at actual citizens. So if your mugshot was in a police station their firearms
was it all
camp,
black?
Yes. Florida, 2015. Anyone can look this up. And if they're shooting at only black, and it's not a cartoon, it's actual black faces. It was discovered when a young lady went in there and she said, hey, she caught them. She said, hey, that's my brother up there. And they were shooting at his face for target practice. That's not systemically racist and oppressive?
No. There's a bunch of asshole cops.
So why are they just shooting at black people?
I don't know. I don't know if I can take your word for this.
People are going to look it up. I can't wait for this to drop.
No, I want people to look. I want to look it up myself.
So, but if they were doing it, you're still saying
that's
it's
a sign of racism. You're talking about just because the police force is an institution in that one particular county, that's a sign of systemic racism overall.
Yeah, because that's a system, and those people are going to go out in society and police people, and then you've already conditioned your mind to when you see a blackface criminal, shoot.
Wow.
That's very dangerous. You don't agree?
You just made that connection. No, I don't agree. That's ridiculous.
All right, let's go ahead and move into our closers, gentlemen. I want to put a pin in this one, but I can foresee a bigger conversation coming from that. Go ahead, Rippy.
Okay, I enjoy this. I just wish people would stop living in the past and understand that if you don't earn anything, if you don't work for anything, you don't value anything. So giving something is not going to create any type of value, any type of hardcore lessons that the black community need to know. We need to stop talking about our oppressed past and start focusing on the future, start focusing on what's ahead of us, because no one can change the past. It happened, but nothing to stop you from actually doing something good in life. Nothing is holding you back. You're not a victim.
Thank you, Rippy. To you, Dr. James.
My argument is not for black victimhood. My argument is that black Americans who are descendants of slaves and can prove it deserve reparations. Black American slave labor built the country, and we were oppressed. We never got anything for it, while other groups have received some form of reparations for their unjust treatment. We haven't. I believe in equity. I believe in equity. I believe in fairness, and I believe that black people should fight for what's right. It's not necessary that we're going to get it, but it's nothing wrong with making an argument based on the facts that we deserve it.
Beautiful. Thank you, gentlemen. Shake hands, and let's move on to the next one.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
First, I wanted to start with I love the fact that you're a martial artist. You know, I trained Shitoru karate for a long time, and then I switched recently to Muay Thai, and so we could be friends along those lines. On the actual debate issue, though, I think one of the big problems is the feasibility, which is when you talk about $300,000 times 40 million people, you're looking at $10 to $20 trillion, and so I think. Because obviously you can't do that. That would bankrupt the entire country. And so what we do, though, is we have affirmative action programs. And to me, that seems like those are essentially a reparation program. And so I think we already do this. Do you not think we already do this?
We don't already do this. Shout out to my homeboy, Bobby Knuckles. You mentioned Muay Thai. Shout out to him. We don't already do this. Shall I continue? Or
yeah, I mean, in what sense do we not? What sense is an affirmative action program that prioritizes people of particular racial groups not a reparation?
You just said racial groups. So when I speak of reparations, I'm talking about specifically black Americans getting reparations and or land compensated because black Americans generated enormous wealth for the United States through uncompensated labor. After slavery ended, government policies continued to deny black Americans opportunities to build wealth. The United States repeatedly accepted responsibility for historical injustice by providing compensation to other groups and even honoring obligations created by previous governments or other governments outside of the United States of America. When you include other groups, you're not talking about reparations, you're talking about government assistance like welfare and things like that, where you could be white, Native American, Asian, and get the services. That's not equity, that's not reparations if it's afforded to everyone.
Well, you can't be white and get affirmative action.
Yeah, you can.
I didn't get any affirmative action when I applied to colleges. In fact, actually, I was detrimented because of my race when I applied to colleges.
That's an anecdotal experience. It has nothing to do with the system.
It's also the systemic. The Supreme Court ruled on it. The fact that that's actually exactly what happened. You just disagree with the Supreme Court, or what's happening here?
That's not. So you're saying no white people benefited from affirmative action in America?
Right now, no. There are no affirmative action programs in education that benefit white people.
You said in education. See how you try to specify?
Well, yeah, starting with a particular space.
I pay attention to what people say and what they don't say.
Yeah, I started with education. That's the Supreme Court case. So I'm picking a particular industry. If you want to switch industries,
so
sure,
no white people benefited from, or let me say
benefited
this way.
Historically, absolutely. No. There were a lot of laws that were benefited white people historically. That's true.
No non-black people benefited from affirmative action.
No, other non-black people do, but black people benefited more. When you look at like SAT scores, when you look at MCAT scores to apply to med schools and all these things, black people benefit more than other races do. But of course, there's differing impacts, and there's there's affirmative action programs for all kinds of people, and they vary based on which program, and they vary based on which education, and they vary based on all kinds of things.
That right there alone is not reparations, and it can't be counted as a form of reparations if you yourself agree that people who are not specifically black Americans benefit from it.
If you also benefit Hispanics, but benefit Hispanics less, that doesn't change whether or not you benefited black people.
So Hispanics benefit from it?
Affirmative action, less than black people do, but they do benefit from it, yes.
Right. So there could be white Hispanics, correct?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So there could be white people benefiting from it.
Yeah, if you're going to consider white people and you're within the race versus ethnicity, then sure.
So even white people are benefiting from this, and you want me to agree that this should be accounted as a form of reparations?
Oh, I think there is a Hispanic, non-Hispanic option on those, right? Like we are counting that in.
You have to check off Hispanic in order to get it, which is a separate program.
So they might have
it's
white
a racial
skin,
versus ethnicity,
right? But they would have to check Hispanic or not Hispanic. That would be the differentiator there.
Yeah, but you could be Hispanic white, and you could be non-Hispanic white. So they could still be a white Hispanic.
Well,
yes, there could be a white Hispanic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
But these people typically receive less affirmative action programs than, say, an Afro-Hispanic person would be, or than, say, a Mayan, or other kinds of Hispanic programs from that.
So you want me to agree that this is a form of reparations, even though even white people, Asian, all racial groups can benefit from it?
I mean, not to the same degree. No, you absolutely are benefiting black people over white and over Asian students.
I'm not adding it into the same degree. Does every race essentially benefit from affirmative action?
The only time white people do is when they're also from the Hispanic group.
Every group benefits from affirmative action, correct?
When you're looking at a word benefit, you have to weight the amount of the benefit. You have to weight who's detrimenting and who's losing. The Supreme Court ruled that whites and Asians were not benefiting and were actually being detrimented by this. And so you're trying to say that white groups are benefited by it. It's just not the case. It's just not right.
So they're not benefit. So now your argument is that they don't benefit from it at all.
White people do not benefit from affirmative action. Some Hispanic white people can get some amount of affirmative action programs, but white people overall do not, whereas black people overall do. This is a program specifically designed to help black people and specifically designed often to harm white and sometimes Asian students.
So other non-black groups benefit from affirmative action,
yes,
correct?
But less.
So again, that's not a form of reparations. I'm not going to even ask to fact check that, because we know that other people benefited. We know that white people benefited from affirmative action. If other groups that are non-black benefited from affirmative action, it can't be a form of reparations. This is just
a non sequitur.
A form of reparations is specifically for black Americans who are descendants of slaves and can prove it.
No, imagine if we had a program that said we're going to give $100,000 to every descendant of slaves, and we're going to give $50,000 to every descendant of Native Americans, and we're going to give $10,000 to every descendant of Japanese, or some program where we looked at people and we gave some benefit to some and some benefits to others. The fact that we also gave benefit to the Native Americans wouldn't change the fact that we gave some benefit to black people in this hypothetical scenario. And so just because we decided to also benefit Hispanics, we decided to also benefit other groups in these affirmative action programs, doesn't mean we didn't give a reparation to black people. We looked at an educational discrepancy, and we decided, based purely on a discrepancy, that there must be discrimination, and then we decided to try to fix that discrepancy with discrimination in the reverse direction, pro-black discrimination. Is that not what you're asking for, is pro-black discrimination?
No, that's not what I'm asking for. And it does not account for, it's not a form of reparations. If you say, hey, we're going to give these, we're going to benefit black people, but we're going to benefit Asians and Native Americans and Hawaiian Pacific Islanders. We're going to benefit everyone, but we may throw in something to where black people benefit a little bit more, but everyone's going to benefit. That's not affirmative action, because No group in American history, no racial group comes close to experiencing what Black Americans went through. They didn't build wealth for this country like Black Americans did with slavery. They didn't go through what Black Americans went through with Jim Crow. They have no reason to get any form of benefits for anything. And the people you mentioned, the Japanese, when they were treated unfairly, put in internment camps, they got reparations. Native Americans, they got reparations. Jewish people got reparations. Every person you can name who were unjustified some way in American history, they got reparations, but Black Americans didn't. So why did we not?
Well, let's stick with a particular program. If Hispanics didn't get affirmative action benefit, if the affirmative action benefit was only blacks and the exact same pro-black benefit happened, but we removed the Hispanic part, we removed the Indian part, we removed all these other parts, then would it count?
No, because
how is that them also getting it didn't matter. If when I remove that, it still applies the same way, which means the whole thing you were just arguing, you don't even believe.
Because what is the premise here? What am I arguing? America owes Black Americans reparations and land. When we look at the reparations, we need money. That's why it's owed to us, because of what we did. We built the country. We raised money. If you look at the enslaved product output for slavery, the slaves, the money we brought in, 1800, 57.6 million, 1810, 77.6 million. 1820, 106.7 million. They increased by the decade the amount of money that American slaves brought in building this country with free slave labor. They never got anything for that. So then when you release the people into society saying you built this country, yeah, you built this country, free slave labor, you allow us to become the most powerful nation, then we're going to release you into society with vagrancy laws, the black coat laws, we're going to imprison you, we're going to just say, here, you go. Here, go in society and build wealth now. And you didn't give us anything for it. Entering in society, we know what PTSD is. When people go away to war, they come back and they visualize all of their experiences. Look at what they experienced on slave plantations, chattel slavery, murder, lynchings, people being burned alive, buried alive, all types of things, and they got nothing for it. And it's just like go regroup, go become successful. And just because Black people were resilient enough to be where we are now, or where we were in the 1950s and 60s during Jim Crow, doesn't make it right. You have to give us something, some form of compensation to allow us to rebuild ourselves. We still give, in Germany, Jewish people still get reparations so that they can continue to build wealth into society. And that was 80 years ago. Jim Crow wasn't 80 years ago. It didn't finish. And then you have people like Mae Louise Miller, who was born in 1941, and she was a slave. She experienced slavery. Everyone can look her up, look up her case. They had people who were enslaved under peonage, and they didn't even know they experienced slavery. She was beat. She experienced everything. She worked on a plantation and didn't know. This is someone who died in 2014. This stuff happened. Then you look at the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, where for 40 years, they allowed us to spread syphilis into our environment from 1932 to 1972. That was only stopped because a white news reporter was going to break the case. For 40 years spreading syphilis, a sickness in our environment. All of these things that was done to us, you can't name another group who was done to. So to then say, oh, just another group, hey, we're going to make sure that you can, I don't know, whatever your argument is, you could get into this school. Even though during the 1950s and 60s, we were pushed out of schools and prevented from going to colleges. Other groups weren't. So that's not enough for everything. You just would be attacking one aspect of the discrimination against us. What about the money? What about the land? Everything that we've been stripped from? What about everything that was done to us? That doesn't quantify. That wouldn't equal up.
Yeah, so we're pogo sticking around a lot. I made a lot of different arguments there, and I want to try to pin down the particular arguments and then move on to the next ones. And so to start with the initial argument, which was that I said that you have affirmative action programs in schools, which are a form of reparation. And then you said, well, those programs also go to other races, and therefore it's not an affirmative action for Black people. And then I said, if we removed the other races in a hypothetical, would you then consider a form of reparations? And you said still no, which means your whole argument about it applying to other races didn't apply. So before we move on to the next argument, can we agree that your argument about whether or not affirmative action applies to Hispanics and to Indians as well is irrelevant to whether it was an affirmative action program that favored Black people?
What's the question?
The question is, can you agree that whether or not the affirmative action program also helped Hispanic people is irrelevant to whether it was a reparations program?
That's not irrelevant. That's very relevant.
Okay, but if we removed it, it still wouldn't be a reparations program, you said? If we removed the Hispanic portion but kept the Black portion, you still don't think it would be a reparations program?
What specifically are we doing? What specifically would they be doing?
Yeah, so in a scenario where you decided that, say, black people with lower MCAT scores, where we're going to get into med school easier, and we aren't going to do that for Hispanics, because right now we split black people with lower MCAT scores in the med school and Hispanics with lower MCAT scores in the med school. Now it's about 200 points lower for black and about 100 points lower for Hispanic. But if we remove the Hispanic portion and we are only now doing the black portion, would that then make it an affirmative action program, or was your entire argument about it also applying to Hispanics irrelevant?
No, that still wouldn't be a form of reparations, because then again, that still doesn't justify it. So it's a point system. Because I remember looking over this. I remember Thomas Sowell talked about this, and I remember looking over
Thomas
the data.
Sowell's one of my heroes.
I remember looking at the data for this, because he brought this up with like MCAT scores and stuff like that, the people who were allowed into the specific school that he was working at. And then if you look at it and you broke down the data, I think it was a matter of, with the score differences,
several hundred points.
It was but with the several hundred points, how many questions incorrect or correct are different? So I think when you break it down, it was coming up to, I don't remember specifically, but I think it was
SAT
a matter.
is out of 1,600. MCATs are out of different ranges, but it's a very substantial. When these are very competitive schools, if you have 200 points lower, it's an extremely substantial benefit.
Yeah, no, but if we're looking at it and it's scored, so would you say it's a significant difference if the score difference is factored in by, say, 5 to 10 questions?
Yeah, that would be an enormous difference. 5 to 10 questions?
I disagree.
We're at an impasse now. Anyone on YouTube can decide whether 5 or 10 questions on your SAT on your MCAT is a big difference.
I would disagree. Out of how many questions? I disagree that 5 or 10.
Yeah, out of 60 usually.
I disagree that 5 would be significant to where, like, oh look, we're making a huge mistake.
I mean, we're looking at a 12% difference on your exam. We're looking at 100 versus an 88. We're looking at an 88 versus a 76.
100 versus 88 is significant.
Yeah, I mean,
I disagree, especially when the person who scored the 88 has been placed at an economic and systemic disadvantage.
No, I'm trying to argue that they're placed at an advantage.
No, but you're trying to argue getting into the school is the advantage.
Well,
but my saying that they've been placed at a systemic disadvantage when you have a predominantly Eurocentric curriculum and you have a curriculum where it trains the mind, and it provides a false narrative to Black American history. They don't get to learn enough about.
We have CRT in schools and all of this. We actually don't. We actually are. Our schools are extremely focused on decolonizing and decentering whiteness. That's like all of our programs are very focused.
No, they're
on this
not.
Right now. Yes, they are. What are you talking about?
So again, I already cited McGraw-Hill textbooks and several studies have been done about this.
The case where they describe it as a migration.
Yeah,
it's not just a migration, but on the definition of migration, people moved.
No, several studies. What?
People were relocated. They were forcibly migrated, but of course they were migrated.
Yeah, but you agree that that's a false narrative to put it as a migration.
If that was the only sentence in the entire book about slavery, that'd be unreasonable. That is not the only sentence in the entire book about slavery. Slavery is evil, and the book says slavery is evil.
If it's omitting, no, the McGraw-Hill textbook don't.
The book doesn't say that slavery was wrong?
No, it does not.
Fact check that.
Fact check.
Come on.
Fact check that it says it's evil. It does not say it's evil. It doesn't. That's not even the type of language that they use in these books. So there was a study done by.
Every single educator is going to teach slavery was evil. All of them. Every single middle and high school history teacher is going to tell you slavery was evil. It was an evil that America did.
No, they're not.
What are you talking about?
So that's not even something you can prove, and there's no need to say that.
Oh my God! Sorry, it moved, but it flagged it saying that it didn't just say, oh, where'd it go?
Yeah,
it was
you scrolled past. I saw McCraw. Yeah, McGraw-Hill provides higher. Oh, that's not.
No, hold on. There was a red one up here where it said no. Speaker suggesting the book only mentions slavery in a single sentence or only very briefly. This is the claim under dispute in transcript, but the available sources indicates the opposite. Slavery receives substantial treatment. It moved on me again.
Well, yeah, slavery received substantial treatment, and it talks about the evil of it. That's what the book does.
It doesn't say it's evil like you said, and no, it doesn't.
I don't know if it says word for word slavery was evil.
It doesn't.
But
so
absolutely,
you would
the
agree
book
if
is an anti-slavery book.
No, it's not. You would agree if it's.
I don't know to say this point.
Would you? No, it's not. I have a question. Would you agree if it's omitting that the percentage of people who died coming over, if it's omitting that they were sleeping amongst each other, forced to defecate, urinate, menstrual cycles, all of that in one place, would you agree that that is a detrimental narrative to not include that?
It would depend on the level of the history that it was teaching. If it was a very substantial, in-depth history book that didn't include those things, that would be bad. But your evidence doesn't say that at all. Your evidence says that they called it a migration, which is a forced migration.
It doesn't say forced migration.
In that sentence, sure. I guarantee throughout this book it includes that these people were not just like hopping on the boats and moving over there.
Have you read it?
No, have you?
Yes.
Okay, your fact check was wrong.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Run it back.
No, it wasn't.
Put it
Run
back
it back.
on the screen.
It's
Put it
not-
back on the screen. What are we talking about?
Number
No, it wasn't.
number one, we are disputing the concept of migration, and I will agree with Jake. Jake is correct in terms of the concept of when we say migration. Now, migration can very well be branched off into several different categories. You could even go back in time of, from Ireland to the Vikings to this of what kind of migration happened and why. Some were forced, some were there's like a slave trade, so on and so forth. So I think we have to understand when we say, oh, they called it a migration, it would definitionally be constituted as a migration. However, we have to further continue to say, does McGraw actually open the door for? Now, I went to school in public schools. We learned very much about slavery. I know my children, I've got a high schooler and a middle schooler who are bringing home that same work. So I know that it is still active in the system, but I'm not going to throw the dispute at you, but I think we need to get back onto the same page with where we're going in this conversation.
So,
I mean,
I'll
other things that
I'll
they
offer
leave
up
out,
a
they don't-
study. I'll offer up a
give
study.
me a
So,
study. Teach me.
Dr. Christopher Martell, a professor at Boston University, he did a study on the educational system in America. In his study, he found that it was predominantly in public schools, was predominantly Eurocentric, according to student perception. They don't learn enough about it. They learned flawed logic about things like slavery and stuff like that.
According to student perceptions, which
Yes.
is a media influenced narrative at this point.
It's not a media influence narrative.
Everything
You can't
student
prove
perception
that.
is, of course, media influence.
It's not.
What students perceive is absolutely, you take into
So-
everything that you brought in. You have to
so-
look at the actual curriculum, not a perception. Whenever
Right.
you poll people based
Right.
on what they believe happened versus what actually happened isn't the same.
So-
So you look at the actual curriculum. Things that they do admit often is they don't include the fact that Europeans and that Europe and America often went around the world trying to end slavery, and that it was this movement was trying to push against slavery. These are things that are omitted from these textbooks as well. And so the idea that these textbooks are pro-slavery is what you're trying to argue right now is just insane.
I didn't say pro-slavery. I said false. I said false and detrimental narratives is
No,
what I
not
actually
true.
said.
No,
It
these,
is a false narrative. And it's not just that. And people
It's a
have
fact
there's
that
been
it was a
vi-
migration.
there's
It was a forced
there's been
migration, but it was a migration.
Yeah, but it doesn't say
You're-
forced.
in that
So that's like
sentence,
like
sure.
saying the person
Sure,
was
in that
that's like
sentence.
saying the person was kidnapped. Oh, I didn't kidnap them. They migrated.
If you said didn't,
Kidnapping.
no, didn't is the key word. Nowhere in this book does it say it wasn't forced.
All right.
That would make it a pro-slavery
So
narrative.
if someone was
this is just insane. We got to move on.
So
We're reaching an impasse on
if
this
someone
book
was
right now.
kidnapped, were they kidnapped or were they migrated? Did
That
they
wouldn't be a
migrate?
migration. A migration is about a population, not a person.
So if you kidnap 10 people, were they kidnapped or did they migrate?
Well, it depends where they go to, but it could be a migration, sure.
Okay.
It would depend on the definition of the word migrate.
Y'all don't get
Like,
kidnapped.
this is
You're
just
gonna say you
crazy.
migrated.
No, you also got kidnapped. Like, duh. I'm not claiming
Okay,
it's a
Jake.
pro-slavery narrative. This is just insane.
Jakes want y'all to migrate.
No, I never said they even
Bless
close
those
to
poor
that.
children who got kidnapped.
When we
They
look at
migrated.
no. When you look at the actual education system is very anti-slavery, and it teaches slavery very, very clearly. When you look at the benefits that are given to black people throughout the systems, going back to my original point of the education, I know you said that you didn't like the education point. How about we talk about the Small Business Administration? The Small Business Administration gives select loans to minorities and to disadvantaged groups. And so we have literal money and literal land that's being prioritized to black and to other groups that were historically disadvantaged, more so to the black ones because they were more so discriminated against and disadvantaged. So we already have these programs in education. We already have these programs in loans. We already have these programs in hiring. We already have these programs across
we
the
don't.
country. What do you mean, no, we don't?
You said we had these programs in hiring.
Yeah.
So again, I'm gonna bring up the recent research to you. First of all, they've done studies on job discrimination. They've done studies that show people have been discriminated in jobs based
they
off
show
their name
they
alone.
show distribution.
Then
They
again, I'll give you a specific study. They always talk about black people trying to do better. And when black people try to do better, there's often cases where we get discriminated against. In Long Island, 2022, Nassau County and Suffolk, you had 6,700 black police officers, black people going out to be police officers. They were in the process to be a police officer. They only hired 67 out of 6,700.
That is approved discrimination.
The main course for denying them was a psychological, which is based off of not facts but a professional opinion.
Sure.
And
So they had
when
a
they're
professional
getting
decide
when
this.
they're getting evaluated from someone of a different racial group, so that's not fair. You can't tell me that
No, you can't judge fairness based on race.
0.001% of these people qualify.
No, that was 1 in the 100. If you have 6,000, you have 67 who got in. That's
Six-
1%.
No, it's not 1%. 6,767. 67 is not 1% of 6,700.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Okay, what's 67 times 10? That is 670. What's that times 10 again? That's 6,700.
That would be
times 10
that would be
twice is
1% of 670.
6,070. 6,700.
67 would be 1% of 670.
No, that would be 10%.
No.
Pull a calculator out. Anybody pull a calculator out right now. We're doing times
1%
10.
of
6,700.
Okay.
1% of 6,700 is 67, not 660.
Okay, sorry.
It's 1%.
It is 1%.
All right, so 1%.
Yes. And that doesn't prove
Wait, it
discrimination.
says this is incorrect. 1%.
Wait, hold on now.
It says this is incorrect.
Hold on. It
It's
just
67.
said.
Wait, look, go up right there.
Hold up. It's
Chill
67.
for a second.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh my God, I can't believe we're
Look, it says.
Hold on. It just
Oh,
said.
1%.
all right, 1%.
What the heck are we talking about right now? You can't do
1%.
basic math. What are we doing?
1%. All right, so 1%. So you're telling me 1% qualified.
Yeah, that doesn't prove racism.
What does it
Thomas Sowell
prove?
will tell you.
So
I don't know
Thomas
what it
Sowell.
proves. You have to look at the basic
So
stats.
why can't you give me an example of that happening to another group?
Sure. How about the fact that they did a study and they found that 1 in 6 hiring managers were explicitly told to stop hiring as many white men?
What study is that? What source?
I don't remember the source right now, but in the fact check, you can find it.
See the Nassau County study coming up in green that proves it?
I believe the thing that you're talking about happened, that 1% were hired.
Yeah, I can't
It
wait to
doesn't
see.
prove
I
racism.
can't wait to see.
No. Okay, so here's one of the things you have to look at.
What
too.
about the name one?
The name one? The name one probably talks about type 1 discrimination versus type 2 discrimination.
It's discrimination. If you see a name that sounds black, if I see Jamal Wallace and I put his name to the bottom of the pile, is that discrimination? Racial discrimination? Does that prove racial
That would
discrimination?
probably be type 1 discrimination, not type 2 discrimination.
Does that prove racial
Are you
discrimination?
familiar between type 1 and type 2 discrimination?
No, it sounds like you're talking about diabetes. Does that prove? You trying to go around it? Does that prove
No, I'm
racial
talking-
discrimination?
No, the A doesn't prove it, but B, it does
Oh my
indicate
God.
strongly that there might be type 1 discrimination, which is not type 2.
Does it prove systemic racism?
Absolutely not. No, it might prove that. You have to look into why it's happening.
So why would it be happening, Jake?
Why would it be happening? Well, one of the things that could be happening is the thing that Thomas Sowell talks about, which is type 1 versus type 2 discrimination. And so what happens is that often you can use particular sources of information as heuristics for other pieces of information. And so one of the things that Thomas Sowell will talk about, studies that they've done, is in places where they are already checking for criminal background on all applicants, the degree to which black people are hired at lower rates decreases substantially compared to places where they are not already checking for criminal rates altogether. And so one of the things that's happening is when you're not already checking for that, you are using this as a heuristic, a poor heuristic, to try to gauge criminality. And this is not an example of someone who has a pre-built bias against black people, who says, I don't want to hire black people. This is somebody who is using a particular cultural stand-in as a prediction for something else, which is not type 2 discrimination, and is exactly what Thomas Sowell talks about.
Are you aware that they did a study that even white people who had a criminal record, were more likely to get hired than black people who didn't have a criminal record? Are you familiar with that?
That would be insane. I don't believe that at all.
Fact check that. That's true. There's a study that proved that. So does that include racial discrimination?
That probably would. I don't know the details
then-
on this exact
so
situation.
if that's being
you have to
done-
look at what industry it's happening, and you
So-
have to look at why it's happening. No. You can't
Why it's
take a
happening?
You can't take a multi-factor
Jake.
analysis. You have to make a multi-factor analysis. You are trying to point out a particular distribution where you say this group and that group are different, and then you say that the difference must be racism. This is exactly the same thing that actually racists do, where racists used to say, look at the approval ratings or the success of white and the success of blacks, and they would say the difference must be genetic. And that's unreasonable. You can't take a particular thing and assign a sole factor to a massively distributed difference. And so if I were to sit next to a racist and he were to say, look at the incomes of white people and look at the incomes of black people, clearly white people are better, I would say, no, how dare you say that? You can't take a single factor like that. In the same way, you look at the impact of black people, you look at the impact of white people, and you say, how often were they hired? And the black person got hired less often, and you say it must be racism. And I say, no, you don't know that. You have to look at the particular details. And when you pull out the factors, another thing that Thomas Sowell likes to talk about, when you look at, say, in education, when you look at the incomes of black professors, they often are lower. However, when you compare them, whether or not you have a doctorate, whether or not you're in different majors, whether or not you're at the high level of schools, when you take into account all the other factors, the difference between white and black professors in income goes to zero.
Why don't black Americans deserve reparations?
Why don't they deserve reparations?
Yes.
They don't deserve reparations, A, because A, they already are getting them, and B, we talk about this whole time, where I'm talking about all the affirmative action programs. You look at big wide eye, like I've been saying this the whole time.
So you think reparations is something that is not exclusively for black people?
I don't think anyone should get reparations.
So you don't believe in equity?
No, why would I believe in equity? I believe in equality under the law.
You don't
I think
believe
the
in
law
fairness.
should be equal. I believe in fair laws. I don't believe in equalizing historic injustice in unclear and undistributed, in unexact ways. You would have to point to an exact damage done by an exact person to an exact person before it would be reasonable to go in and use the power of the state, which is always violence, to rob from someone to give to another person. And if you can prove to me an exact victim and an exact perpetrator, I'll say, yes, give them that money.
So you believe that victims of 9/11 or in their families shouldn't have got payments, or they should not have got payments?
Depends on by who.
They got paid by the U.S. government. They got taxpayer dollars.
have to look into
Should
why.
they have got it?
I don't know. I'd have to look into why they got that.
Oh, so it depends in that case. As you just said, I have to look at exact perpetrator.
Yes.
We know who we claim is responsible.
Who's the perpetrator? The U.S. government?
We know who we claim is responsible.
Al-Qaeda.
So
yeah.
So should
Al-Qaeda owes them money.
No, but the U.S. government paid it. So
I have to look into why that happened. If it's just because of Al-Qaeda, no, they don't owe them that money. The U.S. government doesn't owe them that money.
But all right, so
because I'm the taxpayer. I didn't do 9/11.
Should the Japanese have gotten paid for internment camps?
Yeah, they were specifically interned by the government.
Should Native Americans have gotten paid for
the ones who were physically moved? Of course.
So what about when the
when
American government
first ended? They should have paid them,
and they didn't.
Right,
So
and
now
that was wrong.
Okay, so
should have paid them then. Didn't happen.
Even if you're affected by it, you don't get it. So if let's say your dad was imprisoned for 30 years. He had you and then he was forcibly imprisoned for 30 years. That impacted you. You were directly impacted. We know the data, what it says when a child grows up in a household without a father. So then your father passes when he gets out. Now, no one should receive payment for that injustice.
His estate is owed money. And then whoever the inheritor
should you get the money that he was going to get?
His estate is owed money.
Should you get the
There's
money?
also a statute of limitations. I don't know if I should get the money. Depends on where his estate goes.
No, I'm talking about you.
I don't know. No, his estate gets the money, not me.
If he didn't leave a specific beneficiary, should you get the money?
My mom would probably get it at that point.
Should you inherit it if she passed too? Should you get it?
If she's passed as
his son.
Depends on how long ago it happened.
As his son.
Limitations.
Like no, he got out. He
Well,
just.
hold on.
You're saying at some point you should.
Hold on. I think what Jake's trying to go down is the idea that there is a statute of limitations. There are legal requirements in order to receive damages. Who, what, where, when, why, right? And what he's answering to is based on the legal factor based in on it. So we can sit here and say, well, I believe I should, but the law in how it stands, whether it's state to state, county to county, or even federal law, would recognize differently based on.
If you legally could access the money, should you get it as his son?
Probably in that scenario.
Okay. It didn't happen to you, though.
How much money, though.
But it didn't happen to you.
Well, it happened to his estate, and I'm the successor of his estate.
So why are we not? Why I'm a descendant of a slave. Why I'm successor to that too? They never got it. I should get what was owed to them. Same thing.
No, because of the time period, and also you have to look at the disparate impact that it happened on.
There's no time period on it.
America
has given money to Native American trust settlements. We've given money after long periods of time.
Native American trusts are a disaster. The Native Americans should be allowed to sell their land.
But we've given it.
So opposed
but we've given it. We've given it.
It's wrong. You're not going to point to one wrong thing and say do different wrong
But
things.
you're saying there's a time period on it, and we've already exceeded time periods before. We've already went over 80 years before.
What happened in the Native American trust system is a disgusting system that we shouldn't have done.
I'm
opposed to what we did.
So the United States government gives it to them, but can't give it to Black Americans, and you think that's fair?
Well, you don't even want what they did to the trust system. What
No,
they did to the trust
you
system,
think
they can't
that's
sell
fair.
that land.
No, you think that's fair.
No, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it should happen at all.
No, so you think they should have did it for Native Americans but not Black people?
No.
So
again, you're
so the fact
of the time period, and so the disparate
the
impact of how long ago it happened, as to how much you were impacted by it, the degree to which you are benefited by it, you get a huge amount of benefits from affirmative action programs, from student loan programs, from SBA loan programs, from all kinds of these programs.
No, we don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You didn't get affirmative action when you applied to college?
No, I have 5 degrees, and no, I did not. So they owe me. So they owe me.
They owe you what?
Something you said I got that I didn't get.
I don't think you got it.
I know I didn't get it.
I think you did.
You're right.
Action, though. You didn't get money. You did get affirmative action.
No, I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't?
Did not. DID.
I mean, we're at an impasse now. The Supreme Court says you did.
I can tell you I did it. My student loans would tell you I did it. What are you talking about?
When Black people apply to college, they are given a benefit in the admissions process. You think that you just disagree with that, or you think you were like special and you didn't get that?
I didn't get it.
Okay, let's start the syllogisms.
No.
Did black people get a benefit when they were applying to college?
I want you a benefit that no other race gets. We're back in that thing where you agree already that other racial groups get it.
So that can't be a form. When I removed it in the hypothetical, and you said it didn't matter when I removed it in the hypothetical.
Right. It matters that other.
If there was a program,
no, I never said that. I said it matters that other racial groups get it. I've always said that. I always said that.
Can you agree that you got some though?
That I got some?
Yeah.
Me specifically?
That black people broadly get some.
Broadly get some
benefits when applying to college.
They may get some benefits along with other racial groups.
More than Hispanics. Do they? You agree that they get it more than every other group?
I would have to look at the facts surrounding that, but I know other groups get it, so that's not reparations.
If we had a system,
when Jewish people got reparations, black people didn't get it. When Native Americans got reparations, black people didn't get it.
Then would it count?
So you can't count it as that. You can't count it as that.
Because you don't even believe that matters. No, you don't believe that matters. Because I said if we took a hypothetical where we had affirmative action programs for only blacks, and we didn't have it for Mexicans, we didn't have it for Indians, we didn't have it for any other group, it was only black. You said that still wouldn't count as reparations, which means your argument for when you say because Mexicans also got it doesn't matter because you've nullified your own argument by saying it doesn't count in the hypothetical where I removed that other factor. You keep doing these single factored analyses. Across this whole conversation,
what else did I say when I said that?
You said that it doesn't count because Hispanic people, because Indian people also got it.
What else did I say? You want me to tell you?
Sure, tell me again.
So when I said that, I listed out the numbers. I said we're owed reparations in land. We're owed money. Specifically, if you look at the explorations and the economic history as a source, a 2024 peer-reviewed story. Yes.
Yeah, you gave this.
We contributed the outputs, 57.6 million, 77.6 million. There's all of the numbers that add up, 1860, 500 million. When you add all of those numbers up, it goes up to the billions that we're owed. Then after that, systemic oppression,
was destroyed
Jim Crow specifically targeted black people with the lynchings and all of this stuff. So if you then just
Jim Crow also targeted Hispanic and Indian people often as well.
Yeah, not a logical fallacy to compare it to black people. Would you agree?
We've been doing that the whole time. Compare it to black people. That's the whole thing we've been doing this whole conversation.
Yeah, but
I can't compare it to black people.
Yeah, so
comparisons to black people is the entire conversation.
Yeah, but was it on the same level? Were they discriminated? Okay, then that's my point. So
at times they were. The Mormons were genocided against. There were moments,
but not on the same level as black people.
I don't know. A genocide is pretty dang bad.
No, yeah,
they had an extermination.
So there's a genocide of 12 million people versus 100. It's like, it's both genocides, but that's what I'm talking about, the level of it.
There were more black people who were negatively impacted than there were Mormons. And overall, black people were more
let me finish the point to when we get to the education. Absolutely. If you say all of that happened, no, I'm not educating you. I'm saying when I get to the point of when you say in education.
We're going to start wrapping up here shortly.
If black people went through discrimination in all of these different fields, and we built the country, and we built the economy. Black Americans built the country. Free slave labor built the country.
No, the South was economically way worse than the North was at the time.
No.
The North that had the manufacturing systems, and almost all of the wealth that was produced through slavery was later destroyed during the scorched earth system when the war happened.
Free slave labor built America's economy. Did it not? Yes, it did.
Not true. Free slave labor.
You can't get around that.
No, fact check that.
I'm waiting for it to pop up, gentlemen.
Free slave labor significantly contribute to the growing of America's economy is
in
a
the
fact.
South, not in the North.
America's economy. America benefited. Banks benefited.
Not long term.
Banks benefited.
Didn't happen long term.
Banks benefited from it.
That was grown in the South was destroyed during the war.
Several
when
places
Lincoln
benefited from it.
suspended habeas corpus, and when Lincoln went scorched earth and burned down those plantations.
So again, I'll finish all the points to why I say that.
Blacks produced.
You said something about Lincoln?
Yes.
The racist Lincoln?
Oh, of course Lincoln was racist.
Yeah, okay. So, just so we get that. Okay, so as we go
through this.
Almost
everyone historically was racist. And that was wrong. Racism is wrong.
But you don't care about making it right. You don't care about writing that wrong. No, you don't.
What are you talking about? No, I don't.
How would we write that wrong? So they did all of this stuff.
That wrong already happened. You can't write that wrong. Sorry. So, oops.
So that's what reparations is supposed to be for. You're trying to write. You're trying to write a wrong.
No, you can't write that wrong. No. Those people are dead. They already happened to them. You can't write that wrong.
If we could write the wrong, do black people deserve it?
The people who were slaves deserve it, yeah.
So if they deserved it and they didn't get it, their descendants don't deserve it. Even if I can prove that my ancestor was one of those people.
How much do you deserve? How much? Tell me.
No.
How much do you deserve?
So if I deserve, let's say, $20,000, would that suffice? Would I deserve it?
I have no idea. How'd you get $20,000?
No, you just said the name and number. So I'm saying, do we deserve any reparations?
No.
If it wouldn't,
that's my whole thesis.
If it wouldn't,
you don't. So, but you're
So
trying to
no
say
matter
that
how
you're-
low the number,
No,
we
you
don't
deserve
deserve.
$7. No.
Okay, so it doesn't matter then. So now that's irrelevant because you asked me for a number, and
It
if it was
does
a
matter
$7,
because you're making an affirmative claim.
No,
If you're making an affirmative claim, you have to describe your claim. Again, you
yeah,
keep
no,
doing these single
you
factor
keep doing
analysis.
this. I didn't. No, I'm going over the whole point of our
How much?
discrimination and how significant it
No,
was.
the devil is
No,
always in the details. How much?
So we can
How
go through
much?
this. So look. So we can look at it and specifically how much we are owed or how much
are you
we get.
owed? You. How much are you owed?
So when I speak for myself, again, speaking for myself, this is not, we don't look at it. I don't look at individuals. I look at the system.
Fair enough.
But we
How
can
much
go
is the
through
system of black people
economist William Darity. He went over this. He's an economist. He's a professor at Duke University. What is owed to 40 million people who are descendants of slaves is between $200,000 to $300,000 is
Why?
what's owed.
Explain that number to me.
Because of all right. So when we go through the slavery, the year enslaved product output, and you look at decade by decade,
all that wealth was destroyed.
57.6 million, 77.6 million,
Yeah, destroyed wealth. It doesn't
and then that's
exist.
added up. That's where you get what is owed. That's how you get to the number from you look then and you see what that translates to now. So that's how you get the number.
Yeah, this is just insane. Like
What?
that wealth was destroyed, and that wealth
So-
is not owed in the same way that you're talking about it.
It was
These
yes, it
historic
is.
ideas just not the case.
Yes, it is.
Like you give the example of like if my father was imprisoned incorrectly, and then his estate is owed money, which you tried to get around the estate thing, but his estate is owed money.
Yeah.
The
Or
question would
could
be
not
how much is his estate owed? That's actually just as important.
But by you, because you say that if it's not to the direct person, then the descendants don't get it. That's what I'm getting at. You don't deserve it at all.
No.
Yeah.
In what scenario are you talking about?
So look, the United States government hasn't even approved HR bill HR 40 to where they would go into doing. You know about HR
Never heard of
40?
it. No, tell me.
So this came out in 1989.
Okay.
37 years ago.
37 years ago.
They won't even.
We can do math.
They won't even admit that they won't even allow research to be done on how reparations can be given out and land can be given to people. They won't even just co-sign that to say do research on it. And then we can get the numbers down and we can see what will be,
Have an
equitable
economist
and
do
what will be possible.
And then look at the economist number, and we say it's
William
unreasonable.
Darity.
Yeah, and that's insane.
economist who did it.
$300,000 to 40 million people is $12 trillion. I know you
Yeah,
struggle
so,
with math a little
no.
bit, but it's $12
I
trillion.
already said 12 trillion.
Sure.
I have the numbers.
So you think you're owed, you as your group, your community, are
Black
$12
Americans.
trillion.
I know we're owed it. The
No,
facts
that's
say we're owed it
insane.
because we built America.
You
and we
didn't build
contributed to
America.
it.
That's
We did.
historically incorrect.
It's not historically,
It's historically incorrect.
That
Free
one,
slave
I
labor
will
built
say
it.
that one did come up as red because it said like, yeah, you were part of the economy and building, but it also still included multiple variations of people. So that one did come up as a big red flag.
Yeah, just not right.
No, it's correct.
Oh, it's popped up again at the bottom. We built America is a historically correct statement in these.
So free slave labor significantly contributed to America's economy becoming wealthy. That is a historical
no, that's not
fact.
right. No,
So
it,
what
no,
did-
it didn't.
what
The
did it?
South was
What
not
did it?
wealthy.
What did it?
Manufacturing and free markets in the North. The
What-
South was not that wealthy. It
So
didn't have
free
it.
slave labor didn't contribute.
Contributed to the Southern's economy, which was not that successful.
So it didn't contribute to America's economy whatsoever.
Not whatsoever, but it didn't to the same degree of anything else.
It
Notice
didn't-
they built America.
So what are
built
these
America
numbers?
is a holistic number. Those are a lot of money that was given to the South, but it's not near as much money as given to the North. The reason the North was able to crush the South in that war, absolutely crush the South in that war, is because the North was so much more wealthy. Because of the fact that the North had better economic systems, the North had capitalism, the North had property rights, the North didn't have slavery.
The North had
Slavery
black
is
people.
actually, yes, but not very many.
They had Harriet Tubman contributing, things
Yeah,
like that,
she
as a
was
spy. Yeah, so we helped.
Yeah, of course you helped. I'm not saying that
Yeah.
you did nothing, but
Yeah.
the claim that you built America is wrong.
That was the deciding factor.
No, that's just not right.
Yeah, that
no,
is
slavery
right.
was bad for the American economy on net. Slavery is an anti-property rights claim. It's an anti-capitalist claim. It's an anti-free market, anti-laissez-faire claim, and it's actually bad for the market. It's bad for the economy. Slavery
So,
is bad.
Slavery is
I'm
bad.
not pro-slavery.
You sound like it.
Excuse you. I do not sound like I am pro-slavery
Let's
in any
actually-
way. I absolutely condemn slavery, and I think it's disgusting for you to accuse me of being pro-slavery. I am categorically anti-slavery in all ways, in all forms.
You said you don't believe in equity
I don't believe in equity. That's
and
true.
fairness.
Fairness is a subjective term, and it's defined in lots of different ways. When you say
I gave
equity,
you a specific.
I
I gave you a
give it
specific
to me
example.
again, whether I'm pro that
If
fairness.
other groups in American history and groups who weren't a part of American history, like I said with the Marshall Plan, which gave
The
Jewish
Marshall Plan's
people,
a way different scenario.
no,
the Marshall Plan
see,
is,
you won't let me finish because
okay,
you're
my
scared.
bad. Go ahead. I'm not scared at all. Go
So
ahead.
the Marshall Plan gave $15 million in 1948 to restore Europe.
Mm-hmm.
American taxpayer dollars,
Yeah.
which we had nothing to do with it.
We had something to do with World War II.
No, I'm talking about we had nothing to do with concentration camps and what they were experiencing.
Well, the
and
Marshall
stuff like
Plan was
that.
primarily to rebuild European
yeah,
countries, not for the Jewish communities.
Yeah.
And it also wasn't the reparation program.
So
the Marshall Plan was in
we
response
give
to the
money
Warsaw
to Jewish
Pact,
communities. We give
where
money to
we
Israel.
Were doing all
Why you agree we should do that?
Give money to Israel? No,
Yeah.
I don't think we should give almost any foreign aid to any country.
Okay.
I'm very opposed to foreign aid. I think that we have a $37 trillion deficit. I don't think we can afford it. I think that we're spending money on the credit cards of Gen Z and of Gen Alpha. And I think that's disgusting. I think we need to stop doing that. We need to stop spending so much money. Stop spending money on Israel. Stop spending money on England. Stop spending money on Mexico. Stop spending money on all these things. We should stop spending money.
About the
stop
people,
spending money. That's my thesis.
Were black people in America treated fairly under Jim Crow?
No, of course not.
So if you have a parent like myself who was born and raised during Jim Crow, and it's easy to prove, my father's still living, and even if he wasn't, that's something easy to prove.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt your father's story.
Do you think those people should receive reparations?
Those people should receive reparations?
Yeah.
The victims of Jim Crow?
Yeah.
Probably not.
So you don't agree, even if those people are still living. So you just don't support reparations
depends
for
on the
anyone.
degree of what happened. You have to, if you can point to me a specific thing that they were deserved that they didn't get, then show. You should.
We know that the United States government was systemically racist and oppressive to black people.
Were. And if you want to say that Mississippi owes people money who are in Mississippi, sure.
That's the government. So
no, those are different governments.
Yeah, so we know that the United States government
are different governments.
No, but when we talk about systemic racism, we're talking about the government.
Laws.
We're talking about we know
Which
the laws
government?
vary from state
Which
to state.
Government?
We're talking about we know the laws. The United States government.
Okay, those were not Jim Crow laws.
So listen, no, we know the laws vary state to state. Don't try to run.
I'm not trying
to
run.
I already
I'm telling
gave
you which government.
I already told you.
Mississippi?
No,
you may have a good case that Mississippi owes your father money, or Alabama, or whatever state your father lived in. I don't know what state your father lived in. And you may have a good case that he was owed money by that state, which had a particular law with a particular victim.
Okay, so it's not a particular. I don't know if you mean
your father is a particular victim.
Yeah,
yeah, but I'm talking about systems like because black people.
If he was actually to file a lawsuit,
you always need a particular victim.
Here's what. Yeah, if he was actually,
but no, you
let's
don't.
say, well, yes, actually, if you lived in Mississippi and you believe that Mississippi owes you damages for things that happened to your father, right? You could go into Mississippi, file that lawsuit, and you would be suing the state because it was based on those damages, and that state would then handle that litigation and what comes from that, right? But you have to have a victim, you have to have proven damages, and you have to have the evidence to provide.
But I'm saying
if that was your case, maybe fair enough. I have to look into the details of that, but it totally could be the case. That's not your case. You're talking about the federal government historically because of slavery, which is just not the same.
You can have a particular victim, but then many people are awarded because we know it's systemic practices.
Victims.
So like what Brown v. Board of Ed, there's one person who's the face of it, and then
a class action lawsuit.
So that's what I'm talking about. It's not like just for one person. I'm talking about like.
But there are particular named people in class action lawsuits, and you can go to the class action lawsuit and see the list of all their names.
Yeah, so that I don't want anyone confused that like we're just talking about one specific person. So if I could do that, or do those people deserve reparations?
You look at the case, but it totally could be the case. I don't know the exact details on it. I am very sympathetic to the idea that particular people who were denied particular experiences because of particular laws right now deserve something. That could totally be the case.
So in that case, you would be okay with giving them reparations, correct?
In the case of affirmative action and other things, if Mississippi were to say like we're going to prioritize certain business loans or whatever to these people, that might be reasonable.
Would you
I have to look at the details?
Would you be okay with giving them money?
Like I would be in favor of you. I depending on the details of what actually happened, I could be, and I'm very sympathetic to the argument that you would give specific government programs that would benefit them, not cash money, but the idea of say like you were denied busing, and so now we're going to say have a program for cheaper busing for these kind of people or something along these lines. Because typically what you do in a lawsuit is you actually aren't usually looking for monetary damages in lawsuits. You're looking to rectify historic injustices. And so for example, like a great example would be when you look at say student rights organizations on schools where some student maybe was punished for something that they didn't deserve. Typically what happens in those cases is not the student is given money, but the student is restored access to his institution and is given back exactly what happened. Not often money when you can do that. And so if you have a particular person who was say denied busing, a particular person who was denied, say, education, a particular person who was denied something, then you could look at rectifying that in exactly like kind to what happened to him or to her.
So what if I don't take the bus? What is because you brought up the example?
Well, the system where you were denied the bus, if you don't take the bus, you weren't denied anything.
No. In the system, the person was taking the bus and they couldn't, so they were. That's the lawsuit. Now you're saying, oh, you could take the bus, drive the bus for cheaper. What if I don't get on the bus and I have a car? Now what's going to be given to me?
You have to litigate this, and I'm actually not sure what would happen in a scenario.
What if I want money?
What if you want?
Should I get money?
I don't know. You have to litigate it.
But do they deserve it?
Do they deserve it? They deserve some level of recompense for what happened to them. And whether or not that's money, I don't know the legal statutes for what that would be.
So you agree in some form of reparations?
I am sympathetic to the argument that some states should give some amount of reparations, in particular in the South.
Thank you, Jake. You
to
agree,
the people who are still alive.
Some form of reparations.
But that is not your claim about the
yeah,
U.S. government. You're talking about the American government owing Black Americans reparations, land, and political power, not apologies.
I just wanted to see if you could say that you agree to some form of
I'm
reparations.
sympathetic to some argument of reparations, absolutely. And I said the same thing, like an example that I think is very pro reparations, like when the Japanese were interned, we owed them money right after that. When slavery happened, we owed them money right after that. When Jim Crow was overturned, we owed them money right after that. Or maybe not money in that case, it actually depends on what's going on in that scenario. But
let me make sure I understand your argument. In the cases where the American government treated people fairly and they gave them reparations immediately, that's fine. They got the reparations out the way. Since they continued to systemically oppress Black people and then put us in the Jim Crow and things like that, and we never got reparations, it's like, oh, too late. You can never get it. You don't deserve it at all, ever, just because we give it to other people.
Those people aren't around anymore.
So you're okay with the fact that the American government has always been systemically unfair to Black people?
No.
That's what you just said.
No, I am not okay with racism. No, stop pretending I'm a racist. That is not remotely what I said.
His name is Jake.
My name is Jacob Alexander Huffaker, and I am opposed to racism in all its forms. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Twitter. I am opposed to racism in all its forms. Morally right on Instagram and YouTube.
He just said if Black people, just because the American government was always unjust to us and we never got reparations, even though they were quickly to react to other people's injustice, they got their reparations. We don't deserve ours just because the American government has always treated us like that. America can never consider themselves a just nation and fair nation until they give Black Americans reparations.
I think, again, and maybe I can translate where you're going. Number one, you have to have like an actual calculation, right, of what is happening. You have to be able to put a metric to the things that have happened, right? If we can just say, oh, well, this happened and we just know it because these kind of things happened around this, or we felt this way, or so on and so forth, there's not a metric to it, right? You have to be able to show damages. You have to be able to show something that has a metric to it, right? But what he's saying is, like, you take those things and you would put them to the court, and the court can do those.
Yeah.
But he's not the judge, jury, nor executioner in any instance here. Right. But so he's saying,
well, sometimes.
Yeah. So what he's saying is, take it to the court then. If it's that crazy, if you can put a calculation on it, and if there's damages that are provable, you shouldn't actually have any issue taking this to a state court or a local court or suing the person, right, that is actually involved. If you know the person that actually did damage to you and your family.
And when you look at, say, the $57 million, that happen almost every single year, which, I don't disagree with that number at all. I don't know the stats on it. I believe you.
Right.
Again, like I said, almost all of that wealth was destroyed in the war. And when you look at the beneficiaries of that, the fewer than 8% of American households own slaves, even at the peak of slavery. And so when we're talking about finding the U.S. tax dollar, finding a U.S. taxpayer for things that were done by particular individuals who almost all of Americans didn't own slaves. Like I said, less than 8% of American households at the peak of slavery owned slaves. Fewer than 3% of individuals own slaves. Again, these are all Thomas Sowell numbers. Like, one of my favorite economists, one of my heroes, is a Chicago economist. I love Milton Friedman. I love the Austrian guys. I love all these people. The idea that you could point to a particular person, those people had almost their entire wealth destroyed in the war. We burned them all down. The wealth was not, and also the idea that you have dynastic wealth, that you have generational wealth that's produced by
What wealth was burned down?
The plantation wealth.
Of the slave owners?
Yeah, we destroyed the South. We just destroyed the states that were doing the slavery. Those states were destroyed. The South was just destroyed.
I think that did pop up as red earlier, but I think it's looking for semantics on it.
That wouldn't even, when we look at slavery, it's not like I'm going to be, like, I actually can point to a plantation that owned my family, but looking at finding those family members today, the descendants of those slaves, would be difficult. I mean, those slave masters would be difficult. So when we look at the government and the fact that they denied Bill H.R. 40 to where they won't even do research into reparations.
Because you shouldn't have reparations.
We're
You shouldn't
talking
research
about
things you shouldn't
we're
do.
talking about bringing this to a court that has always been systemically oppressive to Black Americans. That's part of our argument.
No, the idea
that's
that
part
the
of our
courts
argument.
the courts historically have been discrimination against blacks. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, absolutely.
Even in the
You will
21st century, they are.
No, when you look at things
Yes.
like for example, people like us point to the fact that like black people get pulled over more for speeding. Black people also speed more though. And so when you compare it, Thomas Sowell will do this exact thing. When you compare the gaps between speeders who then get pulled over, like a black versus compared
Black
to
people are more likely to get a ticket too.
you have to look at the details on how these people are behaving in relation to the police officer.
All right, this is a great time.
You're doing single factor analysis again.
Hold on, Jake. I love you both. I love you both. But let's put a little pause on this because now we're gearing in a different direction, which I would love to do this later.
51 minutes. This has been great.
I know. I let it cook because you guys were doing so good. And it was great.
I really appreciated this conversation.
Well, I want to let you do a closer for this, and then we'll move along to the next. Go ahead, Jake.
Oh, I got a closer first? All right. My closer is a couple of folds. One, I think reparations are infeasible. I think it's impossible to track a particular victim in a particular time and a particular descendant of that person, and then try to assign a particular perpetrator to that person, and try to assign a particular dollar value to that, and then connect all those things. I think that's impossible. I think it's an impossibility. I think for a very long time, we have attempted to rectify historic injustices anyway through affirmative action programs. I think affirmative action programs have particularly benefited Black people, but they also have benefited Hispanics. They've also benefited Indians, who were themselves also substantially and systemically and discriminated against by this country. I think we have done actually a fantastic job of trying to rectify these things. I think on the education point, I think that we teach these things, and it's essentially all we teach at this point in the American education system is how terrible and awful the American government was, and how terrible and awful the American people were, which at times they absolutely were. They absolutely were. I think I've been accused of supporting racism. I think that's disgusting. I don't support racism at all, and I deny any allegation that I have ever supported racism. And I stand against any form of that. And ultimately, I think that we have had reparations for a very long time. I don't think they've been effective. I don't think they help. I don't think that they're useful. I don't think they're pragmatic. I don't think they're deserved. I don't think, to state the claim back, America owes Black Americans reparations, land, and political power, not apologies. Sorry, no, we don't.
Thank you, Jake. To you, Dr. James.
All right, so the simple fact is that America does, in fact, owe Black Americans reparations. When you look at different sources, a 2024 peer-reviewed study, and you look at the output produced by slavery, 1857.6 million, 1810, 77.6 million. You could keep going on and on about the output and how free labor with cotton, how cotton was major and other crops were major, and we were reproducing them for free on the backs of Black American slaves. That's undeniable. Then even if someone were to argue that coming out of slavery, white slave masters, their wealth was destroyed. The discrimination continued into the 20th century, where Black people were systemically oppressed on a far worse level than any other race, and didn't allow Black people to fully climb out of the hole. We created communities; those are destroyed. Black Wall Street is most famous, most widely known, but it was other organizations other communities we built that were destroyed systemically. They never allowed us to get out of it. Several Black people, Black leaders that we had, they were killed. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr. It's just an unlimited amount. People don't even know that Martin Luther King's mother was killed. There was a whole thing. It's so many things surrounding just how they destroyed us. The Tuskegee experiment. I could go on and on with how Black people were systemically attacked. You can't say that we've received reparations when you start naming things that other groups are afforded access to. You can't say affirmative action and then state that other non-Black groups got the same thing. That's not reparations, because then it's not showing, it's accounting for the specific hardships that Black people have received in America stemming from slavery into Jim Crow, when other groups received those same access to those same government benefits when they didn't experience what Black Americans experienced. So to close, everyone in here will agree, everyone watching will agree, no group in America has been oppressed and systemically treated unfairly on the same level as Black Americans. So you must give Black Americans something that other groups are not afforded.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
Hey, Dr. James. Nice to speak with you today. So I've seen a lot of the other debaters here today. They brought a lot of good information here today. And what you said earlier kind of struck me. You stated you were not a Republican or a Democrat. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you identify yourself as a libertarian or independent?
Independent.
Okay, independent. So I'm a libertarian by heart. I'm fiscally libertarian. I do not believe that we should be sending taxpayer dollars overseas. We should not. We have personal accountability, responsibility. Our own property is our right. And I do believe we should not be giving reparations to anyone at all. I also do believe that the United States is the greatest country on this planet. Yes, we have done wrongs in the past, right? But if we continue to focus on those wrongs in the past, we cannot focus on our future. So one question I want to ask you, do you love the United States of America?
Yes, my ancestors built this country. They made it the best country, and yeah, I love what we built.
What do you love about the United States of America?
What do I love that my people built it.
Is that it?
That's what I love. You said, what do I love?
Yes, so that's the only thing you love about this country. You don't love
That's what I love most.
That's what you love most.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you don't love the opportunities that this country brings to you. You also claimed earlier that this country is systemically racist. Well, if that is true, then 20 to 50 million illegals would not have crossed our southern border to come to a systemically racist country, correct?
No.
Why do you believe that's not it?
That doesn't prove that America doesn't have systemically racist practices, because we were fighting for other people to get over here, and they came over here while America still had systemically racist practices, correct?
Well, yes. So every time that the government, I will agree with you on this. When the government gets involved, anything, it's bad. Right. So that's why I'm libertarian, because we should have limited government, because every time the government gets their hands involved, we have bad things that happen. We have black communities that get targeted. But will I say that's enough justification for the United States to give reparations to African Americans? No, I do not, because you were brought here to this country. And I know we've had really bad issues with slavery in the past, but being here in the first place is a privilege. I've been to 30 countries. I've served in the United States Army for 8 years, and I've traveled to other places throughout the world that slavery still exists. Sharia law, being prior service, I've experienced that firsthand. And I do notice that when I traveled out of this country, that when I come back, yes, we still have faults within our country, but we are far superior to any other country on the face of this planet. So that's what I'm getting at. I think we try to focus on like who should get paid what, or what race is superior, when we're actually all equal. When I served in the military, we had the American flag on the right side, right? We did not talk about race. Reparations was never brought up. I see you're beating your eyes. You want to counter argue this one, right?
So we're all equal, and I see you bringing up the armed forces. So you're familiar with the GI Bill?
Yes.
And you're familiar about how that was systemically oppressive towards black soldiers coming back from war, correct?
Give me the example.
When they couldn't utilize it to purchase homes and things like that.
I want to fact check that one.
Yeah, black Americans were discriminated against with the GI Bill.
But
fact check that first. It's supported.
Yeah, that says blue, or not blue, green.
That's green?
The GI Bill was systemically oppressive towards black soldiers.
So we have government involvement.
So you're a soldier. Do you think that was fair?
No, I do not. But also,
so should those people receive reparations if they can prove that their family, their grandmother?
No, I do not. They should be given the benefits they were entitled to for their service to this nation.
But they weren't. So if their parents were, if
my
grandparent wasn't
considered
reparations. If my grandparent wasn't given the benefit, should I now get that benefit to purchase a property, give me a home?
No, not.
So
not
you don't agree with it?
No. So only if it's directly affected you. We're talking about timetables. We discussed statute of limitations earlier. So
that's not one.
I'm just saying, like, if you can't prove to me, like, if it were you that served in the military and you did not get those benefits and you're still alive and able to utilize those benefits, yes, they should be provided
if
to you.
My father or grandfather couldn't get it, like we just proved with the GI Bill, they discriminated against black Americans, and many of them weren't allowed to accumulate wealth because you had racist people like William Levitt. You familiar with William Levitt? You are?
No, I'm not.
All right, who created Levittown, and he had deeds on his house that said, do not sell to Negroes. These are houses that were worth $8,000 at the time in the 1950s and 1960s. Now they're worth upward of $700,000 and $800,000. So now those people are allowed to pass on wealth. That house is paid off. I can give it to my grandkids, and they're allowed to stack up wealth, accumulate wealth, to create generational wealth. Black Americans weren't afforded that. We already went over that. So now, if that was my grandparent and I can prove it, you're saying I shouldn't be giving a property for that wrong?
We're talking about the things that happened in the past, and we're getting stuck in the past.
Yesterday was the past.
Okay, yeah. So I don't even remember what I had to eat for dinner yesterday.
So should we not talk about it?
No, we shouldn't.
So we shouldn't teach history in school?
No, we do teach history.
But it's the past.
But yes, but unfortunately, in order to change the future, you have to understand the past.
Exactly.
Right? But we should not be in a fiscal libertarian. We should not be stealing land from other people to give it for reparations, because what was the question? America owes Black Americans reparations, land, and political power, not apologies. Two wrongs don't make a right. You cannot steal from someone else for like, say it was my property, right? And just say 200 years ago there was a plantation on there, but it's not there anymore, right? So you're saying you would steal my home from me and my family to serve for you?
No one's stealing from someone. We pay tax dollars regardless. It's just talking about what they're used for. So no one's stealing. You already pay taxes.
No, but my home is on there. Would you kick me off of my property?
Wait, you call tax dollars? Let's compare apples to apples. You considering tax dollars you being stolen from?
Wait, can you rephrase
You said
Sorry.
We're talking about tax dollars. So you get robbed with your tax dollars, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
All right, I can agree we get robbed with that because we're not we're not utilizing it for the right reason.
We should not be getting taxed at all, personally.
Yeah, if we're going to use it, utilize it for the right reason. We don't need to be spending $1 billion on wars, and that's the problem.
I totally agree with that.
When people say we can't afford to give reparations, well, we could if we would spend our money on the right things.
Yeah, but we should not be using taxpayer dollars for anything.
Even for the people who built this country?
No.
So look,
not at all.
Look, economic historians estimate enslaved labor accounted for approximately 12.5% to 18% of U.S. per capita economic growth between 1839 and 1859, according to the source Explorations in Economic History. They gave that much wealth to the American economy. Those people were never paid for it. Should the descendants of those people be paid?
No.
So you don't believe in equity?
No, I do not. Or affirmative action, and that was discontinued in the military.
Like they always give the example of a 2-foot person trying to look over a fence, a 4-foot person trying to look over a fence, and a 6-foot person trying to look over the fence. Equity is giving the 2-foot person the amount that they need to see over the fence. The 4-foot person the amount they need to see over the fence. The 6-foot person, that's equity.
I believe
but
that's
you guys believe in not doing that. Just let the people who can't see, they can't see, even though maybe the American government cut the 2-foot person off at the knees and made them 2 feet, so now they can't see. That's essentially what you're saying.
So you don't believe in personal accountability and being able to make you where you are?
I do believe in personal accountability. That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does.
How so?
Because I just feel that if you're trying to take money away from people to give it to others based on history or the past, I don't see it. I do not agree with it at all. I don't think this money should be going from something that happened in the past to people that were descendants of slaves in the past.
That's not personal accountability, though. You didn't tell me. Because, like, I believe in personal accountability. Anyone who checks out my Instagram or my platforms, I specifically hold people accountable. I come from low socioeconomic status. I have 2 parents who were maintenance workers. I've spoken about it. My father grew up in Jim Crow South. He was born in the 1930s, my biological father, and I worked hard. I have 5 degrees. I have a terminal degree. Okay. I'm successful. I make a lot of income, well into 6 figures. So I flip houses. I'm an educator. I'm an author. I do different things. Obviously, I do content. I do different things. I don't make excuses for myself. I don't think just because Black people have been systemically oppressed on the level we have, doesn't mean you go out and you sell drugs and you be a Pookie or Ray Ray and you sag your pants and you shoot up the neighborhood. That's personal accountability. I believe in that. I also believe in equity. And I believe since other groups, the Native Americans, Jewish people, Japanese, since other groups, when they were wrong and unjustly treated in America, they got reparations. We deserve reparations, especially based off this. I could give you another data point. Cotton became America's largest export. By 1860, enslaved workers produced more than 2 billion pounds of cotton. America supplied approximately 2/3 of the world's cotton. Cotton was America's largest export before the Civil War. The source is OpenStax, US.History, National Geographic. We built America. That's what I mean by we built America. So a fact check is not going to account for those facts and the sources I just gave.
Yeah,
but that's
everyone built
building
America,
America's economy.
Yes, well, everyone had their piece of the part to play within.
Not like Black Americans, not like that free slave
we can
labor.
agree to disagree on that
I
one.
think you would have to go into whether we're talking about infrastructure or the mere fact that they were providing us technically like a service, right? So you would probably go into those different realms, but I don't know if you could say built in that aspect, because when you say built, we're talking about structuring, right? And in that time, they were merely just brought in and utilized, like, for instance, like a tool, I guess you could say.
Well, Benjamin Banneker created the outline for Washington, D.C. He was a black guy.
Okay.
That's what you're talking about, correct? Like something like that?
Yeah, I mean, infrastructure or even creating the plantation.
Railroads.
Yeah, railroads. Yeah, you could talk about that.
Yeah,
Highway building, even the Industrial Revolution.
Oh, yeah.
Like you could go into like assembly line and things like that in terms of building what America has become.
You wanted me to go into that?
No, what I think my entire argument.
If all
here,
of that is true, do we deserve reparations?
I don't believe anyone was owed reparations.
Even if that's true.
Anyone.
Because it could spare me from giving the facts on it.
No, anyone.
So even if we did build infrastructure, contribute to the railroads, the actual highways and different things that were physically built in America, and we were unjustly treated throughout slavery and Jim Crow, we still don't deserve reparations.
No, because it brought you to where you are sitting right here today.
So
here in the United States, the greatest country on this planet. See,
should we stop slavery that's going on right now in other parts of the world? Should we stop it?
Well, I mean, I kind of think we are with our military.
Should we?
Should we? No. I believe. Okay, so they have their own governments have the issue to fix their problems, right? We should not be financially or military involved in other countries that can't fix their own country. This is why we are greater than everyone else, is because we're working to that goal. And I do not believe reparations are the way to go. We should not. I mean, where does it end though? Say we cash you an individual a check for $200,000 or whatever they feel that they deserve, right? Does it end?
Does what end?
Meaning, does the concept of like, does the systemic racism that you bring up or the injustice that happens, do you think once they get that check that it's going to end there?
Well, that can show that America is headed in the right direction.
Can show, but does it?
I'd tell you this, I wouldn't be arguing about reparations no more.
Well, okay, touche, all right. But what I'm saying is
I want some money too.
Well, then everyone should get money.
I'm just gonna cry until I.
No, everyone shouldn't.
So not everyone should get money.
No,
so, okay,
not everyone should get reparations.
Okay,
correct.
Let me bring this up to you real quick. Okay, so I'm Cajun. Do you know what that is? Like South Louisiana Cajun?
No,
not at all. Okay, so my family was in the 1600s, was in a place called Acadia. They left France to go to Nova Scotia, were religiously persecuted by the British. Canada, yes. So we went to South Louisiana. I've never once posted about that on social media or even brought that up to anyone, because I believe, like, should I go to France or Great Britain and ask for reparations for being migrated here to the United States? I shouldn't.
Hey, look, anybody could take up what they want to. This is a Black Americans thing. We're not arguing for Jamaicans, West Indians, and stuff like that either. They were enslaved in that land. I would tell someone who's Jamaican, like, oh, if they said, so I don't deserve reparations, I'd be like, go to Jamaica and take it up with Jamaica. Okay. I'm talking about foundational Black Americans, what we experienced, what we did here, what we fought for, how we were treated. We deserve payment. Now, whether the United States government is going to get it is a different argument. Whether or not what it would do to the economy is a different argument. But I don't understand how anyone can look at what Black people have experienced in this country, Black Americans, and just say, hey, you don't deserve anything.
And if you have some final pieces to really lock in, now's the time to do it before we wrap.
Yeah, so what I'm going to say is my service to this country showed me that this country is the greatest. Yes, we have our faults. We're working to them. And I don't believe shelling out money is going to fix anything. I think all it's going to do is we're going to print more money. It's just going to, and nothing's going to change from it. So I do believe this country is the land of opportunity. We are equal on all playing fields, in my opinion, because when I was growing up, I did not make money, or my family did not make money. So we had to work to where we get to where we are now. I had to serve in the military to get to where I am today. So I believe if anyone has their own personal accountability and able to push forward, they can make whatever they want, and they should not have to rely on someone else to give them money in order to make themselves who they can be.
So what you're describing is called rugged individualism. And just because someone didn't capitalize on their benefits doesn't mean that they did not have any benefits. There were white people below the poverty line in the 1950s and 1960s. And we know that there was systemic racism and systemic practices against black people. So there were white people who weren't thriving and, profiting off of their benefits that they had that we know were present. So just to say, well, I had to work hard and I believe you could work hard and stuff like that, it's just not really a logical way to think about it when we know that there's always been people who have been discriminated against and people who weren't discriminated against who were at the same point in life. So we look at the data, even now, there are systemic practices that show discrimination. When you look in the court system, when you see black people who have the same score sheet as a white person and they get sentenced to more time, that shows that there's still clear systemic practices. If you go on deathpenalty.org and you looked at black people who commit the same type of crime are more likely to get sentenced to death, that's a problem. Those are just that. The only thing to look at that and surmise is this is systemic racism, because what else would explain it? The key variable there is race. Even when people have the same socioeconomic status, they don't get the same sentencing and practices. So that is why I'm saying, due to all of this that has, took place in America since the country was founded, something is owed to us. And you can say, well, what will that fix? What will that do? We won't know unless we get it, will we?
If you learned anything from this episode or got any value at all, please share this episode with a friend. It helps us grow the channel, it helps us grow the podcast, and it means a lot to us. Thank you so much.
All right, so my third and final prompt is that white supremacy has destroyed the black community.
Well, good thing you're not my doctor, because you'd want to see me dead on based of how you talked about white people earlier. You think that you want to put a financial burden on the entire white race as a whole in our country, yet how would you actually implement this policy? One, it would be discriminatory under the 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendment. And then you would also have the exorbitant costs, $22 trillion, because I believe you said earlier, you said $300,000 to $1 million per person, $22 trillion total. That's just unfeasible. You haven't mentioned once how you'd actually be able to enact this type of policy. And for it to be feasible at all and for you to deserve it, there has to be a point where you could actually enact part of it. And so I'll leave it up to you. How do you plan to enact this?
What's your name?
Carson.
Like Carson Daly?
Mm-hmm.
Carson?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the prompt, Carson. Try again.
Okay. Fair enough. You didn't even know your own prompt when you came into it. You had to ask her.
Oh, no,
for
I knew
it.
my prompt that I worked out with Sean. But since
Well, what
that's
is
not
it? Go for it. We can debate that.
My prompt is Black Americans experience the most oppression in American history and have made the most significant contributions.
Oh, that's just not true. Name me 5 black inventions right off the top of your
5
head.
black inventions?
Yes.
The doorknob, the doorstop, the gas mask,
Okay.
the
Stuff we can't live without.
the ironing board, and dry cleaning.
Stuff we can't live without.
Yeah, it makes
Okay.
things safer. And that's just 5 off the top of my head. To keep going. We
Okay.
made significant contributions, and we were discriminated against. We made
Not the most
flying,
in American history.
Flying.
No, not
with
the most in American
and
history.
yes, I didn't say. I said we.
You said you were discriminated the most in American history.
We were in
That's
fact,
just
we
false.
were. Who was discriminated more than Black Americans?
The Mormons easily. They were genocided, killed.
Oh my God.
Would you say slavery is worse or execution?
Slaves were killed. You do know that.
That's mutually
You can't.
different.
So when
It's mutually different.
When did the genocide for Mormons, so-called genocide for Mormons in America, last from? From what point to what point?
It was around 1848. It was in Missouri, and so.
So it was in
what I
one
would say-
state.
That's where most Mormons were located out of. Yeah.
Okay, so just want to clarify. You're talking about one state. Continue. And
Okay, well,
what's
slavery was
what's the
mostly
time
in the
period?
South,
What
yeah.
what time period? From what? Give a time period.
How is that relevant?
Because if we're going to talk
Explain to
about
me how that's relevant.
because if we're going to, you said they were discriminated against more than Black people.
Yeah, I did.
If I talk about the founding of this country, I'm going to go from at least 1776 to now. But
Okay,
if I
so-
went from slavery
No,
from
no, no.
1776 to 1865, I can say that. I could give a time period of roughly 90
So
years.
time period
So you
doesn't
give me a
matter
time
about the
period.
severity of it. You understand that, right?
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Because it's going to show
How
how
does that impact
systemically.
the severity of
so
it?
give a number.
Please
So
explain
you
that.
give a number then, too.
Okay, thousands of Mormons were killed, executed,
Thousands.
and thrown out of Missouri.
Millions of slaves were killed and executed and tortured.
Millions
Slaves.
of
Yes,
slaves.
millions.
Millions of slaves.
Yes.
Please cite that fact. Where is that fact at, actually?
So let's cite it. Let's see if that's true.
Millions and millions of slaves.
Were there millions of slaves, black American slaves, in
Genocided
America?
against.
It's
Is that what you're
genocide to put them in chattel slavery. It's
They
genocide
were not
to
genocided against.
what? To put them
No.
to put them in chattel
They were not.
slavery, force them to work from sun up to sundown. Hold on, let's get the number.
Okay.
This is
Speaker
broadly
claims that
supported.
Millions of slaves were killed, executed, tortured in the United States. The historical record supports that slavery in the U.S. involved massive violence.
No, go down.
Hold on,
Where's-
I gotta go get it again. Torture, sexual abuse, but the exact phrase "millions of slaves were killed and executed" is too broad and not well supported. As
At the
stated.
bottom, it says right
Oh,
there.
Hold on, I gotta go back down.
Read that one in green. The
Correct.
speaker claims that millions of slaves were in the United States. This is broadly supported. Estimates include
Were in the
indicate
United
roughly
States.
10 million people were enslaved in the United States over time, and about 4 million were enslaved by
It's
1860.
okay to reach. You can admit
That's
that's
not
wrong.
reaching.
You're so reaching.
So how
That's
were the
just
slaves treated?
Saying there were slaves in the United States. That
Right.
doesn't say about what happened.
So the goal of slavery was to genocide
So you're
against
telling me
them.
that
Is that your
slaves were
argument?
treated right?
No, no, no.
You're telling me how
No.
slaves were treated fairly, and it was all hunky
That's not what I'm saying.
So
I'm
how were they
saying
treated?
You're saying
You
that
said
slavery
thousands.
was used as a mechanism to commit a
And
genocide.
I don't even know what you're talking about. You didn't even give a year. What year?
How would that even be relevant?
Because you're lying. Let's fact check you. You said Mormons were genocided.
You can
in
rely on
America.
AI all you want.
Well,
I know you did with your
the
notes as well.
like
So
the-
no, I have
don't
sources.
need any notes.
I have
I don't
sources.
need any notes.
I'm not reading from
Those aren't
them.
sources. You
I-
use ChatGPT to get you sources.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
This
did.
is stuff. First of all,
I
a lot
can
of
see
stuff.
how that's
A lot
formatted.
of the stuff I'm citing is already in my book that was published 3 years ago. So
Okay, cool.
okay. So now, what's your source for the Mormons were genocided? You need to read something because you don't have a source. You don't have a year. You're using someone else's talking point.
Okay.
Give a year, give a time period. You said thousands. Thousands doesn't compare to millions of slaves. We know how slaves were treated. So we're not going to act like we don't have the testimonies of people like Harriet Tubman who died in 1930.
So what would be the
We
reason
have-
for
we
Mormons
have
to go to Utah?
No, we have Africatown in Alabama from when
Oh, that's
Cujo
great. I'm
Lewis.
sure it's a great
listen,
place.
Listen, from when Cujo Lewis came here in 1860.
You didn't even know what Cajun was.
Matilda McCrae came here in 1860. These were slaves who came over here on a slave ship, died in 1935 and 1940. So these are people who came here. We have their testimonies of how they were stolen, how they were separated from their family, how they saw people get beat to death, people were set on fire. We know what slavery was. That's genocide. Okay, we had a whole people discriminated against. We lost our
So the
name.
US
we lost
government-
our religion. We lost our identity. That's genocide. So you to sit here and say that that's not genocide and try to
It's not
compare
genocide.
it. Try to
By the
compare it to
definition,
something.
it's not
Hold on.
genocide.
Maybe we need to
No,
actually.
just-
you
define
don't know what
try it.
genocide is.
It is.
Was the
here.
U.S. government's policy to kill these slaves? Yes or no?
To ki-
Was it to kill the slaves?
you could do whatever you want with your property. It wasn't considered murder. So yes, it wasn't murder if you took the life of a slave. So they made
that
it
was the
legal.
official
They
government
made it
policy.
legal. You could do what you want with your property. Was an official statement by the U.S. government. Yes. So if I'm allowed to
You're
kill you
categorically
and
false.
no, they can look it up. If I can kill
It's been
you,
shown a lot of red, and
there-
I don't even have to look.
no, it's a lot of green. Everyone see a lot of green. Tell the truth. It's green. So you still couldn't give
Well,
it.
it also hears me as well.
No, it's green on my statements.
Okay.
You still
Yeah,
everyone.
So, U.S. slave law legally treated as property. That is green.
Well, I would
It
hope that
wasn't-
would
it
be green.
wasn't-
That's a
it-
stated fact.
it was
Yes,
not
obviously they were
considered-
property.
It was not.
It wouldn't be considered murder.
It was
Yeah.
not considered murder.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah.
So
Do you even
so,
know what we're
yeah,
debating? Are
Yes,
we
I know what
talking
we're
past
debating.
each other?
Hold on, stop. What we're trying to get to the bottom of it right now is genocide. So you're talking about two different points right now, like a slave owner killing his property. That is a totally separate thing. It's not under the world of genocide and what that means. Now, if you can define genocide, and maybe we can maneuver off of that definition, and then we can come together from there.
Genocide is the intentional killing for a large group, whether it's an ethnic group, whether it's a race group of people, and it usually is done through an official policy, but not always, right? If you look at the Holocaust, it wasn't signed into paper by Hitler during World War II, and so you just don't know what genocide is, because you're saying as a byproduct, because some slaves died because of their work, it was a genocide that was intentionally created by the U.S. government, and you know that's false, and you don't even believe that. I know for a fact.
No,
and in your book, you probably even state that you don't believe that because it doesn't make sense.
So if I know that there were millions of black slaves in America, and I know that they legally said, hey, a slave is your property, you can kill them if you want to, and that's not murder, and people did it, and hundreds of thousands of slaves were murdered, if not millions, that's genocidal by your own definition. So for you to, again, bring up the Mormons, I want you to quote the law. What was the law? And tell me the time period of when these Mormons experienced because you're saying that you're going against my claim that black Americans have been experienced the most oppression and treated unfairly. Well, so tell me the time period of these Mormons and when this was.
Yeah, it was in the early 1800s, and I'd have to say you're a bigot to not even recognize a genocide that happened in our own country.
So from 1800 to 801?
An intentional genocide.
You said early 1800s. When?
Why does it matter what year? Can you explain that?
I'll explain
I think
it.
that was confirmed earlier with Elder Josh.
No, it wasn't. So I want to know.
The 1800s?
We don't have a time period. We got to stamp this down if you're going to say, in fact.
Thank you.
To what? To when?
Okay. But my big question is, how is that relevant to the atrocities that were committed? What if slavery lasted for 1 year?
What
if it lasted for 1 year?
Because you're saying that they experienced
then
more
it doesn't
oppression.
matter?
You're saying,
please explain.
No, you're not running from this, Carson. You saying
I'm running straight at you. You're running away.
No, you're saying that they experienced more oppression than black people. And then you're saying we still don't even have when it ended.
Yeah,
and
they got murdered.
Know the law.
Forcefully murdered. Yeah, that is a little more oppression. They don't have the right to life anymore.
What?
They don't have the right to life. They
black
got murdered.
people couldn't do anything. I still don't know the law that you're talking about either.
They have the right to live.
He
said
said
the right to live.
What law or bill was this?
Hold on. So what was explained earlier, and it did fact check earlier when Josh was talking about it, was that in Missouri, okay, it was under religious discrimination, and the Mormons were actually either executed, pushed out, punished, whatever, so on and so forth. And they actually had to.
There was a shoot to kill order in Missouri.
Yeah, they actually had to leave Missouri for that whole thing, and it as Josh had described it earlier, it was like a religious genocide to that degree.
Okay, so
rifle off.
When did this? It's still you still have to say to make the claim. We need a number amount of the amount of people you're talking about and the time period that this was from. Just saying it was 1838 is not going to quantify it if you want to be objective. We know that there were 10 million slaves. It says roughly, even on the fact check, more than 4 million black American slaves. We know that they didn't have the right to do what they wanted to do. It said that they could be killed, and we know millions were murdered.
So there was 4 million black slaves.
We know
millions of them died. The math doesn't add up there. Can you please explain that? I know you have a trouble with math.
Millions of them were murdered. Millions of them were murdered. You don't even know what you're talking about.
How does that make sense?
You're going off Jake's claim.
No,
you're bringing up Missouri. You don't. They were, and this stopped in 1838.
You're going off the fact checker. You're going off AI.
No, I'm not. And they weren't discriminated against in the 20th century or the 21st century. Like black Americans were. So even if you said it was from 1838 to 1900, which you don't know when it ended, so you still can't prove that they've been more systemically oppressed than black Americans. That's just ridiculous to say. You should start somewhere else.
Usually the proof that you would need is them having their lives ended. I would say that's a pretty solid
How many
argument.
had their lives ended?
Tens of thousands.
Fact check it.
I'm talking about the manner of which they are executed, not the number. You're a utilitarianism.
No.
All you care about is numbers.
No,
yeah, your numbers don't even add up.
You're trying to make a claim.
4 million slaves.
You're trying to make a claim.
4 million, okay, and you said millions of them died. So you're saying at least probably 2 million because it's multiple millions. So half of the slaves died in America that were working because of a genocide that wasn't executed by the United States, by the way. This doesn't make sense.
Let's calm down. Both people are talking. I want it to be fact-checked. Carson just said that tens of thousands of Mormons were executed. Fact-check that.
Yeah, it's like 50,000.
No, like 50 people.
Oh, 50 people?
I haven't seen
so only 50 people?
So there were only about 10 to 15,000 Mormons in Missouri at the time, and they killed about 50 of them, and they fled really quickly.
was an extermination order in 1830, like an actual order. So that's probably
Okay, so my numerical value is wrong.
So,
okay, but how many shoot to kill orders were there against slaves?
Okay, so
in how many states, by the way?
Audience, Carson just said that Mormons have experienced more oppression than Black Americans because 50 of them were killed or murdered on an order to kill.
I know you wouldn't
He's
care about
comparing
their
that to Black American slavery, where
Well-
the slaves were property and they could be killed and it not be considered murder. And we know that that number far exceeds 50. So
Well, that's why I said at the beginning,
slaves were
if you were
killed.
my doctor, you wouldn't care if I was
slaves
killed.
were killed for escaping, for trying to get free, and they were captured and they would be murdered. And then he's comparing that to 50 people. He's
Well,
comparing millions of
they had an
slavery.
extermination order. How many states had that with slave states? Please, no. I'm asking you a question. Can you look at me? Or are you just looking at the audience? That's a camera, by the way.
This is what Carson said.
Oh, wait, he might be reading the AI thing behind you. Actually.
Hello, Carson.
How's it going? Here's what I'll ask you. How many states in the South had an extermination order against slaves? How many?
I don't know. I'm not going to lie and say I know that. But they don't
None.
need you don't need an extermination order
wasn't any.
when you tell people, hey, this person is your property, and if they're your property, you can kill them and get away with it. That right there is the order.
So they had the right to
I
life.
can kill you. If
someone
someone
was a slave.
That's like someone.
Being executed is worse than being a slave. You understand that, right? You can't even comprehend that.
No, what are you talking about? Being executed? Slaves were executed. You do understand that slaves were lynched. You do understand that, correct?
Yes, absolutely. But
so
not
that's
in a
an execution,
genocidal
correct?
way. Not in an organized genocidal way.
That's an execution, correct?
Yes, of one person.
But it was multiple people. That far exceeds 50.
But you're arguing that the U.S. government has to pay back reparations, not these individual landowners, which would be completely different. So with that argument, the Mormons would be more entitled with misgivings of our government because they had an executive, they had a kill order against them.
Slavery was
get paid back
ordered.
by the
Slavery
government.
was considered ordered by the American
But
government.
you argue it was
No.
it was a cohesive genocide.
You're not proving with 50 people being killed that they've experienced more
you're obsessing
systemic
over that
oppression than Black Americans who
You can
were
ignore the kill
killed,
order.
who were murdered,
You can ignore the kill
who were
order all you
lynched,
want.
set on fire, abused.
You understand
then
what a
after
kill
that,
order is,
then
right?
after that, in the 20th century with Jim Crow, there was no order on Mormons in the 20th century. There's nothing you're going to point to in the 20th century when I can point to Jim Crow. That's going to far exceed any examples you can give. If we go example for example, only thing you're going to have is this one example. When I'm going to talk about Jim Crow, I'm going to talk about redlining, I'm going to talk about the banking system, I'm going to talk about education, I'm going to talk about policing. All of that is how Black people have been systemically oppressed and treated unfairly in America in the 20th and 21st century. The 20th century you can't escape, and you
Let me
can't point
ask
to
you
any
a
examples
question.
for Mormons.
So let me ask you
This is
a
ridiculous,
question.
Carson.
You essentially assert that white supremacy built this nation, but then you also say it destroyed it. So how does that work? Can you explain that?
Strong, resilient Black American slaves built this country.
Well, that's just not true.
That is true. So
Okay.
I'll read it again. I'll
Go
read
for
the
it.
data for you. The exact facts on that. Let's take our time and read
Yeah,
that.
89 million, 106 million, whatever.
Let's read
LeBron
that.
James could forfeit all of his money and pay all
So-
of you reparations to that amount that you're mentioning.
According
okay?
to explorations in economic
What's your
history,
point?
economic historians estimate enslaved labor accounted for approximately 12.5% to 18% of U.S. per capita economic growth between 1839 and 1859. That's only 2 decades. Then cotton became America's largest export by 1860. Enslaved workers, not the Mormons, not the Mormons. You brought this up. Enslaved workers produced more than 2 billion pounds of cotton. America supplied approximately 2/3 of the world's cotton at the time. Cotton was America's largest export before the Civil War. That's OpenStax U.S. history. So Mormons didn't do this. Black Americans did this. That's helping build the country, building the economic growth of this country. That's a fact.
I mean, we've said it time and time again. That's just a fallacy because you're saying that as a broad blanket statement. That's a stereotype to the Black community as well. I wouldn't say every Black person during the 1800s was helping the common good of our country, just like now you would say that not every Black person is helping the common good of our country. So you're not even stating.
We're talking about we're talking about the slave labor, and that was only Black people.
Fact.
We're talking about the
This
slave labor.
This isn't debate.
That was only Black people.
Well, I'm actually wondering, and this is just a mere question that popped in my head, what would we owe to the illegal immigrants that are being utilized for cropping and other jobs that we don't like to do and so on and so forth? Would we then, because we're exploiting their services for cheaper pay rates and so on and so forth, would we then owe them reparations based on what you're saying here? If the Black Americans are what built America, based on the economy, then how would we look at immigration or illegal immigrants and based on the jobs that they're doing and so on and so forth? What would we do with that?
When you say we're exploiting them, who's the we exploiting them?
Well, they would be exploited based on your mere idea of cheaper wages, no benefits. They don't have access to things that they would.
Well, they're not black,
Yeah,
so
but
you don't care.
No, but who's
See, you're a
no,
black
but who's doing that?
nationalist.
That's not the government doing that.
Didn't you write a book called Black Supremacy? You are a black nationalist.
Did you read the book?
You are an ethno-nationalist.
You didn't read the book.
Oh, I would not read it. I would
So
not
why are you
waste my
talking about a
time
book
with
you
that.
haven't read? It's called Context. You should read it for context.
No, because it's a biased
You have
claim.
an
I know that
opinion.
entire book is
It's called a hook.
ethno-nationalism for
When you
black
read a book,
nationalism.
when you read a book and reading, authors have hooks to
Well, I
hook
like
the reader
good
in and
reads.
grab
I
your
read
attention.
good books.
It's called a hook.
Okay.
So you have to read a book for context.
Sure, yeah, I
though.
understand how literature works.
And you
Now,
didn't read it for
that's
context.
not the debate we're doing, and
You
I'd
didn't
like
read
to
it for
rein that back
But
in.
you brought it up, and you didn't read it for context. Why would you bring it
Why
up?
would I ever read it?
For context.
I don't want to read your book.
I just told you.
Okay, you don't have to plug it on this podcast. I don't want
why
to
would
read your
you?
book.
Why would you bring it up? You wrote a book and then you didn't read it.
Because you are a black nationalist. So
You don't know
why
what
would
I
you-
am.
Why would you care about
don't
the
know what I
illegal
am.
immigrants? Because they're Hispanics.
You don't know what I am.
Because they're people from 193
Hispanics
nations.
can be black.
Okay.
So you said because they're Hispanic.
I said there was people from 193 nations. You wouldn't care about a broad blanket of illegal immigrants in this
What?
country.
What?
I was answering her question.
Oh, because again, that question doesn't point to the government doing it. That's
no,
what I'm saying.
and
Who's
I made
exploiting
that
them?
claim earlier. Is the Mormons are more entitled to be paid by the government than blacks
Which is
because
crazy.
blacks, because blacks weren't genocided by the government
They
and
were.
had kill orders
They
against
were.
them.
They
Oh, really?
were. First of all,
So I asked that question about 5 times. Where are the kill orders? Where are the kill orders?
And I already
and you
told
don't
you.
give it to me.
I already told you.
Because you keep
if the
backing away.
United States
You back
government,
away.
if the United States government can say, you own slaves, they're your property, and there were slave owners who owned far more than there were slave owners who owned 300 slaves.
Well, I've
so
had
if
to
I
sit
say
here-
that's your property, you can kill them legally. That right there is a kill order.
Because
You have the right to do what you
they
want
were
with them,
recognized as
and they
legal
were killed.
citizens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not even counted
There's
as a full
differences-
person.
No, there's differences in the laws between then and now, obviously, right? So there isn't going to be an official government policy, but there still could have been because against property.
Thank you for making
after
that
the
argument.
Three-Fifths Compromise, they were still recognized as human beings to a certain extent where they had legislation placed upon them.
And I want you to
Carson.
start finalizing your points because
Right.
we're going to wrap up here shortly.
Carson, name the kill order that was on a garage or a shed.
Okay, that doesn't even matter.
Exactly,
It's a
because there's no
deflection.
kill orders on property. That's my point. They were considered property. You're not going to put a
Even
kill
after
order
the
on
Three-Fifths
property.
Compromise,
You're going
they
to do what
couldn't
you
have
want with
any
your property.
legislation placed against them.
A
You
kill
know
order
that's
on
BS.
property. So black Americans are the only ones that were considered property, and he's trying to make a comparison that another group was treated more poorly from a systemic level, talking about a kill order.
Yeah, because they were murdered. Yeah.
And
They left
black
Missouri, you
slaves
know
were
why?
murdered.
Because they got out of there. Yeah, as an official policy of the U.S. government. Your whole argument is we should shell out $22 trillion to you and your descendants that are ninth-time descendants, which you didn't even get close to any type of slavery.
I'm not a ninth time.
Okay, then what are you? Third, fourth generation?
I'm not going to get specific
Because-
on,
no,
but I
it's
already
okay.
said my biological father.
Well, you brought up
was
the
born in the
Japanese
1930s.
internment. You brought up all of these other races that dealt with systematic racism, as you want to call it in our country. Doesn't exist, by the way.
It
And what
does.
I will tell you about it is it happened with the first generation of those people in our country. In the 40s, we gave them kickback relief, all of that. Same with the Indians. We gave them reservations. We gave them certain type of schoolings, certain type of funding. I can tell you're just disinterested. And I know you're a
That's
black
not the
nationalist.
prompt. That's not the prompt you're talking about right now.
Well, you didn't even know what prompt you're doing.
We already
You
went over
switched
that.
it up
We
halfway
already,
through.
you told me to go to this prompt. We already went over that I knew the prompt.
No, I did. I did.
Let's
Okay.
go ahead and maneuver into our closings, gentlemen.
Love it. I just don't think you're a serious debater. I'm surprised you even wrote your own book. Most people have ghostwriters. I believe you probably had a ghostwriter because most of your notes that I see in front of you are clearly AI. I went to college during the AI experiment, and we still had to write our own papers. I would hope that you would treat this podcast with a serious manner, this debate with a serious manner, because you're an ethno-nationalist. You carry the weight and burden of people on your back, yet you don't take it seriously. You look at the audience, you're not engaged, you don't look me in the eye, you're just not a serious person. And like I said at the beginning, if you were my doctor, you would want me dead because I'm just a white person. I'm just a good, honest boy from northern Arizona who didn't experience any type of hardship, yet you claim that you experienced hardship. At first, you said you didn't get any government subsidies, any type of school aid, anything of that sort. But then you said, my parents were these honest workers that were maintenance workers, that were this, and that, which would have entitled you to those type of benefits. And may I ask, how old are you, by the way? Just so I could get a gauge of what type of subsidies and SBA loans you would have gotten when you went to college and got your 5 degrees? Is that true?
I'm just going to wait for you to finish.
You don't have to respond. That's okay.
Okay. So I'll start with him saying, I said I didn't get any government loans, anything like that. I didn't get any government loans based on race is what we were talking about. I didn't get that. That's what I said. I qualified for certain loans and stuff just based off certain things. Yeah. But my father also had other investments and stuff like that I won't get into. So just because you have a job and your primary job is a certain thing, but I won't even get into that. So we were talking about the contributions of Black Americans. I'm in the oppression of Black Americans, and he brought up that another group was more oppressed than Black Americans, and he brought up the Mormon community, and then we found out that it was in Missouri. There was an order to kill 50 of them, and he's trying to equate that to systemic oppression of Black Americans that happened for centuries in here on this land, on American soil, with chattel slavery. Millions of them were killed. We already went over that. If you were considered property, you don't need a kill order for property. Is your land, your shed, your things like that. There's not going to be a kill order that kill your shed or something like that. It's considered property. You're not looked at as a human. We know that many of slaves were murdered, far more than 50. We know that millions were killed. So we're not going to go over this. We know that the systemic oppression continued into the 20th century and even now. So even if the most racist people, want to argue that there isn't systemic racism now, we know that it was during Jim Crow. We know it was in the 20th century. We know that the Tuskegee syphilis experiment was systemically racist, and that ended in 1972. And we know we can't name any other group. See, he can't control himself. I was quiet. I even said I was going to be quiet. That was exposed
by a white reporter, by the way.
I was even quiet.
Stop.
See, he keeps interrupting me. I was quiet. Even when he asked me his question, I said, I'm going to wait for you to finish. See, I'm very respectful. But when you have white supremacists and you have people who don't respect Black people, they won't want to let you talk because they view you as less than. So this is what I'm talking about with what Black people have experienced. When we show people fairness, we can't get the same in return.
So I'm a white supremacist?
Oh, no. Nope, we're not going down that one. Boop. Shake hands. We're going to move along.
Good job, guys. Shaking hands with a white supremacist.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
I want to start first looking at the present, everything that's happening right now, because I feel like a lot in this conversation, we've been diving on things that's happened in Black community, and I definitely agree with you that a lot of things have oppressed Black people, and I will not deny that. Obviously, as a Black person, as a being a person who's a descendant of these things, I have family and people who are affected. But I think the big thing is going forward, and my biggest issue is the things that you preach, the things that I've checked our social media a little bit, and a lot of what you preach is victimhood and not taking accountability. And so I think the first issue, if you really, it's hilarious here, the first thing that you should be looking at is that Black people have a cultural problem, which is the reason why we're failing. Can you acknowledge that?
Well, firstly, you made a false claim that if you look at my social media, you see I have a problem with accountability. The first thing when you look at my sociability is one of the key claims that I've gone viral from is I said that I view gangbanging culture and I view gang members as predators. That's not someone who's avoiding accountability because I'm talking specifically to my community where we have a problem with gangs. So you would say someone who says gang members are predators, they're equivalent to child predators. You would say that person has an accountability issue?
It's still more than just like a multi-factor issue. Anybody reasonably can say that gang-banging culture is bad. And I'm not saying because you're reasonable enough to say that. I'm saying it's not just gang-banging culture. It's the fact that 2/3 of Black households don't have a father. It's the problem of Black people are naturally more, I won't say naturally, we do more violent things. We put ourselves in situations to where we're always looked at as the lesser race. And I definitely think that systems before us are the reason why we are in this situation, but it has to be total accountability, not half accountability. And we have this victim mentality that you preach online over and over again of talking about why we deserve so much because of things that we aren't direct descendants of. You have a people of losers that follow you that do nothing but complain all day.
Yeah, I don't have a victim mentality of just being a victim. That's actually
absolutely
that's
what
actually what
my
book. That's actually what my book talks about. So my book doesn't just talk about Black oppression. My book talks about the significant contributions that Black Americans have made. How Black Americans
how significant? How significant? I want to know what is the biggest Black contribution.
So the biggest Black contribution, well, that's subjective to what you value and things like that.
Because you were talking about doorknobs earlier.
No, that's a contribution. You use them, don't you?
Is that important as a computer, an airplane, a car?
We've contributed to airplanes and cars. We've contributed to airplanes and cars.
I'm saying if you talk about Black contributions, and the first thing you have to say is doorknobs.
No, he said inventions. He said name 5 Black inventions.
Okay.
So I named the inventions, and there's a difference between invention and contributions. We've contributed to everything significant that you're going to name. So let's talk about smartphones and stuff like that. We could talk about Jesse Eugene Russell, who's contributed to that. Shirley Jackson, who's contributed to that. Henry P. Sampson, who's contributed to that. Those are 3 people who's contributed to smartphones and modern technology when you can, with cell towers and things like that. Those are Black people. So I can go on and on about
I don't want you to get mistaken in thinking that I don't acknowledge that Black people
No, but you just told me to name them where I can go into more significant things.
I don't think...
But you said I have a thing with accountability. If you look at my social media, and I want everyone to go to my social media when I say... when I'm talking about teen takeovers and I'm looking at fight videos and I'm telling people don't smoke, don't do drugs, don't do other things that are plaguing the Black community. That I'm big on. I'm against abortion. I speak out against all of these things. So what are you talking about where I have an accountability issue with the Black community? That's just false for anyone who goes to my social media.
Well, when you talk about things like reparations, I know this isn't the topic, that shows that you don't understand accountability and you think you are owed something. No.
Those two don't match. Just because I believe that Black Americans are owed something for what our ancestors built and never got paid for, it wasn't justified, what we went through during Jim Crow, and I believe we are owed something for that, doesn't mean that I don't hold us accountable now for the things that we've done since the Jim Crow era and the things that we're doing now. I talk about the systemic things that plagued us, but I also talk about what we do and what we need to do to
I guess it goes back into the victimhood mentality. We're focused so much on the past. That's why I want one conversations where we're not talking about Jim Crow laws. Because as a man, you acknowledge that if there's a problem, there's only 2 things that you can do. You can either fix it or move on because you can't control it.
So
going back into reparations is going back into the past. Talking about systemic racism. Talking about, you haven't even talked about Reaganomics and how much it's really hurt Black communities. The Democrats have done so much to African Americans. The only thing that they do about it is bitch for years and years.
I'm not a Democrat.
I know you're not a Democrat.
We should get away from the Democratic Party. Next.
I know you're not a Democrat. You said that earlier, which is a great thing, by the way.
Okay, so that's the thing. Whether Democrat or Republican, they've always shitted on the Black community. They've always never given us our fair share. So that's why I don't support.
What do you think the solution to fix the Black community is? You think it's blaming white people?
No. Do you want my answer or no?
I would like your answer.
Okay, so I talk about this, and I talk about this in my content. So that's why I don't understand when people say these things. They either, if you want to know my stance, just ask me my stance, but which my stance is very clear in all of my content. I specifically say the Black family, we need the Black family, the Black nuclear family, Black man, Black woman, Black child, to come together, focus, stay together. Even if you're not legally married, be together, be a family. You could be, it's what I call biblical marriage, all right? So you're together, you're a family, you're raising your child together. We need to practice financial literacy. We need to stay away from drugs, even alcohol. I don't do alcohol. I'm a champion against that. Drugs, alcohol, gangs, things of that nature. To practice more with literacy, reading at home. We need to get kids interested in reading. I always talk about that. these are the things that we need to do. We need to practice financial literacy. That's a big thing. But a lot of people don't have the knowledge due to some of the things that are stemming out of it. We're still recovering from systemic oppression. It is very recent when we look at these things. So when I say Fountain Hughes was a slave and he died in 1957, that tells you how recent it is. He was someone who experienced chattel slavery and died in 1957, lived in the same time period as my biological father. That lets you know how close we are to this. So these are the key things. Black nuclear family, stay together.
Absolutely.
Avoid modern feminism, where women want to separate from the black man. Avoid the LGBTQIA arguments, where people want to separate black people. We need to work on what is going to fix the black community first. Still focus on blacks fighting for black, what blacks need civilly, and focus on education. Focus on building our communities up. Kicking out the negatives in our community. If there's gangs in our community, they should be exterminated. Drugs in our community should be exterminated. Even if it was systemically integrated into our communities, we have to now take it upon ourselves to come together and remove it. I don't depend, just because I say we should get reparations, it's not like I'm waiting for the government to give us something. And I'm saying we can't recover without the government giving us reparations.
Do you think that you'll get reparations? That we'll get reparations?
In my lifetime? Probably not.
Why do you think that is?
Because we've always been on the bottom. Like I said, HR Bill 40 was brought to the government in 1989. That's 37 years ago. That bill is just saying that they should research reparations. If they pass that, it's just to do research on reparations.
Yeah.
To say what we can get. And they haven't approved that for 37 years.
Yeah,
so if they're not going to even approve just doing research on it, then obviously we're not going to get it. Like it's not likely we're going to get it.
And I think it's for everyone's favor, because if black people are handed $300,000, it's not going to be well spent.
See, I wouldn't say that. I don't know. I would spend $300,000. It would be well spent with me.
But the average person wouldn't. We need financial literacy. I can't say that. We need education.
We do need financial literacy and education. But you can't say like and generalize it, and it still doesn't defeat the point.
I mean, it's like with COVID stimulus. I mean, not black people. That's just anybody. Look what they spent that on. PlayStation 5
I don't have nothing to do
crazy.
with them. If people get their reparations and then they don't spend it correctly, then that has nothing to do with us. Like
I guess I just want to be.
I mean, this would be like telling a mother what to do with child support, right? So you're kind of tapping into that in the wrong direction. I'd like to see you bring it back around to the white supremacy has destroyed the black community, though, because we've veered around, and I really want you to gauge it in.
Yeah, I think black people have destroyed the black community more than white supremacy. Because as white people assist us, we fail more. Why is that?
What's your question?
I just said my statement. What I believe as
white I heard the statement.
Exactly.
So I don't agree with that statement that
black people. Why do you agree?
You said black people have destroyed the black community more than white supremacy.
That we get, the more we destroy ourselves.
So no, I don't agree. I don't agree with your premise. Let's attack with your statement that you just said. You said black people have destroyed the black community more than white supremacy?
Yes.
No. So part of the destruction of the black community is the laws and the things that white supremacists and this government who has always been against the black community put in place. So when they put in place the man in the house law, which said, if we're going to give you welfare, if we're going to allow you to benefit from this, we got to make sure that no man is in that house. That doesn't benefit us. You agree?
I agree.
So you agree with me? That destroyed the black community.
I'm agreeing with you in that one
point.
No,
but that destroyed the black community. That destroyed the black nuclear family, which was the strongest thing we had. And then they said, if you want these benefits, make sure no man is there. And they used to come in there and check for man clothing, apparel, and look for shoes and stuff like that. You really could not be there. They would do the surprise checkups. And if they caught someone there, they would remove your benefits. That destroyed the black community. Also, when we look at them disseminating drugs into the black community, there was
the crack epidemic.
There was someone, the crack epidemic, how they discriminated, racial disparities between crack and cocaine. You familiar?
Yeah.
So that was the government.
I'm very knowledgeable in all these things.
But that was the government doing that. That all destroyed the black community. So even if you want to argue now, we destroy it more.
I guess I want to focus more on the present. I understand the history and everything that you're saying. I believe you, and I understand that it's correct. I think black people in this country, I don't think we're a big topic of focus, as in like the people are just trying to destroy us. I think it's definitely we are more susceptible to bad treatment because of slavery, because of poor choices.
Well,
our poor choices, most definitely.
Yeah, because like when they put the man in the house law in place, we didn't have to agree with it.
Yeah.
When modern feminism came around, and you had Margaret Sloan, who was a black lesbian, and she started preaching, and she founded the National Black Feminist Organization, and she started preaching, hey, separate from black men, I don't like them, and black women, we need to fight for our rights and all of that stuff. Black women didn't have to listen. So there's several things that we did that's a part of our poor choices, which is why I preach against those to this day. I preach against modern feminism. I preach against the LGBTQIA because us joining that movement destroyed us. When Barbara Gettings and Harry Hay came around and they admitted that they learned how to fight for their civil rights from black people's civil rights movement, we didn't need to jump on the LGBTQIA movement and start fighting for that. We should have stayed tied to black people. When we were focused on black, in the 1950s and 60s, that's why we were stronger together. We had more unity in our community. They start bringing in all of this stuff which were racially, systemically oppressive. That's why when we look at what's her name, Margaret Sloaner, the white supremacist lady who founded Planned Parenthood and put them predominantly in black communities, that was systemic. And now we have all of these abortions annually. So they did the most damage to us.
I don't know if I get it with Planned Parenthood. That's like the same argument that people use about literacy tests.
What about literacy tests?
Saying literacy tests are inherently racist.
Well, some of them are.
Planned Parenthood really actually did target black communities.
Yeah. You was disagreeing with that? You was disagreeing with that?
I don't know if I could buy that one. I've heard that one a lot about Planned Parenthood targeting African American communities.
They got pictures that like it's documented that she went to KKK rallies. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. I don't know. Something about it. Something about it. Just I don't know. The Planned Parenthood.
That's
it's just
plan,
like,
brother.
I think it's like the black psyop of thinking that the world is against them.
You're my brother.
I don't know.
That's a plan. When you look that up, all right. So when you look up, when you find out that she went to KKK rallies, and you found out that she was a eugenicist, and you found out all of this stuff, are you going to agree?
I don't even think eugenics is racist.
She said that black people were like a weed that need to be cropped out. Is that racist?
That is racist.
She said that. We can fact check.
I think you can believe in eugenics and not be racist.
We can fact check that she said that. So we can fact check.
Okay, I can say that she's racist.
She said that.
I think we're just getting hit on very small semantics on this, but
yeah, even the audience could fact check it that she said something similar to that. That's why I want with the stuff I'm saying.
Planned Parenthood placed oh my God, it keeps moving. Placed 79% of its surgical abortion facilities within walking distance of African American or Hispanic Latino neighborhoods.
I mean that sounds like a smart business move. If African American families are having the most kids, especially in the 70s and 80s.
That sounds like they want them to kill them, and they're making it easily accessible. And they weren't having the most kids. We were a small percentage of the population. We weren't having more kids than white people then.
Yes, we were.
No, we weren't.
Yes, we were.
No,
in the 70s?
No. This is before the 70s.
After Jim Crow?
First of all, this is
more. It was in 1930s, correct?
First of all,
It was in 1930s for Planned Parenthood,
late 1930s, 1940s.
Yeah.
We weren't having more. The population was largely white people. Like it is now. We make up 11% of the population. Exactly. So how are we having more babies?
How many kids per family?
If you want to, even today, white people.
Even today, look,
on a number scale,
scale,
white people are having more abortions. Per capita, more black people are. But the population is so largely.
Of abortions
it's
women?
White people.
In New York, at least.
You're talking about per capita. But there's white people make up like 66% of the population. So they're on a number scale. You would put the abortion clinic in their neighborhood because then you're going to get more people in there.
Yeah, she was like a very big kid. I actually just had a panelist come do a whole thing on eugenics, and Margaret was like a very big factor in this. And it's like this was
it's
huge.
Like controversial. I think it was
very controversial. But if you look up the information on eugenics, you'll see like Planned Parenthood was a very big kickoff.
So 1950s, black women had the highest birth rates in the United States, followed by white.
That's what I thought. We're having the most kids. So if we're having the most kids, if you're doing Planned Parenthood, you want to put it where you're going to get the most.
So the percentage is per capita, percentage per capita, but not by the number. So if you say per capita, So and then you say, 20 million black people were born, but then you look at the number, and then it still was 60 million white people born because they're that much larger of a population. So if you wanted to do it to say, oh, a smart business move, the most people walking through your door would be in a white neighborhood because they have the most babies. It wasn't that. It was racism, and it was systemically racist. And now that's one of the things plaguing the black community. Wouldn't you agree?
Abortion, Planned Parenthood?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Again, like it didn't take away responsibility.
So you're not going to get beyond systemic white supremacists being worse or, destroying us
I
more.
think that we destroy each other now more. But those things that are in the past, you have to distance them from the past.
How do we destroy each other now more?
By killing each other physically. We physically destroy each other more. We put these things into the culture that you already know and that you acknowledge that are bad.
Yeah.
We don't take accountability for everything. We have conversations like this where we are so focused on things that don't directly affect us, but we will use them as excuses of why we are complacent.
So I'll say this, Adavier. Every culture destroys their own the most.
Not at the rate that we do.
No, but I'm saying
not at the rate that we
white
do
people
at
kill white people more. Black people kill black
Look
people
at
more.
black
You're
and
more
black
likely
crime.
to get
If we
killed
go
by
into
your
crime
race.
statistics, you already know.
Don't go to the crime statistics.
Yeah,
you don't want to do
too
that.
much in
No,
my
you
favor.
don't want to do that.
What
It's
do you
not in
mean?
your favor.
1/3 of African Americans will be
No.
incarcerated. Statistically
How do we
speaking.
get? How do we get crime statistics in America?
Are you going to say crime statistics are racist?
No. How do we get them?
Census.
Do you know? Do you know?
Census.
Do you know?
Is that incorrect?
Yes, because you got to tell me a specific database or something how we get it, how we collect it.
Census.
All right, so you don't know. So the uniform crime report. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Do you know how they collect the data?
I don't know how they collect.
So they have the uniform crime report and they have the NCIB. This is how they collect data. They collect data from various police agencies throughout America, and it's based off. It's not even based off convictions. If it was based off convictions, we could see how that could be a problem. But it's not even based off that. It's based off testimony. So if
you're based off of testimony,
yeah, it's based off of. Because it's not based off convictions. So they have the data say a robbery was committed. And the NCIB includes everything under, like if someone was committed if a robbery and then they got assaulted in a robbery, it's going to say robbery, assault, it's going to say everything. The UCR will include the highest charge. All right. And people can look this up. But it's based off testimony. So if someone, let's say I was robbed, and let's say I didn't know any better, and someone who looked like Bruno Mars was the person who did it. And I didn't know any better. I just see an afro, and because I have family members who resemble Bruno Mars. He's like Filipino and something else. But someone may get robbed by someone like him and say a black person did it. Then it's going to be inaccurate.
I guess I'm trying to understand the point in this. Are you trying to
say
then the black people aren't disproportionately more violent?
I'm trying to say that
it is law enforcement, not witness testimony, right? Because it's calling a kind of a flag on that one.
But because the law enforcement takes the testimony down and then they say robbery, black person, stuff like that. But it's based off
submitted by law enforcement, not from witness testimony. Some data are incident offense based and arrest based, while victimization surveys use interviews. But testimony is not the basis of the UCR offense. I think it's a technicality.
Yeah, it's a technicality.
I think you're in the right wheelhouse there.
Yeah, because there's no way for law enforcement to get that data without speaking to someone
of arrest and people in
No, it's not off arrest.
Well,
what I'm talking about is crime. I'm talking about the crime statistics. The crime statistics is not based off arrest or convictions. It's based off testimony. Like I just said, if someone gets robbed or assaulted, they say, well, what was the race of the person? Mm-hmm. Then the person could be wrong. An example I just said where the person
could be wrong.
The person is Asian and they say black. So the data is skewed.
Do you know how big the discrepancy is?
But I'm talking about the data is skewed. Would you, if that's how they collect
the
data,
could be skewed by 1 to 2%. It still does not negate
1 to 2.
It could be. It could be.
Who's the most exonerated race?
Black.
Okay.
Well, let's maneuver if you have one more fast point.
I think even with that point, like I said, you're trying to diminish the problem that is in the African American community. Even that statement right there, because you understand very clearly that we don't behave at our best behavior, which is the reason why we are placed in these boxes, the reason why we have discrimination. If someone looks at Jamal, they associate crime with that. We create these stereotypes onto ourselves. That's why I believe in not half accountability, not saying you can dismiss like gang violence, bad culture, and things like that. It's total accountability. And if the data is skewed the same way that the data is skewed with, I know you're talking about the 4 million and some of them being mulatto early and stuff like that. The vast majority and the big point is that we have to act better. We cannot blame other people for things that we have inside of our community. And yes, those things are present, but outward thinking is the only way that you can develop a future society.
That sounded like a final. Was that your final?
I thought he was doing it fine.
Yeah,
Because what you
really
said.
good.
Oh, we're doing a fine.
Because of what you said.
It sounded really good. Well, I did say one more quick if you got another fast
I don't
point,
know if you wanna
but that
do
was like a
ano-
really good closing. I liked it.
Yeah, I
but
don't know
but
if-
no, if you
Yeah, I don't know if you want to do more or say more, but when you say the we, I don't like to generalize because obviously I don't fit that. I don't think you fit that. I don't know you. But me, myself, I've never been incarcerated, never been in handcuffs. Again, I don't smoke, I don't drink. I have an identical twin brother who's a police officer. So it shows you where I stand with certain things. And him and I have this discussion. We have discussion about when people are extremely in the wrong. And I speak out when someone was killed unjustly. I'm not one of those people to just jump up when someone black was killed. Because I'm going to look from an objective standpoint and say, wait a minute, what happened there? So there are certain things in our community that we need to fix. Again, I speak out against accountability, but I do realize how we've been treated systemically and how we are treated systemically
You think black
still.
supremacy is the answer to that?
My definition of black supremacy, yes.
What was your definition of black supremacy?
So in my book, what I talk about, and I'll surmise it, I talk about black oppression, but I talk about black excellence. I talk about black contributions and how even in our oppression, we were thriving. Well, not thriving, but we had people who were thriving and doing well. So we had people who were authors. We had people who were going to school. We look at W.B. Du Bois, Booker T. Washington, people who showed intellect. We look at people like Harriet Tubman, who were resilient and still contributed to being a spy during the Civil War. So that's black supremacy to me. When you can display extreme resilience through what you're going through. When you look at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., when you look at Malcolm X, how he changed
I feel like
his life.
supremacy has to be on a comparison, though. Even the word, like you think white supremacy, now you're being put on this pedestal. Do you put black people on a pedestal above other minorities?
First, that white supremacy and black supremacy aren't the same thing. But
how?
In the book, I make the premise. So I put our resilience on a pedestal because the whole point is our level of oppression, and for us to be where we were in the 1940s and 1950s and 60s, even for us to be where we are today and still have a fighting chance, we do need to eliminate some things. But if you really take into consideration what we've been through, where we are right now is to be applauded.
I guess black superiority. We cannot be applauded if this is the result of where we are currently right now. We do not deserve to be applauded
for being resilient and being here. We have stuff to fix. We have stuff to fix.
We
already went over what we have to fix.
If you take a beating, you don't get applauded for taking the beating.
If you get up, if you fall down 7 times and stand up 8, you get applauded.
This is we're failing. We have no reason to be applauding anything.
Who is we?
The black community as a whole, if you want to tie it to...
What percentage of black people in America are criminals?
Disproportionately too much.
No, it's not. It's a very small amount.
Actually, I don't know the number.
If you look
I don't think it's
there's around, 43 to 48 million black people in America today, and less than 1 million of those people are criminals. So that tells you something.
Is that true?
That's true.
I'll wait for
Convicted?
the thing, but let's move into
even incarcerated or on parole or probation.
You think we should be applauded for how we are currently right now?
Huh?
If, like I said, if you take a beating that's nothing to be applauded for. We're still down.
So look, I put the highest expectations on black people because of how I view us. I don't like how when I see us behave in certain ways, when I see black teen takeovers, I don't want us doing negative things. No. I don't want us fit in any negative stereotypes.
We don't have a culture to be proud of.
I don't want us fit in.
We don't have a culture
we have parts of our culture that we shouldn't be proud of. Certain parts of our culture we should be very proud of.
Our identity as a whole is not resulted in positivity. I firmly believe this. I think the reason why we have so many race issues is because what's associated with African American culture, and that culture is not from Africa. That's the culture from African Americans, us.
That's not.
We are the entertainment of the world and how we portray ourselves, and we portray ourselves as less than. Therefore, we will be treated as less than. I'm a motivational speaker. I host a course and mentorship and stuff myself. And the biggest thing that I tell people is accountability, and you will always be looked at as less because of the systems that have been put in place on us, and because of the identity that the culture has created.
But what percentage of black people do you think are acting out and not to be proud of?
I might say it's over 50. It's close to 50.
Well,
and unfortunately, that silent majority will always rule in favor.
We did get a red flag on fewer than 1 million black people in America are criminals, and it said that it conflates the arrest, convictions, incarceration, and criminality. So it's kind of like a misleading statement or a claim. So I think you have to probably look at the actual data and pool, like per capita and things like that. I think it's.
Nah.
I think
Anybody could look that up.
Convicted criminals, if I have a 33% chance to be arrested because I'm black, that's insane.
You what?
33% chance to be arrested because I'm black, because 1/3 of African Americans will be arrested at some point in their life. African American males.
And 55% would be exonerated.
All right, let's move into our closing statements, gentlemen, and go from there. Go ahead to you.
Like I said, I believe in 100% true accountability. I think that African American culture is corrupt, and I think it's only getting worse because of conversations like these. I don't think this is positive, and in the aspect of we are moving in a direction, as we see over the years, where we become more dependent on the government, we become less intelligent, and we become poor decision makers, and we glorify those poor decisions way too much. And I know that's not something that you necessarily believe in, and not something that you glorify, but you do take away accountabilities with some of the rhetoric and some of the viewpoints that you have. And that's personally what I believe.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, and I think the discussion is going to prove the point that systemic racism and white supremacy and what white supremacists have done to the black community have caused the most harm. I'm not excluding the current actions or behavior that is in the negative. Like I said, if you view my content, I clearly speak out on certain things that I feel need to be destroyed and are destroying the black community, such as gang membership. Even if you're a gang membership without the violence, just claiming to be in a gang is detrimental. I don't want to see it in my communities. I equate that with being a child predator. Drug usage, selling drugs needs to be removed from the black community. Violence, gun violence needs to be removed from the black community. Modern feminism needs to be removed from the black community. Championing LGBTQIA needs to be removed from the black community. I think if we remove those things from the black community, you will see a rise in us. We also need to bring the black nuclear family back, which I champion heavily. So those are the things which I always hold people accountable for. If I see people fighting in public, behaving unsanitary in public, if I see certain things, I'm always going to do a response video to those things. I don't believe in us making excuses. Just blaming, not getting reparations, or blaming systemic racism for anyone just acting in a behavior that is, ridiculous. So those are the things that I feel, holding the black community accountable. Stop doing those things, and we'll be better off.
Beautiful.
I agree.
Shake hands. I could even agree with that. That's all wonderful.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. Please hit like and subscribe. It helps us grow the show and helps us get bigger guests. Thank you so much.
Okay. So just basically like the last brother said, I don't like that we are victimized and we're always talking about how we're always pointing at other people for our situation. And if we take accountability, just like what he said, I want us to take more accountability for what we do wrong. And it kind of oversimplifies a complex issue, So I think it's more than just white supremacy being the problem with the black community's downfall, So that's kind of my statement on that. And then there's other things that's going on, even with reparations with Native Americans. Within the Native Americans, they're like 2 on the poverty level, right? But they're really the smaller group than the black community. Black community, there's more blacks than Native Americans. So even with the reparations, they're still low on the totem pole, So I think it just enables, a lot of the their situation, Yeah.
So Johnny, has white supremacy destroyed the black community?
I would say it is a cause, but it's not destroying it as a whole. I feel like we also destroy us as well. Like, black on black crime, the ideologies of the rap music, it's going down people's throat all the time. And it really becomes negative, and it's really poisoning us, as a whole.
When you say black on black crime, what do you mean by that?
Blacks killing each other, in the street, gang violence, etc.
Who kills white people the most? Which race?
I believe it might be white.
Who kills Asian people the most?
Might be Asian, yeah.
Okay, so it's a proximity thing. So I just want us to get that argument out the way.
Yeah.
So we do have things to fix in the black community. I don't like the fact that black people kill black people, and if it were up to me, no one would be getting murdered. Because when it goes back to the whole argument that we had before, I believe in people not putting their hands on people and controlling their emotions and not getting violent. We don't live in a perfect society where people are not violent. People are going to be violent and not control their emotions. We know that that's a proximity thing, and people tend to live amongst their same racial group. When we talk about the music, I agree with the music. That's part of the things that's destroying the black community, and I talk about that in my book. The ideologies in some of the music where we talk about people being tramps and hoes and promoting, WAP and wet ass pussy and like that's something to do, and twerking and making it seem like, they just dancing and stuff like that. No, these are negative aspects in the music, especially when you talk about killing each other in the music and, I'm gonna do a drill, and then you naming real names, and then you got whole wars and beefs where people are going to piss on other people's graves and do things to antagonize them. That just leads to more violence. So I'm against all of that in our community. I'm against that. Gangs, like I said before, single parent households. I believe in a black nuclear family, which that's why one of the reasons why I also am against the LGBTQIA, because then you're championing a father not present or a mother not present. And then both need to be present. We need the black nuclear family to be at our strongest point. So you're never going to get me not talking about that. But we have to look at the systemic issues that were put in place that also contributed to where we are now and were never fixed. There was never nothing to help it. And then some of the things that we're naming contributed to it. So like when we went over before how Margaret Sloan put Planned Parenthood predominantly in neighborhoods, and now we have the highest abortion rates per capita. When we look at mass incarceration and how during the crack epidemic there was large discrepancies between crack and cocaine, how you would get significantly more time for possession of crack than you would for cocaine. When we look at the man in the house law, how if they wanted to give you welfare benefits, a man couldn't be present, and there were black women who ate that up. These were things that were put in place by, from my stance, white supremacy, white supremacists, the American government, whether Democrat or Republican, that contributed to our destruction.
Yeah, and I see during the Jim Crow era, the black marriages were the most out of all eras, during our journey, and when I see that, I believe as well, as black people, we are resilient. We make diamonds into pressure. When we're pressure, we make diamonds usually. And then when I see that, it's like, why were the black marriages more during the Jim Crow era?
Because we stuck together. So that's what I was saying. During the Jim Crow era, we realized that the enemy was white supremacy. After the Jim Crow era, we were confused that the enemy was, you had modern feminism come in and say, black women say the enemy are men. Then you had LGBTQIA come in with Barbara Giddings and Harry Ham come in 1970. And then black people were like, the enemy is anyone who doesn't want gay rights. So when we look at all of that, this is part of the things that contributed to black people, how can I say, falling off, losing focus as to who the enemy was and what we needed to be fighting for. Fighting for our communities, fighting for the black family, sticking together. We stuck together to boycott. The Montgomery bus boycott lasted for over a year, where black people were carpooling, walking to work, riding bicycles, doing everything to get off a bus, to stick together and say, look, if you're not going to allow us to be treated fairly on a bus where we can sit where we want to, we won't ride a bus. We stuck together. We don't do that now. We stopped doing that. We used to have communities where we stuck together, where you could go knock on your neighbor's door and borrow sugar. We used to have the communities where my mother and father tell me, like, look, if I got in trouble from a neighbor, they would bring me home and my parents would slap me up again. We don't have that now. If you in a neighborhood and you acting up and a parent touches you, and that kid goes home and tell their parent, you might get shot. So our culture has shifted from some systemic things that were put in place. And we need to get back to what our culture was that allowed us to be great. That's what I argue.
Yeah. Why do you believe? I also agree with you with the LGBT thing, right? So that, I think it destroys our community, you know. Why do you think the black woman perpetuates LGBTQ community?
Because it's one of the tricks. It's one of the things that they could talk on. It's, you got black women who want to attach themselves to oppression. And then the more things you could stack on top of it, the better. So that's what's a victim Olympics. Just arguing that black people deserve reparations and we have been treated unfairly isn't a victim Olympics. That's just a fact. The victim Olympics is when people try to stack pile their forms of oppression. So you have people who will say, I'm black, that's 1. I'm gay, that's 2. I'm a woman, that's 3. They're trying to stack pile the forms of oppression, which is not even true, especially it's not even going to equate to what black people have went through. If you're black first. You should argue for black rights and sticking together as black people and focus on black rights, the black fight, not intersectionality. I don't like anything that's intersectionality. So modern feminism makes it become an intersectionality movement because then you got black woman and white woman, which the white women who were in charge of that, where you look at Susan B. Anthony and people like that, they didn't like black women. And that was a fight with white women against white men, that wasn't our thing. Mind your business. Then you bring in the LGBTQIA and you start fighting for that. When did black people get what we want yet? We haven't got our just due. We haven't built up our communities. We still fighting coming out of slavery, out of Jim Crow. We need to focus on that. You lose focus and start fighting for too many things. Focus. Stop fighting for too many things. I always use this analogy as a martial artist. It's easier to defend one person at a time. Even if you had to fight multiple people, you would want to fight them one behind each other, not one at the same time. Obviously, that increases the chances of you being defeated. It's an overload. Fight for one at a time, and you have to choose. And obviously, you should choose black, because the first thing you are is black before anything. If I know a baby is coming, and I see the parents, before I know the gender or anything else, I know the baby's black. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then I know the feminism really destroyed us as well. But it was more so a white woman thing, and then the black woman took it on, and basically thinking it was our thing. Like they took it on and just like perpetuated that as well. And I just believe we kind of hurt ourselves, and we look outer source to look to try to help our situation. You know what I'm saying? Instead of looking inward, and reflecting. And also, why do you think that is, like, that we do that?
Johnny, if you're going to interview him, that is one thing. But I would really like to see you make some really solid final points towards him instead of asking him questions about what he thinks. Because that's not why you're here.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah. So, yeah, why do you think that? Oh.
You're killing me, Johnny. All right, Johnny, if you have a final solid point that you really want to get across to debate with Dr. James, I'd say do it now, and then we're going to wrap up into closing thoughts.
No, I was gonna say, really, I believe we should really look inwardly, and really reflect. We shouldn't we shouldn't say it's anybody's fault, and like you said before, we did better when we were together, and then when we're helping each other, that's what I believe we are strongest at, and by making all these arguments about reparation, these topics, reparations, and then white supremacy bringing us down, it's like going backward, you know what I'm saying? And I think we should move forward instead of going backwards and talking about this stuff, talking about the problem kind of like builds the problem, So what do you think about that?
Talking about the problem is necessary. You have to talk about something before you fix it. So talking about a problem allows you to think of solutions. So we're talking about the problem, you brainstorm, you come up with solutions, and you fix it. So again, on a large scale, I don't think anything has been more detrimental to the black community than the systems and structures in America that have been put in place by white supremacists and the United States government. Even if we look at, like I said, if we look at abortion and abortion clinics, making that legal, that was detrimental. If we look at the war on drugs with systemic oppression with that and mass incarceration that resulted from that, the man in the house law, kicking the man out of the house for welfare benefits, that was put in place. So if you look at those things now and say the black community should eliminate those things and get off of those, and those are the most detrimental, then you are agreeing that white supremacy has been more detrimental. However, I do hold black people accountable, and I am against the music that is negative. There's a guy out there, I think his name is D1. He talks about this a lot, how the music, talking about drugs, talking about gangs and violence and things like that. We need to remove that. We also need to remove this single parent culture. the modern feminist talking points. I don't need a man. I'm better without a man. I'm good by myself. We need to remove all of that from the Black community. We need to focus on being great like our ancestors were. That's what I talk about in my book. So people who get triggered by a title and they see Black supremacy is focusing on Black excellence, Black greatness, Black people being resilient even though they've been through hell. We are great. And I want people to focus on that, because even though if you are claiming to be a victim in the 21st century, you still can be successful. That's why with me being the face of Black supremacy is important. I have 5 degrees, okay? I have a doctorate, a terminal degree. I'm successful, well into 6 figures. My twin brother, Officer James, he's a cop. So for the people who talk about this and talk about policing, he's on that side. He's successful. He has his number of degrees. He makes into 6 figures. So these are things that, with me championing this, I'm for the benefit of the Black community. So people should never get that wrong. So conservative white people and things like that, even white supremacists who try to say, oh, well, Black people should stop killing Black people, you should be in agreement with me. So that's what I don't understand. People who go against my talking points truly hate Black people.
Yeah. Do you think it's just like redundant? Like we talk about it so much to the point like it's just well enough, like to a point where it's just redundant. Like
what's redundant?
Like the talking point of reparation and white supremacy, and we always, oh, the white man is bringing us down and everything. Like, when does it get to the point where it's just like, it's just redundant?
Yeah,
it's just.
Your argument is we shouldn't talk about it?
That's yeah. The redundancy is not really like a claim or like a combative debate claim to say, oh well, it's redundancy, so let's not.
Because some people, I've heard people say that. Like we talk about this at nauseum. So you're saying we shouldn't talk about it at all? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying like we shouldn't waste time on just talking about it and just actually do something about it. You know, we should really act upon it than just talking. That's what I'm saying.
Act upon what? If we're talking about, so like, because you said topics like white supremacy. If we're talking about white supremacy, how do we act on it?
I'm saying, say we already have all the talking points, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we know the issue, why don't we just start focusing on the action, on what to do? You already just said what we need to do to act upon it, right? Why don't we just focus on that? And why are we like talking about it like all the time?
And I'm going to let you answer that, and then we'll move into closings.
Well, that's hard to do because you have to, because now you're talking about an ideology. You have to look at the brain of people, because that's causing their behaviors, the negative behaviors that need to be fixed within our community. So even though I experience the same systemic oppression that other Black people experience, my ideology is at a certain place. I'm learned, I've read, I know history, I know Black history, I know about our greatness. I have an education. I've been educated at a doctoral level. So now I have a different understanding of things. All right. I'm more educated, which was funny because somebody said they think I have a ghostwriter, but to get a doctorate, you have to write a dissertation, and you can't ghostwrite that. You have to defend it in front of a board, which would know if you wrote it or not. And even as you go through chapters, you get walked through it. So that's just hilarious because that's a published work of mine that can be looked up on JSTOR or EBSCO. But furthermore, with me being a learned person and being where I am in life, my ideology now allows me to be successful. The people who are ignorant within the Black community and don't know better, and they're in the slums, they're not going to think, let me not smoke this, sniff this, do this drug. Let me not harm this person in my community. Let me not have this child out of wedlock. Let me not go shoot my brother or sister. They're not thinking that. Their mind is still chained. So there's a talking point to say, you know, if you put shackles on a person's brain, you don't need to chain them up physically. That's what's been done. We have to undo that. So I'm one of the people who's talking to try to unwind that mental fuck that has been done to the Black community.
All right, Johnny, if you want to go ahead and give your closing statement, please.
Okay. My closing statement is, I believe as the Black community, we are very strong, and what we need to do is focus on action. We need to build the community, and we need to also come together and right those wrongs and make sure that we do the work and we build in the areas that we are lacking in. You know, we're like the highest on diabetes, we're the highest in cancer, we're the highest on so much more. So we need to right those wrongs. We need to perpetuate the positive things, you know, and we need to push other people out that are perpetuating the negative things. And that's what we need to do instead of, you know, just always talking about the negative and pointing the finger. That's my whole closing right there. Thank you.
I think two things can be true. I do think we should talk about what was done historically, and I do think it's important for the youth and the Black community to never forget what was done to our community systemically. However, I do, and I talk about this in my book, Black Supremacy, that we do need to have better practices in terms of how we eat, have healthy eating practices, healthy cultural practices, remove negative music, remove gang culture, remove having child out of wedlock, having child at a young age. We need to practice financial literacy. When people say, well, what are the solutions? These are the solutions. But we have to start this on a national scale. It can't just be one person here and there saying like, oh, I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to have a child out of wedlock. I'm not going to harm this person. We have to come together as a community, and we can try to do this piece by piece. I'm a person who, I talk to the community. I'm an educator. I teach Black youth these things. I have financial literacy courses. I do different things to try to help my people, but we need to do it on a global scale. I also think we need to put more pressure on Black millionaires and billionaires to help with these things, because we need more groups and resources within the communities to make this become a thing on a larger scale. And the only way to do that is with finances, which is why this is why one of the reasons why I champion reparations. So again, it's about accountability. I don't exclude accountability from the Black community. We have several things that we need to fix, and I'm not going to blame that on just white supremacy. Like the music that we champion, like right now they got a song out. It's called Spin That Shit.
Yeah.
Terrible. I've spoken out against it. I speak out against this shit when you are promoting that scamming and boosting is a good thing, or it's not negative. Like where my scamming and boost is at, that should not be a song, and it should not be something kids are dancing to. So I speak out against all of these things specifically, but again, we have to it can't be just me, you, or D1 or a handful of people who are speaking out against these things. We have to make this become very, very large in our community. That's why I'm strategic when I call gang members child predators. In the Black community, we don't play that. You're a child predator. Even in prisons, they'll kill you to get you out of here. We got to look at things like gang members the same way. If you're a gang member, you're a child predator.
Yeah,
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's get a handshake, and then we can all get out of here.
Thanks for watching all the way to the end, guys. It means a lot. Please click here if you want to watch the next episode, and please subscribe to the show. It helps us get more guests and helps grow the brand.